Oh, wow. What's been going on, guys? How is life? So I'm leaving your apartment for the next 2.5 years. I'm leaving like 4 days again. How mad are you, to be honest?
In the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. In the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship.
Wow! That's so cool! Okay, so I was kind of reading stuff online. Why are we in why are we at war with Iran again? What was it? Do we give a reason for this, or is this just kind of we just do whatever now? We ball. Before you read any of the influencer reactions to the war.
Everyone's saying, hey, look what your boy did, look what you voted for. I voted for none of this. No, chat, I didn't vote for any of this. Who'd have thought that the president could just lie? Listen, chat, all you guys saying that I wanted this, I wanted none of this. All you guys saying I wanted this in the chat right now, I wanted none of this.
The U.S. says that Iran was intent on developing a nuclear weapon, which is probably the case given Trump pulled out of the Iran deal. Yeah, but didn't we do that last time and we blew him up? Why didn't we just regime change him last time? And why are we regime changing him this time?
Nah, man. Now we're going to war with Iran? Nah, man. I didn't vote for none of this. Everyone's saying, hey, look what your boy did.
I actually have significantly less of a problem with
I voted for chat.
Fuck, was there another person here? Well, oh, I don't know. Was Aiden Ross on this? With like excusing Aiden Ross, because I feel like the streamer culture is a bit different, and that people just kind of look at him as dumb. Like I think they shouldn't have done this. I guess like the Trump event, but the damage that the comedian podcasters have done in this world where it feels like they've convinced their audiences that these are like the new truth sayers of the Republic.
Everyone's saying, hey, look.
I don't know if we'll ever recover. Like, I think people legitimately think, at least for the Joe Rogan people, and it feels like for the Andrew Schultz guy as well, and the Theo Vaughns, that like, oh no, these are our brave centrist people with no filter coming out and telling us like what's real and true. I don't know. It just seems super fucking. I don't know if we ever recover. Philip DeFranco video on Trump yesterday. Wait. Rubio says planned Israeli action against Iran prompted U.S. strikes. Okay. Not helping the... Wait, did I miss a thing? Oh, true. Not helping the Zog accusations over here, but okay, Rubio. Planned Israeli action against Iran that would have seen retaliation against American forces prompted the United States to launch its weekend strikes against Tehran, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Monday. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties. I don't believe literally any of this. One, I'm pretty sure the United States could make Israel fuck off if they wanted to. Pretty sure the U.S. could say, hey, We're not doing that. Okay. Number one. Number two, if the U.S. was vocally and explicitly uninvolved in any strikes, I would be surprised if Iran would attack U.S. troops. That seems like it would be kind of crazy. 1, 2, 3. There was a third reason as well. I don't remember, but those are the two big ones. Oh, 3. I don't even know if we would have suffered losses. We could have just moved our forces out in advance. We've done this before. Like you, if you think there's going to be like some rumble going on, you pull your people out. Do you think that Trump is compromised? No, I just think I think that Trump is a fucking pussy. I think Israel is an obvious winner for the Middle East in terms of military conflict goes, and it probably makes it makes all of our U.S. allies happy to see Iran fall, right? Like everybody hates Iran. All your Saudi Arabia, obviously, Israel, obviously. I don't know what's going on in Iraq, but it's probably safe to assume that it probably helps the situation for U.S. interests in Iraq as well, for Iran to go. Yeah. Has Iran ever shown grace to the United States before? What do you mean by showing grace? I mean, they play by the rules. They play like you would expect a nation, a logical, rational nation state to play by. Yeah. Who? I don't even know who this guy's talking about. Okay.
This is Democracy Watch.
And joining
Mark,
me
I want to talk about
now is the Foreign Minister of Oman, Badr al-Busaidi, who is the mediator negotiating
Oman, shout out.
a
They do
nuclear
exist.
deal between the United States and Iran. Welcome to Face the Nation.
Thank you.
So President Trump said Friday he's not happy with the way talks are going and not happy that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. From your point of view, is diplomacy failing?
I am confident, and in my assessment of the way the talks are going, I think there is.
I kind of feel like I'm getting radicalized against Israel. Like I kind of feel like they deserve anything bad that happens to them at this point. Good one. The issue is, remember what I said before, okay? If you're on that pro-Pali, the crazy retarded Western shit, then the idea is that Israel is constantly and always invading people and taking shit over to be evil or whatever, blah, 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 right? Or that they'll do anything they can to do any shit like this, right? That's not quite true. However, something that is true and has been true is that Israel will always seize an opportunity to do shit. And the problem is that Donald Trump is an almost infinite opportunity for Israel to do shit, so they will do as much shit as they can do as long as Donald Trump is president. And so that is what you are seeing right now, unfortunately. And because our president has literally no concept, backbone, anything with regards to the Middle East, and he sees probably an easy victory in terms of like bombing Iran, and he really wants to make a name for himself.
Really, I can see that the peace deal is within our reach.
A peace deal?
Yes, is within our reach if we just allow diplomacy the space it needs to get there, because I don't think any alternative to diplomacy is going to solve this problem.
When you say space, does that mean you are asking for more time to continue negotiations?
I'm asking to continue this process because we have already achieved quite a substantial progress in the direction of a deal. And the heart of this deal is very important, and I think we have captured that heart.
When you say the heart of the deal, Iran has said
They were ramping up nuclear activity in Iran. IAEA said this 2 days before our attack. Okay, so what have we been doing since we bombed their nuclear facilities last time? What was the... I mean, like, we knew... I mean, what do we expect, right? Like...
this has to be nuclear only. What have you actually agreed upon? Can you give us any sense of why there should be more time?
Because if the ultimate objective is to ensure forever that Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, I think we have cracked that problem through these negotiations by agreeing a very important breakthrough that has never been achieved any time before. And I think if we can capture that and build on it, I think a deal is within our reach.
What has Iran agreed to you that they have never done before? Can you give us any sense?
The single most important achievement, I believe, is the agreement that Iran will never, ever have a nuclear material that will create a bomb. This is, I think, a big achievement. This is something that is not in the old deal that was negotiated during President Obama's time. This is something completely new. It really makes the enrichment argument less relevant because now we are talking about zero stockpiling. And that is very, very important because if you cannot stockpile material that is enriched, then there is no way you can actually create a bomb, whether you are rich or not rich. And I think this is really something that has been missed a lot by the media, and I want to clarify that from the standpoint of a mediator.
So explain that. So the enriched material, the things that could be used as nuclear fuel for a bomb, you're saying Iran would not keep on their own soil?
They would give it up. They will not be able to actually...
Real quick, the Obama nuclear deal, was that a good deal or no? I think it was. I thought it was a good framework. Some people claim that there were not enough inspections or something, but everything I looked up, it seems like for the most part, it was a good meme, but...
They accumulate that material that will enable them to create a bomb. There's no accumulation. So there will be zero accumulation, zero stockpiling, and full verification. That is also equally important achievement, I think. A full and comprehensive...
The weird thing is the online reception is more that it's Iraq 2.0 and not Libya or Kosovo. I don't know what the comparisons are, what you mean by the comparison there. Or not, I'm not sure.
Verification by the IAEA, which is the agency in charge of this file.
The UN nuclear watchdog. So you're saying all enriched material would be shipped someplace else, not Russia, but...
No, the current stockpiles that still exist.
The things that are still in Iran.
I think that there is agreement now that this will be downblended to...
The only complaints were that they didn't consult Israel or Saudi Arabia during the process. It's because everybody in our current administration is a fucking retard because they're children and they have no concept of how to actually operate as adults in the world, right? So they probably think that like attacking a country is like we make the decision and we blow them up and that's cool. As opposed to putting probably everybody in the region on notice, ensuring that everybody's going to be okay through whatever the future conflict is, ensuring that we're going to be there to support if they get counterattacked or if A, B, C, D, E, F, G happens, or if there are counterintelligence or insurgents or whatever in your country that might, like, there's probably my guess is, now I've never ran a war before, but my guess is when you're actually doing these types of attacks in a region, there's probably a whole checklist of things that you run down to make sure that everything is going to turn out okay. And it wouldn't be surprising to me if the current administration literally ran through zero things and they were just like, oh shit, we're gonna bomb and torpedo people because it's fucking based.
Lowest level possible to a neutral level, a natural level, which means...
Loanerbox told me the deal was bad. I don't know who to believe. Well, Loanerbox has far too curly hair and is Scottish. So who are you gonna believe? I don't think it was like a good quote unquote final deal, but I think that it represented something for a country that we had nothing with and we had been enemies with since Bush decided to throw them on the axis of evil. So I think it was a good step towards some kind of normalized relations, and it was better than nothing. But I mean, ideally, the joint JCPOA, Joint Cause Plan of Action, Joint Something Plan of Action. It was a good Joint Coalition Plan of Action. It was something, but it was a good first step, and hopefully would have continued to move in that direction. Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action.
And converted into fuel, and that fuel will be irreversible.
That would be significant.
It is very significant. It is very significant, and I think we have agreement on that, in my view.
In your view?
Yes.
Because today, CBS...
What about accusations that Iran was violating the JCPOA? I was talking to someone who was like, well, any deal with Iran, obviously because they were lying. Anybody who just says people just lie without anything else is retarded. They're acting like these are like children. Also, having a deal, and having somebody violate it is good. It gives you moral and legal authority to act. That's a good thing. You want that. You want that basis to go in and do something, right? Imagine you have an agreement with somebody and you're like, oh, they're probably going to violate this agreement anyway, so fuck them. I'm just going to go fuck their shit up. And then you go to fuck their shit up. Well, when other people are looking at you, they're like, well, what's going on? I fucked their shit up. Why, bro? Well, because I knew they were going to fuck around. Did they even agree not to fuck around? Well, no, but they probably wouldn't have. They would have lied anyway. Oh, well, sounds like you should have got that agreement first so that I could actually see that you had an agreement that they were going to fuck around, and then they did fuck, or that they weren't going to fuck around, and then they did fuck around, and now you have more moral and legal authority to go after people. You can build a coalition easier. You can do stuff easier.
We have confirmed a confidential report from the IAEA says inspectors report seeing Iran conducting regular activity at bombed uranium enrichment sites, but Iran has refused to tell us what has happened to their stockpile. They have refused to allow UN inspectors in to look at it. Are you telling me that inspectors would be given access to these sites, like at Isfahan?
If there's a deal, an agreed deal, they would be full access.
Iran has offered that?
Yes.
So who would these inspectors be? It would be UN, IAEA?
IAEA. But I think, there is room also, if there is a deal in place. I am quite confident, from my point of view, that even United States inspectors will have access at some point in the process if we have a deal that is respected and fair and endurable. I see no reason why there is no access to be given even to the United States itself.
Iran has never allowed American weapons inspectors on their soil. They wouldn't let President Obama do that. You think Iran would let President Trump send American inspectors into Iran?
This is why I think this is a much, much better deal, because I think Iran is open to the idea in a way that never had been the case in the past.
You met with Vice President J.D. Vance. Does he understand the details like you have laid out here? What did he say?
I have explained to Vice President.
Some of my friends are getting into this predictive history dude, but he seems like a mega retard. Is he actually a Chinese operative? Stop. You're already wearing me down. It's not a bad question. This is the answer, okay? The answer is that the average citizen of any... Wait, hello? Oh, this thing is... The average citizen of any country, okay, is not going to be able to do all the necessary research to understand a lot of what's going on in the media today, because stuff is just very complicated right now. Okay? There's a lot of stuff going on. The job is of the media, mainstream or alternative, to break things down for ordinary citizens so that they can have like a bite-sized takeaway from things that are going on. But the media has just everything is just fucked now, has just completely abandoned its role. Like I saw,
this is the
like I guess people, I mean, I kind of expected with Hassan, I guess, because at least he's a big streamer or he's got like his little talent rep, shoving him onto different platforms. But like, I guess just nobody does any research or homework on anything in terms of who they platform or whatever. They have no fucking idea. Or
So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are three possibilities, okay? And I think all three possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave.
Like if you watch this guy's channel, this guy is the ultimate vibe lord. Like he has very little knowledge, historical background, economic understanding of anything. He's just a vibe lord. He just kind of like rambles a bunch of shit. And people think that this guy's like a real professor or is like super educated. I think he's got over 1 million subs on his YouTube channel at this point, because I think, was it Joe Rogan or somebody else was platforming his videos? And it's just like, this guy's just like a king, like a fucking king retard. Sneeko had him on for hours. Oh. The U.S. Iran war. This was the guy who said that we can't win because there are mountains. The U.S. is going to lose because of mountains. Oh. Damn. Dude, this guy's videos do crazy views. How power works. Let's do 15 minutes. Everything this guy says is
Good morning, class. Welcome to our first class. And
like, there's like 4 students sitting in this class. It's not even like a real. It's not even like a. I don't even know what he's teaching. If it's like an English lesson or whatever, and he just does like.
Today, what I want to do is provide the framework for how we will learn the semester. What are we learning? How are we learning? Why are we learning? All right. So
you're sure to debate him? It would be a horrible conversation.
why do we do this? Because it's a lot easier than giving gold to other people. And so this system would facilitate trade throughout the world.
Oh God, he's doing. Power. Do you think he's gonna do petrodollar?
Doesn't make sense. Now, I'm the bank. I have all this gold, and I want to make money with it. So I want to give it to other people. So other merchants will come to me and say, listen, I need gold. Can you lend me out gold? Right? But I say to him, yeah, but if I give you out the gold, you have a security issue. It's inconvenient for you. So why don't I give you a receipt, a contract instead. Does that make sense?
It's getting harder and harder to listen to political commentary these days, just because it feels like there's basic checks on shit. Like I like Hutch, he was talking to fucking Lycan and Strader, like they're serious people. The problem is there's like a lack of fundamental knowledge. Like I don't know, I would call it like high school knowledge. Like people just don't have like just very basic.
Makes sense. Because all I need is a contract, all I need is a receipt in order to go and do trade elsewhere. Right? So by doing this, what I've done is I've doubled the gold in my bank. Right? I've created money out of nothing. So the gold is still 5 million. That hasn't changed, but the receipt is now 5 million plus 5 million. So theoretically, I now have 10 million in the bank. All right? So that's how money and finance works.
Wow.
Now, there's a problem with the system. What's the problem with the system?
Infinite
What do you
money.
mean?
Why would the other people take the receipt as gold?
Okay, that's a good question, okay? Why is it that people believe in me? Okay? The answer is very simple. The answer is because for most of human history, people didn't need money. If you were just a normal person, what were you doing? You were in a village growing crops. If you wanted to like get new stuff, what would you do? You would trade with someone else, right? Maybe you have a goat that I want. Well, then I would trade you a cow for it. So we didn't actually need money.
Is this I don't know the actual answer to this. My vibe thing would be that money is probably quite old in human history, just because I feel like bartering is very, very difficult in terms of equivalent exchange. Like, let's say that I'm a farmer and I raise cows. I probably don't need to buy 1,000 shirts, but I'm never trading a one cow for one shirt. I thought this is why mediums of exchange were created, because it's very, very hard, depending on the type of thing that you're dealing with, to make any kind of like fair or equivalent exchange, you know?
So throughout most of human history, no one had any need for money. It was only in certain circumstances that you would want money. So for example, marriage, right? Okay? So throughout most of human history, money represented debt that could be unpaid. Debt that could never be repaid. So for example, a very common thing is, maybe you and I fight, and I kill you. Well, in theory, your family should not come and kill me. But obviously that would create a lot of problems, right? So the way to settle the dispute is, I would give your family money. Because money was symbolically meant to say, I'm sorry, I killed you. This is a debt that can never be repaid. Okay? That's what money was used for in most circumstances throughout human history. There was no actually real use for money. It was symbolic. But with the rise of trade and with merchants, they needed money.
Why would you give money to a family if it didn't do anything? But that's like represents. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just picked a random video. You can watch any of these videos. All of it is like just garbage. It's just like a guy having. I don't want to be mean, but it's like a guy having like a midlife crisis, who is just like became like a super famous quote unquote professor who just, it's all just like he just vibes out on everything. That's it.
In order to facilitate.
Is this guy an MMTer? No. This guy won't even know what that means. It's just all like fantasy. He's like winging it on every lecture, you know?
The trade. But these merchants all knew each other. So they trusted each other anyway. So money was a mechanism for them to trade easier, okay? Does that make sense? All right? Okay, so let's go back to the question. This system looks great. I can print money out of nothing, but there's a problem with this system. What is the problem? There's a problem here.
Forge receipts.
Okay, that's actually a great question, okay? So, yeah, is it possible to forge the contract? Okay? So, that's a really good point. The problem is, the answer is that they all knew each other anyway. Okay, because it's a very small circle. Again, we have not reached the mark.
Also, wait, what? Is this a smartboard? Are these things cheaper now? I remember when we were in school, we got our first smartboard. It was a big deal. The thing was like fucking $10,000 or some shit.
Period where it's a lot of people using money. If that's the case, then forgery becomes a problem. We'll discuss this in future classes, okay? Counterfeiting. But at this point in history, forgery is actually not a big issue. There's actually a bigger issue. And it's a huge issue. What's the issue?
They're not the standard in schools? Oh, well, fuck.
$5 million of gold, right?
Okay.
There's about $10 million of gold out there.
Okay.
In receipts.
Okay.
What's the problem with that?
Free money. Infinite money.
The problem is that if everyone wants to gold at the same time,
oh, gold rush.
I go bankrupt, right?
Oh, no.
Because I lose my reputation. The contract says that at any time you want the gold, I must give it to you.
Okay.
But if I have if there's $100 million in gold contracts, but I only have $10 million in gold, only if 15 million wants the gold back, then I'm screwed. This is what we call a bank run.
Whoa.
Okay, a bank run. And this is a huge problem for merchants. Okay.
Did fractional reserve lending exist when people were on a gold standard? Is that even a thing? Did merchants do that? Does anybody have any idea? Because a bank run, so in current monetary systems, basically, when you lend money to somebody, you create like an asset and a liability is created to represent an exchange of money and all this, but you don't have to actually keep the physical reserve in your bank that you've lent out to other people. So let's say I lend $1,000 to somebody and I have $100 in the bank or whatever. Like I can write a note saying that I'm sorry. Right. In the United States, is it 10% you have to keep on hand or whatever of like the total money lent out? Like you gain an asset of $1,000 in your bank. They have like a liability of $1,000 on their thing so that everything is a wash at the end of the day. But there's overall, you've lent out, quote unquote, more money than you actually have kept in your reserves. And what happens is if every single person were to come to the bank to make a withdrawal, people that have deposited money for a savings account or whatever, if all of them try to withdraw the money that they have in the bank, because the bank isn't required to keep on hand, I guess, like they only have to have a percentage of all the total money loaned or whatever, you can run into a situation where people are trying to make withdrawals for money that's not there, and then people freak the fuck out, and then everything gets like really fucked. This is why FDIC insurance exists now. Federal Depository Insurance something? What does FDIC stand for? And it guarantees you up to Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Okay, it guarantees you up to, is it 250,000 now, or is it 100,000? I don't remember. So that it's less likely that people go to a bank to withdraw money. I don't know if this existed. If you could have a bank run though, when people were still trading gold and shit. I don't even know if these merchants were considered banks. I have no idea.
There's also another problem.
There is no legal reserve requirements in the U.S. currently. Zero legal reserve requirements, really?
The system. And the problem is this. Who do I usually lend my money to? Do you guys know? If I'm a bank, if I'm a merchant, who do I usually lend my money to? Okay, guys. Today we lend the money to entrepreneurs. But back then, there really weren't entrepreneurs. There were kings.
Yes, it changed during COVID. Okay.
And noble people. And what did they do all the time? Why did they need money? To fight wars. Okay? That's why there's a demand for gold. Because if I'm a king, I need to fight a war. Usually,
that's true. For the Great Depression, they were still on the gold standard.
It's my brother or someone else to control this territory. Right? Now, the problem with this is I could get killed, in which case, oops. But also, what's much more common is the king would be like, screw you, bank. I don't need to pay you back. Okay? So there's actually a lot of risks with this system. So over time, develop a system to mitigate or reduce this risk. Okay? What would they do? What they would do is they would create cartels. Cartels are just partnerships. So maybe this bank works with another bank, throughout Europe. And the way they establish these cartels is usually through intermarriage, right? They would marry each other, they would combine together. And that way, let's say 15 million of receipts wants back the gold, but there's only 10 million. Well, guess what? You just go to another bank. Okay? And let's just say a king decides, I'm not gonna. That's kind of strange.
Like money, aren't money just used for trade? They still have limited resources, and the actual need, the actual needs.
Okay, you see what's happening is this: you all believe money is scarce. Okay, I just spent the past 10, 20 minutes explaining to you it's not scarce. It's infinite. It's just a number. We can at any time print out as much money as we need.
True.
Okay, so that's how power works. Power has brainwashed you into thinking something that is not true. You've been taught from the first day that money is scarce. But it's not scarce, it's infinite.
Oh, shit.
And no matter what I say to you, you still believe this, okay? So you have to get that out of your head. Money is not scarce, it is infinite. So let's go back to the question. Why is there poverty in this world? Why do people starve? Why is there inequality in this world?
Oh, shit.
Why are there poor people?
Hold on,
why are there rich people? What's the answer?
Preaching now.
Listen, bitch.
Because they don't print infinite money.
Okay, because it's scarce. So guys, this is amazing, okay? You guys can't get out of your head. You think money is scarce. You think it is not possible to print infinite money. When I already told you, it is possible to print infinite money because they do this all the time, yeah?
the one who has the power don't want everyone to share the same.
Yeah, because we don't want people to all have money. The powerful people don't want that. That's exactly the answer. And why? Because otherwise, no one would work. Do you understand? The point of putting money is not to give you money. The point of putting money is to create the illusion that money is valuable, and therefore you work hard in order to obtain it. But in order for me to make you want to get money, I need to create artificial misery.
Oh, I feel like I heard about this in 1984.
Right?
Oh
and
my
there
God.
weren't poor people, you wouldn't want to be rich. It's only because you see people suffer that you would want to go make money for yourself.
Oh, shit.
What do your parents tell you? Your parents tell you, work hard in school, make a lot of money. Otherwise, you're going to end up like a poor person. Right? Well, guess what? If there are no poor people, your parents couldn't say that to you. And you wouldn't want to work hard in school.
The problem is that the entire setup, from his demeanor to the entire vibe of someone that sounds like they have access to esoteric knowledge, breaking down very complex contemporary issues, to the prevalence of anti-establishment adjacent narratives, disarms the average person from the onset. This is literally intellectual baiting, and people are just too retarded / disinterested about anything to care. Yeah, like as long as you have stuff that like lightly kind of fits together, people are it just, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. I keep going back to the English essay bullshitting thing. So you can just say a bunch of stuff without making any actual strong claims, but as long as like the narrative seems like it's like the syntax fits and the grammar is right, it feels like you're spitting. But technically this is where, like, I don't think I would, maybe, I don't know, for this guy, would I expect the average person to be able to listen to this guy and think like, I don't know, this seems like kind of bullshit. Maybe not, but I would expect the average person in media to know that like, oh, this guy's kind of just like a random fucking retard. But I guess apparently...
My 30s.
Apparently not. Wait, what is this? Somebody linked. Wait, where can somebody link me his Breaking Points interview? Ugh.
Late 20s, early 30s, I became really depressed. And honestly, I thought about killing myself, and I was playing video games every single day. Jesus. I just hid in my parents' basement. And so I was traumatized by Yale. It took me a long time to get over the trauma and recognize this is a false system. Okay? Yale traumatized me, and I need to relearn to be open-minded, to embrace failure, to be resilient, to embrace learning, okay? And that's why I'm a teacher today, to teach you guys that to be successful in life, this is the formula, okay? You don't need Harvard, Yale, and Princeton.
True. Fuck those schools. That's why I went to UNO, baby. Okay, wait, we're getting sidetracked. Do we care anything more? Oman's not even a real country. We don't care about this guy.
All right, guys, we've got yet another heavy hitter guest and first-time guest on the show, Professor Zhang. He is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now, Professor.
Also, there are a few, I can give you very lightly, okay? There are like a few heuristics. There are a few heuristic things that you can listen for, and you know the person's probably full of shit. So anytime somebody talking philosophy brings up anything related to quantum mechanics, it's almost always going to be bullshit, okay? So careful, don't internalize any of that stuff. Or they talk about Gödel's incompleteness theorem, okay? I think there are 3 of them, okay? But a lot of the time, it's going to be some bullshit. Anytime somebody brings up, like, game theory, and they're making, like, hardcore, like, game theory is an incredibly complex branch of mathematics. If this person has like no background in anything related to this, but they say like they do a ton of analysis related to it, I would always just say this is like a prime for pseudo-intellectual territory, okay? It's ripe, fertile ground, all right?
All right, guys, we've got yet another heavy hitter guest and first-time guest on the show, Professor Zhang. He is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran, and 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November.
Wow.
Second is that the the United States will go to war.
This is the guy who said there's no strong evidence for the Holocaust, right? Yeah, but that's not even, I don't even know if that's the craziest thing he said.
War against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition is quite a stunning prediction. Do you stand by it? And what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States.
Now, when we watched that video, unironically, a huge factor for him was saying that the mountains in the West means that we can never win a war with that country. I'm not even exaggerating or joking, okay? Unironically, all right?
The reality is that right now...
Also, I don't know how we could even lose to Iran when I feel like if we stopped right now, didn't we kill like 37 of their fucking top leaders and everything? I don't even know what a loss looks like right now.
It's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years.
Like, I'm so sorry. Iranians have been fucking sanctioned for 20 fucking years. What do you mean? Iran is going to win a war of attrition against the West? Sorry. Okay.
For this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And
yeah, the analysis was they can fuck us up the ass as deeply as they want, whenever they want. That was the analysis. What did they change in a few months? What? When is your talk with Hutch? I think I said we'd chat at 3 or 4 today, so in an hour or two.
And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through the proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to, and they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for...
God damn, wait, has it been 8 months since we bombed Iran? There's no way, right?
Oh, yeah, it's been a while.
Oh, man. Bro, it's been a long year or something.
Well, oh, dude, this has been like the slowest year of my life. It's fucking nuts.
God damn.
I saw somebody on the subreddit, they were talking about like, oh, the years go by so quickly. I don't know how they're feeling that with this year. This year's been nuts.
Jesus.
This new attack.
I should be streaming a Discord.
They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality.
The Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. So Hezbollah, is Hezbollah that functional
They're the
anymore?
pager people. What?
Thank you. True. They are. Yes.
You're welcome.
They are. Okay. Thank you. That's right. Good job. You know what? A+. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hezbollah, are they even functional anymore? The fact that Assad is gone leads me to believe that Hezbollah's capabilities have been severely fucking fucked. I don't know how functional, and Nasrallah is dead as well, so I don't know how functional Hezbollah is anymore. Hamas is, I don't know what the fuck even exists from Hamas anymore. And the Houthis, for all of whatever the fuck anybody says about anything, when the West wants to fearmonger that the Yemen Houthis are going to take over whatever the fuck, and as much as the pro-Palestinian retards say the Houthis are just trying to stop the genocide, I'm pretty sure, unless something has changed significantly in Yemen over the past couple years, the al-Houthi family and the like all that shit is domestic Yemen politics. The only reason at all that they said shit all about anything going on in Gaza is because Iran was helping them out a little bit in exchange for kind of pushing them to take like an international position on this. But Yemen is a lot of fucking people. And they have a lot of internal fighting that they've done for basically the entirety of the last fucking century. This is not a country that wants to be involved in international affairs. You know, like they might do a little bit of shit to get on Iran's good side for support from Iran, but I don't think that what was the name of the political party? They don't call themselves from the Houthi family anymore. Hassan says this all the time because he wants to sound cool. But I don't foresee them having a huge presence in any kind of like big international conflict. I don't know. I haven't followed the situation over the past year or two, so maybe, but...
And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they're striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked out the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plants provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about.
Does he think that the Iranians can just outlast the Americans, or does he think that they can beat them? Like,
I truly have no fucking idea. But also, like, Iran wants to shoot at Iran wants to shoot at the Gulf states and everything constantly. Like, they always do this when they're getting fucked. I think it was a few years ago. I think it was actually under Trump term 1 was the first time that they actually did a direct attack against Saudi oil refineries. It was kind of a big deal. And then the whole, can somebody correct me wrong? I think the Limpet mine thing in the, I forget what that strait is called. It's like the Strait of Hormuz, but there's like a longer name for the whole thing. But they were putting mines in there too that I think that hit a few Japanese ships. But I mean, obviously you're going to be attacking oil and shit, whatever, from countries around you because that's like the shit to go for.
The disruptions to the global economy. But right now,
it's a whole thing called the Persian Gulf, maybe? Yeah.
The Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market.
I'm so sorry. Hold on.
Threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back in.
I don't know what that means, to sell petrodollars. Metal or somebody can tell me if that makes sense. But so when you're trading so currency shit is complicated because people's currencies can change all the time. So let's say that I'm buying and selling oil on the global market, okay? I don't know if I want to sell my $100 worth of oil for 55 mutanes, okay? I don't know how long a mutane is going to retain its value. I don't know what the currency exchange is going to be. So instead, when we go to the global market, instead of me using destanes and Mouton using mutanes, we're just going to agree that all of our trade is going to be denominated in USD. It's going to be US dollars. So we might hold USD, we might trade USD to do the purchase and then trade out of USD or whatever, but we're doing things in denominated USD trade. This is what the petrodollar is I believe the United States has an agreement with all the Gulf states that every trade will be done in a USD denominated trade. That's the petrodollar. But a petrodollar is not a real you can't like buy a petrodollar or sell a petrodollar. That it's just, you're just saying that your petroleum or your oil industry is going to be doing trade and in USD denominated things. I don't know what he means when he says you trade a petrodollar or to buy or sell a petrodollar. A lot of people, that's another red herring, or not red herring, that's another red flag. Usually when somebody says petrodollar, you're about to hear the most conspiratorial, retarded shit ever. It's going to be followed by Rothschilds and the IMF and whatever the fuck else, but whatever. And then gold standard.
Weren't they talking about getting off of the dollar recently or whatever?
I think they were saying they wanted to abandon the petrodollar standard as like a denominated thing. I don't remember why or where their talks are on that or not. But
American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from
Jesus Christ,
the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well as the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
True.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also want to talk to you about munitions. We can put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the
Is that true? I thought ballistic missile interception should be... It's a ballistic missile. It just, you shoot it and it has a path.
I don't know about the 11, but I've been reading a lot. There's been a lot of doubts on how many fucking interceptors or whatever some of the countries around
the U.S.
Iran
had. That wouldn't surprise me, because that would be a thing that would require planning in advance, and the United States would have to be ready for that. I'm 100% confident. I don't care what anybody in chat says, metal or anybody, that we could do it, but it would require forethought and planning. Like, you had to say, oh, we're going to prepare for the next 2 months to be engaged in this type of conflict, so we know we need to create these things ahead of time. But it wouldn't surprise me if the current administration literally just said, we don't give a fuck.
It's seeming like they didn't talk to anybody besides Israel, and they just did this, which is giga fucking retarded. I figured that they would have talked to the EU and had a conversation about, like, hey, what do we do? And what are we going to look like after it's done? You know, like...
Yeah, because Donald Trump is what Putin wishes he was. That's what he thinks he is. Like, Putin is like, we can go in and fucking flip this Ukraine shit in 2 weeks. And Trump is like, oh shit, that's some sick shit. We can go in and flip this Venezuela shit in like 2 days or 12 hours. He did, yeah. But the U.S. actually has the ability to do it. Now, Iran is a significantly larger enemy, and I don't know. And there's also more like vulnerable assets, you know, stationed near Iran. I don't even know anything about what this will look like. Does Iran's leadership have the capacity or the will to engage in like long-term fights with anything? I don't know I just don't know anything about the government. I truly don't. I have no idea.
It feels like they're just re-rolling. Like, they just keep killing them until they find like the leader that they want, and they're just going to keep re-rolling until they got it.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm curious. I don't know what the appetite is among Iran's leadership. Like, I actually don't even really fully understand the Iranian governing structure. Like, they have a president, but I don't believe the president does much. I think it was the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, who has true command over everything, I believe. But I mean, he's dead, but I don't know what the... I don't know. I don't know like what the next person in line, if they are also on board with that, or if the Iranian people would say fuck this, or who the military sides with ultimately, or I just have no idea, yeah.
The United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So here in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing.
What about the Iraq War? Hello? Do you have an opinion on John Mearsheimer? Yes, every now and then when I really hate the United States and I need some brain-dead analysis to tell me how evil the U.S. is and how realistic everybody else has to act, then I watch Mearsheimer.
About who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build. And that's what the American air defense system is basically. And that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to...
Since he's in China, it explains a lot why he thinks Iran will win. Iran's biggest partner is no longer Russia, but China. Well, I don't think the agenda or anything looks that, it's not that simple. Why do you keep asking me if there are new court updates? You can see the docket. I don't know why how many times have you put this in chat?
It's also in the pin at the top of the screen.
Well, I know he typed more of this before. I mean, you can look at the docket. There's nothing. I don't know what...
take out these $50,000 drones, and it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and invisibility that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire U.S. dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Professor, this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
Anytime you hear somebody talk about moving towards a multipolar world, they always mean the destruction of the United States and Europe also, by the way. Especially the destruction of Europe, but the downfall of the United States is like a secondary thing to that.
Was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility. And he said, oh, well, we're not going to project to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what it takes. Do you think that America will end up invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone?
Right. So everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We've never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops.
What? Did we have ground troops for Gaddafi in Libya? Pretty sure we got rid of that dude, no?
And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being touted right now by the Iranians. So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go, then
there were rebel groups we supported. Oh, sure. Well, there's always a million fucking groups in these. But I don't know, again, I don't know the situation for the ground on Iran. I don't know if there are, are we looking at a potential group that would even come into governing power? I don't know the domestic situation of Iran right now.
$100 goes with them. So the Americans need to protect.
I know, I'm trying to restart this.
These countries. And these countries are going to demand that either the Americans bribe the Iranians to seize, and this is like $5 trillion in indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. And I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people. But remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and the sacrificing in much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen, F3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However, this is clearly an authorized leak from our own government.
I think that speaking with some caution here, but remember, all of the Arab or Gulf states that we work with, the leadership is friendly to us. That's why we like the leadership being there. So the Saudi monarchy is going to be friendly to the United States. But remember that the populations themselves are a little bit more ambivalent on the United States and are not very nice towards Israel. So the idea that Saudi Arabia would... The leadership would be pushing the United States, hey, you need to do something about this Iranian shit, okay? Fuck this dude up. But publicly, I don't think they would come out and say, oh, yes, we love when the U.S. and Israel, our Jewish friends, bomb the fuck out of the Iranians. We love that. I don't think they would ever make that statement publicly. So even though this seems contradictory, I don't think it's necessarily contradictory that privately leadership is going to push for a thing that publicly they represent a different interest of.
Trying to at least lay some of the blame on behalf of the GCC.
Destiny, the courage we are sporting. The United States and Israel are seeking to foment an armed uprising inside Iran using a Kurdish fighting force, which has been built up since the 12-day war in 2025. Sources claim that since last year, weapons have been smuggled into western Iran to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They expect to begin a ground operation within days, with possible air cover by the U.S. and Israeli Air Force. Is that true?
The reason they won't give them their own state is because they need them every few years to go and invade someone.
Maybe. But also, I don't even know where you would make a. Listen, they've got their Kurdistan, okay, in Iraq,
in Iran, in Turkey, just in the whole. They're in the whole area.
I think Iraq is probably the most stable
area.
Yeah, the Kurdistan Regional Government or whatever.
What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. Yeah. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis.
Saudi Arabia definitely want Iran gone to become the Middle East Arabian leader, but the way USA is doing it is definitely not how they want it, because Saudi friends are being absolutely wrecked by Iran's chaos method. Maybe USA can destroy Iran's capability before it gets too bad. Well, yeah, because the US is reckless and insane on every fucking thing they do right now. Yeah.
Than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran because Iran is a theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now, the Saudi economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist.
But wouldn't Iran always react like this, even if the U.S. leadership wasn't retarded? Well, I mean, it would depend on what you do. Generally, we wouldn't be going for full-on regime change, so it would be like limited counterstrikes, you know, back like what's happened when we bombed their reactors before, and then when we killed Soleimani in 2019 under Trump the first time. It's going to be like limited counterattacks. But now it's an all-out war because we've said we're going to kill all your leaders and do regime change, you know?
Economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming.
2020.
2020, okay.
That's why they're building something called a line, NOEM. And
why is this schizo pseudo historian being platformed? Because now all you do is, I guess, you just find a person who gives you the talking points you want, and then you platform them with no responsibility or no insight or no research on who your platform or whatever else. That's just, it is what it is. It's a fucking, our media environment is a fucking joke right now.
These things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as a nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. But remember, Saudi Arabia says that they wanted peace, but they are helping the Israelis and the Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
So help us understand, because it still feels to me like there's some pieces that don't totally add up. You had, in advance of this war on Iran, you had top military brass up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying, this is a really bad idea.
You need to understand that Trump gets blamed for abandoning the Kurds, but he actually wants to help establish a homeland for them. This is going to be one of his big selling points. Mark my words. When does Trump talk about wanting a homeland for the Kurds? Trump, I guarantee fucking to you that Trump has no idea who the Kurdish people even are, or what they are. He has no fucking idea whatsoever.
He'd be like, "You talking about a cheese curd? Like, what
yeah,
are we
Trump
talking
has
about
no
here?"
fucking idea.
You had top military brass up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying, this is a really bad idea. We are not ready for this. All the math on the interceptors that's been talked about for months at this point. And yet Trump still decided to go ahead. What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what, already appears to be catastrophic actions?
Right, okay. So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are three possibilities, okay? And I think all three possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave. So the Mindoro kidnapping was quick, successful, and it was adrenaline rush for Trump. And that
I do believe this, but this is where like a retard can analyze a retard because Trump is retarded.
made him overconfident in the capacity of the American military. Okay, so hubris is a factor, and we see this throughout history. Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily, and he thought he was invincible, right? And that led to.
I don't have all the World War II context, but I'm pretty sure there was a genuine fear of like communism spreading as soon as that war ended. Like a lot of people in Europe were hyper fucking fearful of the communist shit after the takeover in Russia and everything. I imagine that was still, I don't know 100% all the reasons why Hitler decided at that point to betray the Soviets or to go back on their agreement, but
the destruction.
I don't know if it was just hubris.
Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily and he thought he was invincible.
Maybe it was the meth.
Right, and that led to the destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then you have to look at internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit from this war against Iran, Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis and the Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis invested $2 billion in a private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump, and the Israelis, through Miriam Adelson, have been financing Trump's political career. Right, so Miriam Adelson, a few months back, said that she will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a third term. So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and Israelis. Also, remember that if this war goes sideways, and
all three of these things are kind of true,
Trump is forced to use ground troops, he will probably get approval from Congress.
I don't know about that one. Maybe I don't know where Congress is at on this.
I think
right
the
now.
Dems vote no. Doesn't seem like they're happy at all about it.
But also, when we say ground troops, are we talking about like limited stuff, or are we talking about like a full-on like Iraqi-style invasion? I don't know about that.
And this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him to influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency war powers and people...
I don't think we've ever done that historically in the United States. And I don't think that would just be insane. But
did that even happen during World War II?
What?
Did that even happen during World War II?
Unless I'm retarded to that, I feel like I've never learned this in a history class, that we delayed elections because we were at war.
I don't think I've ever heard of that happening either, yeah.
Then he probably will get a third term. And the last factor...
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they were a little bit fucky, but even during the Civil War, I think we had elections.
That is very important. It's an eschatological factor where, if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major...
But yes, yeah.
Groups,
This whole channel is just insane shit, yeah.
Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the 17 Frankists.
It's Circa, the Jesuits.
Which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir.
The Kushner corruption is true, but it makes no sense at all for Trump to do this for the Saudis, because Saudi is a status quo power that would rather a belligerent Iran than a failed state at their doorstep. I actually don't know if they would prefer one or the other. I guess it would depend on how much of a threat they feel a failed state would represent to them, considering they are separated by at least a little bit of water. I imagine it probably would be worse than Iran, though. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia and Israel welcome regime change, but they probably don't want like a Syria collapse 2.0. I feel like that would probably not be good for anybody. It wouldn't be good for all of Europe either. But.
Sir, I hope you come back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the
Somebody said the recent Philip DeFranco video. What, this one? Or this one?
It was this very...
Do I care that much? I don't think I care that much. What is this? Russia and China didn't help Iran. Why? I feel like, I don't know if Russia is even even has the capacity to help right now. And I feel like China just doesn't fuck around with like military shit as much. Like they'll send like training advisors or maybe some people or supplies or whatever, but in general, I feel like China's a little bit like military conflict avoidant. Like that's just not their vibe right now, or hasn't been for a while.
I mean, their missile system seems to fucking suck.
Well,
it wasn't so very long ago that the Western world was trembling in its boots decades after the Cold War.
Is this a Kiwi? What the fuck? Or Australian? These motherfuckers.
He just sounds...
Or from Ukraine to West Africa to the South China Sea, the US and Europe's longtime adversaries were all preparing for violent days ahead. At the time, they were called the Axis of Upheaval, a four-way alignment between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea.
Just a bonger? Okay.
Working together at unprecedented scale with America and its entire global alliance in their sights. But spin the clock forward to early March of 2026, and Iran is learning the hard way what the Axis of Upheaval was really worth. Right now, American and Israeli warplanes are laying waste to targets across the country, and growing alignment of European and Middle Eastern powers agree. No matter what happens afterwards, the Iranian regime must go. Flashback to the Axis of Upheaval, and would expect to see a massive coordinated response with one of the world's largest economies in China and one of the world's largest nuclear arsenals in Russia rallying to the Ayatollah's defense. But the Ayatollah's dead. The tides have clearly turned against Iran on the international stage, and in Iran's ultimate moment of need, its allies were nowhere to be found.
Did you see the U.S. consulate shit?
What happened?
In Pakistan? I think there was like 20 people killed because they were like storming the U.S. consulate in Pakistan.
Oh, yeah. That was a couple days ago, right?
Oh, yeah. And apparently those people don't have like they don't have a way out right now. Like the Trump administration didn't even think of like having plans to evacuate these people.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll have his own Benghazi hearings for it, right?
So let's start with the elephant in the room. Global Axis of Upheaval, as described by Western analysts through a fair portion of the mid-2020s, just doesn't exist. Although they might work together on a range of strategic pursuits, Russia and China are not formal allies, and neither of those nations have agreed to any alliance with Iran. Their interests generally cluster in the same direction, and those interests have led them to share military hardware, back each other up diplomatically, and otherwise support each other in deep and fascinating ways. But geopolitical collaboration and alliances, they ain't the same. Of course, geostrategy is a tricky thing, and just because two nations don't have, say, a mutual defense clause or a formal alliance on paper, that doesn't mean that they aren't working together in pursuit of a broad plan. In fact, as one Western defense expert put it for our Warfronts team recently, it would be fair to say that the level of alignment between Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea today is considerably greater than the alignment between Japan, Germany, and Italy at the outbreak of World War II. So even though Russia, China, and Iran weren't formal allies before the United States and Israel began their current affairs.
What's up with the court meetings? Are we going to trial, or is the case just going to be thrown out? I have no idea. I don't know. I feel like at some point, because we're waiting on so many different rulings, like I don't think we can go to trial without having done our depositions, because neither party has been deposed yet. Neither me nor Pixie has been deposed. I don't know if you would go to trial absent
Just
those.
do it on the stand.
Depositions. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm sure he's about to make a flurry of rulings soon. Hopefully, maybe, but.
Offensive, there was ample reason to wonder if that attack could be the moment that Russia and China drew their line in the sand. Alliance or no, an outside observer could argue that Moscow and Beijing regard Tehran as a vital strategic partner, or that if world powers are playing a constant real-life game of risk, that Iran has become the sort of ally they would do anything to protect. But as it turns out, well, it's just not the case, is it? I mean, it's still early in the ongoing Iran conflict, as of the time of writing, but when it comes to Russian or Chinese intervention, this is one of those times when we really don't feel the need to give a disclaimer on just how drastically the situation could change by the time this episode is released. If Russia and China were going to spring to Iran's defense and take an active role in this particular military conflict, well, suffice it to say, that would have happened already. But more to the point, the United States, Israel, and their international allies understood before the conflict ever began that neither Russia nor China would intervene, nor would they even make that decision together. Russia's strategic calculus is very different than China's, even where Iran is concerned. This time, though, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin agree. The loss of Iran may be unfortunate, but it's simply not worth going to war over.
Would it be rude to have a lawyer contact a judge to get him to make a ruling? I believe that's what the 90-day notices are for. It's when you file and you're like, hey, just we're 90 days past this fully brief motion. Just letting the court know. I think that's what those are for.
Understand why. Got to start with Russia, where the world's most volatile nuclear strongman has chosen to back down from yet another fight. Sooner or later, every nation has to pick a side, and the 2020s have been a grimly educational experience for nations that chose to align themselves with Russia. Not long ago, the nation of Azerbaijan conquered the disputed territory of Nagorno-Karabakh and put an end to its military rivalry with Armenia, paying zero mind to the Russian peacekeepers that Armenia thought it could depend on.
Yeah, most political content on YouTube is so trash, actually depressing. Well, the issue is that people decided that freedom of speech was the best thing ever, and we didn't want to be gatekept by the corrupt elite media anymore, and the billionaires and the corporate lobbyists, so we're going to all do our own media, so now you just have a bunch of retards running around with no background information on literally anything, giving their opinions about everything, and our entire half of our political conversation in the U.S. is informed by whatever Joe Rogan thinks at the time. That's where we're at.
On at the end of 2024, when Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad stared down the barrel of a rebel offensive, Putin didn't offer Assad military support, but an apartment and a life under the careful watch of Russian handlers. When in early 2022,
Sorry.
Sooner or later, every nation has to pick a side, and the 2020s have been a grimly educational experience for nations that chose to align themselves with Russia. Not long ago, the nation of Azerbaijan conquered the disputed territory of Nagorno-Karabakh and put an end to its military rivalry with Armenia, paying zero mind to the Russian peacekeepers that Armenia thought it could depend on. At the end of 2024, when Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad stared down the barrel of a rebel offensive, Putin didn't offer Assad military support, but an apartment and a life under the careful watch of Russia.
Hasn't Putin been offering military support to Assad for like a fucking decade? I know it's tapered off recently, but especially in the early parts of that Syrian civil war, there was a lot of Russian shit flying back and forth to help Assad maintain his power. I'm sure at some point they were just exhausted now. Like between the war in Ukraine now and the futility of the Assad regime, they're just like, fuck it.
Russia.
I'm nitpicking, I guess. Technically what this guy's saying is true, I guess. At the end, they were like, fuck it.
When in early 2026, longtime partner Nicholas Maduro was spirited.
Joe Rogan. I mean, like, the fact, like, it was already kind of sad enough that, like, that Joe Rogan invited on Andrew Wilson, but the fact that Rachel, his wife, went on? What the fuck? Who is like barely literate and wrote a book about how satanic demons take over women and feminists and politics. That's just, I don't know what's good, dude. Our world is fucked right now.
An apartment and a life under the careful watch of Russian handlers. When in early 2026, longtime partner Nicholas Maduro was spirited out of Venezuela by American special operators, Russia offered about the weakest condemnations possible and signaled that it would do nothing to change its
by the way. U.S. went in there, took a president. I mean, that's just that.
Even still, there was some reason to believe that Iran might be a special case. After all, this is a nation that's drawn much closer to Russia since its 2022 invasion of Ukraine, when most world nations have done the opposite. After Iran passed the technical specs for its one-way kamikaze drones to Russia, Moscow's interpretations on the drones have become a key asset in its ongoing war. In early 2025, the two nations signed a comprehensive security partnership, signaling to the entire world that Russia-Iran relations weren't just positive, but constantly improving, and each nation has played a critical role in helping the other skirt Western sanctions. Just last year, when asked about how deep Russia's military collaboration with Iran really went, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov claimed, quote, "The sky is the limit," when Iran's the moment of truth finally came, well, we'll leave it to Politico author Eva Hartog to explain what happened next, quoting, "As Tehran was being pounded by US and Israeli bombs on Saturday morning, its top diplomat dialed Moscow's number. On the other end of the line, according to an official Russian statement, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov offered his Iranian counterpart sympathy and promised his verbal support." End quote. In the immediate aftermath of Israel and America's opening attack, Russia issued some of the most forceful condemnations at its disposal, railing against this unprovoked act of aggression against a sovereign nation and insisting that Trump and Netanyahu were, quote, plunging the Middle East into an abyss of uncontrolled escalation. Russia raised the specter of radiological warfare while simultaneously accusing Iran's enemies of using its nuclear program as false pretext for an attack. When Iranian state media confirmed that Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei had been killed in the opening salvo, Vladimir Putin personally condemned his death as murder. Behind the scenes, however, it quickly became clear that Russia hadn't just chosen to sit on the sidelines, but that the decision hadn't been all that difficult. Vladimir Putin held a video conference with Russia's Security Council to discuss the situation, but didn't participate in or arrange any calls between the Russian and Iranian militaries. Putin didn't reach out to Iranian leaders, instead leaving the job for his foreign minister, and nor is Putin known to have privately threatened Western adversaries with the prospect of Russian intervention. Ukrainian government advisor Anton Gerashenko alleged, writing on X, that Iran did try to invoke clauses that it believed would pull Moscow to its defense, and requested that Russia activate S-400 missile defense systems as well as electronic warfare systems in Syria in order to interfere with Israeli and American military operations. Gerashenko's account is obviously a bit suspect, given his alignment with a nation currently being invaded by Russia, but if his account is accurate, then Russia responded to that request by deactivating its radar systems in Syria and dismissing Iran's request for intervention on a technicality. Whether or not that particular detail is accurate or not, the truth is that Russia had been laying the groundwork for non-intervention months before the US and Israel launched their strikes. Russia has owed Iran military hardware for years that could have been a massive benefit to Iran in a conflict like this. Relatively advanced Su-35 air superiority fighters, of which Iran has 50 currently on order, and S-400 air defense systems that Iran's been desperate to acquire but that Russia has failed to provide. The military aid that Russia did send in advance was underwhelming at best. A handful of attack helicopters that were useless in the kind of war Israel and the US intended to fight, and an order of shoulder-fired missiles, of which a very small number may have been delivered by the time Iran's adversaries launched their attack. There are currently no indications that Russia will try to provide Iran copies of its own Shahed 136 drone, mass-produced in Russia as the Jaren, even though Iran already knows how to use the drones and helped Russia set up its own.
I've seen you say you hate the word parasocial, but how do you feel about your fans feeling like they have love for you? Well, as long as they're tier 5 subbers, it's all good.
Production lines. Woohoo! So Russia isn't coming to Iran's defense, but we'd certainly forgive anybody watching this at home if you come away from that assessment a bit confused. After all, this is the same Vladimir Putin who's been invading his sovereign neighbor for 4 years and has positioned himself quite deliberately as an arch-enemy of the global West. But despite Putin's rhetoric, Russia's reasons not to intervene here are largely pragmatic, starting with the war in Ukraine. Russia simply doesn't have combat capacity to spare right now, and certainly not at a scale where it could rival the US and Israel in a conflict some 3,000 kilometers away from Moscow. Russia has neither the equipment nor the military infrastructure to battle for air superiority over Iran, and if it can't counter the US and Israel, it's best not to even try. On the ground, it lacks the troops to spare, with Western officials relating to war fronts recently that, as of now, Russian battlefield losses have exceeded recruitment numbers for 3 straight months. Across the globe, Russia is under mounting pressure from many angles at once, and it simply can't afford to risk even the appearance of allying with Iran, let alone a military overextension. It's recently been burned over Starlink, and it's watching as Ukraine is about to start European Union accession talks in the near future. It can't support Iran's wartime conduct, as Iran has started to attack energy infrastructure and civilian targets across the Persian Gulf, especially in nations that Russia needs to keep close, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the Emirates. Even worse, Ukraine is already coming to those nations' aid, offering to send expert troops to assist with their air defense. Russia cannot afford to be on the other side of that equation, helping Iran bomb its rich and influential Gulf allies while Ukraine helps to defend them. Peer deep into the mind of Vladimir Putin, ignore all the other atrocious that's probably happening in there, and maybe you'll find real frustration that Russia must abandon Iran in a time of need. But the decision is already made, and for Russia, the alternatives are simply untenable. Now, just before we move on to China today, we've got to take a moment and highlight the place to go for even more information on the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, as well as many other conflicts.
Does this war help Ukraine at all?
I mean, like on in a very, very, very outer perimeter way, maybe a little bit. It's weakening an ally of Russia.
But not like a direct, like the Shahed drones or whatever aren't getting sent to Russia anymore, and instead Ukraine's having
how many were being? I imagine Russia's probably got a ton of production to make their own now, right? Did he say how many are being sent?
Own, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I think they had a past contract as well.
Okay. Fuck this guy.
I think we have.
No warning, no siren. 6 U.S. service members killed in Iranian strike that hit makeshift operations center in Kuwait. The first U.S. service members to die in the conflict between the U.S. and Iran were killed by a direct Iranian strike on a makeshift operations center at a civilian port in Kuwait on Sunday morning local time, a source familiar with the situation told CNN. The death toll from that attack at the Shuaiba port has since risen to 6. RIP. It hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but there was one projectile that made it through air defenses. Well,
what do you want him to say? Not good.
Not good.
There were 3 U.S. service members and 15 Es, or whatever, F-15Es, who got shot down as well.
Es?
For additional perspective on...
Yeah, they're like retrofitted with new technology, F-15s.
Gotcha.
Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, standing by. He was listening to some of that press conference. Secretary General, it's good to have you with us on the programme.
Good to be on the programme. Good afternoon.
Let us pick up with the fast-moving events of the last 48, 72 hours. There is a disconnect between European capitals and the United States on military engagement in Iran. How does that complicate NATO's position?
Well, I would, to the contrary, say that Europeans are really stepping up. When you look at the comments by Chancellor Merz yesterday, who is now flying out to Washington for meetings tomorrow in the White House, absolutely supportive of what the Americans are doing, taking out the nuclear and the ballistic capability in Iran, which is a threat to us in Europe, a threat to Israel, to the region. Keir Starmer yesterday committing to this basing request by the Americans, providing therefore key defensive responses to the threat when it comes to what UK can do. So I think it's really clear that Europe is stepping up, and that's very important.
Did his delay in making UK bases available complicate the operation?
What I understand is that there were some legal things which had to be worked through. That's why it took a couple of days. But I mean, this is early stages of this campaign. It will take days, potentially weeks, before it is finished, finalized. And in the meantime, the UK has now requested positively to this basing request, providing this basically defensive
this sounds like Manakino.
Response to the threat. I think that's very important.
NATO bases have been put on notice now. Were you told ahead of time that this was about to happen?
I have many conversations always with the Americans. I never go into details with whom and
crucially important for a NATO Secretary General to know if there's going to be military action in Iran. Were you told ahead of time?
And that's exactly why I never discuss those things in public, because my conversations with the Americans are discreet, but I can assure you that we make sure that we coordinate very closely.
Okay. Should it have been done with the approval of the US Congress?
Well, this is this whole discussion about legality, and I leave that to people who are much smarter than I am. But I can tell you, I spoke yesterday with many European leaders. They are all extremely glad with this action, with this campaign, because we know that Iran is a threat today. It is not only oppressive at home, it is also aggressive when it comes to Europe, to Israel, to the whole region. It is a terrorist regime, and clearly therefore a threat to London, to Hamburg, to my own hometown, The Hague. When it comes to terrorism, it is a threat to Ukraine, because they are one of the key enablers of Russia's war effort. So what I'm seeing all over Europe is widespread support for what the US is doing.
Well, yes, it is being welcomed that the Ayatollah has been removed, and they are not pointing the finger at Donald Trump in terms of legality. So you say the European position is changing. Do you imagine then that NATO forces will soon be involved?
The European position is not changing. What I'm saying is that the European position has always been, since 1980, for 45 years now, 46 years, that Iran is a threat, that this regime is a threat, not the Iranian people, but the regime is a threat.
So are you saying that NATO forces NATO as an alliance will be involved in Iran at some point?
No, this is clearly a campaign led by the Americans and the Israelis. But what we are seeing now is that when it comes to NATO allies, but also friends in the region, which are now under indiscriminate attacks by Iran. They are hitting out at Dubai, at Bahrain, at Oman, at other Gulf nations, hitting innocent civilians. So what we are now seeing is that allies, wherever they can enable the US campaign together with Israel, they are doing that.
What is the current mood of the Arab Gulf countries? And do you imagine, given the pummeling they've taken in the last 72 hours, that they are going to be joining strike operations? Because we've just been told by Dan Kane that they're involved in an offensive capacity. Does that mean that their air forces might soon be in operation over Iran?
Let's see how this develops over the next hours and days. But what I know from the Gulf nations is, of course, they totally condemn the fact that they have come under this indiscriminate attacks by Iran, which is basically lashing out now at its neighbors in the region, totally without any military reason, because they're hit.
I feel like Europe is getting ready to do their NATO exit, not like formally or whatever, but I saw that I think Macron said that they were going to start placing nuclear capable missiles across different, was it EU states?
EU states, yeah, and Poland's building their own.
Hitting out at hotels and innocent civilians all over the region. So this is totally crazy. And this tells you something about the character of this regime and what they're willing and what they're up to. And therefore, it is extremely important that also myself and I saw Ursula von der Leyen coming out, the European Commission President, on this.
Take on the school that got hit. Do you think it's more likely a failed Iran missile or USA/Israel that missed it? Given the precision of the USA and Israeli strikes, I would be surprised if they fucked up that badly. It's more likely an Iranian missile fail. That's like my priors, but I haven't read anything in depth on it. So there might be more compelling reasons to say it was one side or the other.
Also, we're coordinating close
this morning, and he said he's still looking into it.
With partners in the region that we really stay shoulder to shoulder here.
RAF Akrotiri is under attack. There's been another drone fired at the base today. Families are being evacuated. What are you doing as Secretary General to step up the defence of those bases, and particularly from the threat?
Satellite images show Iran school strike hit more buildings than earlier reported. Oh, well, okay, maybe this is true then. I guess if it's really right next to a military base, is that...
Dunebug said it was 600 meters away.
That seems pretty far away.
Yeah. It's like a fourth of a mile.
Threat of Shahed drones.
I can assure you that when it comes to NATO territory, of course Cyprus is not a NATO, but NATO territory generally, we make sure that we are vigilant. Our senior commanders are on this constantly. I'm in constant contact with them. I'm, as always, extremely impressed by our senior military people. And there are two kinds of threat. One is, of course, the regime posing a threat potentially to countries which are enabling what the US is doing, but also when it comes...
Maybe a little. Wow, Stoogie, thanks for the tier... Oh, gifted a tier 5 cyber, damn.
So the terrorist threat, we also have to be conscious of that, which is already there now for over 45 years. I know in my own country where members of the Iranian diaspora were in the Netherlands under attack by Iran. We have seen assassinations all over Europe. So let's not forget with what type of regime we are dealing with. And this is exactly the reason why all of us in Europe are extremely glad with what the Americans are doing here, because it's crucial that they cannot get their hands on this nuclear and ballistic capability. It will be the end of Israel. It will be a huge threat to Europe.
Well, you seem convinced by the objective of regime change. Is that what has been spelled out to you by the Secretary of War and by Marco Rubio? Is it regime change?
I'm not talking to you about regime change. What I'm telling you is that I'm happy that these capabilities are degraded. This war is at early stage. We will see over the coming days and weeks how this will develop. But I can tell you one thing. I hope for sure that Iranian people will have a vote in their own future government. And secondly, I expect when this ends that Iran is not any longer an exporter of chaos to the region, an exporter of chaos to Europe, an exporter of chaos to Ukraine by enabling the Russian war effort, degrading all those capabilities.
My time's very limited. Just final question. How do you imagine this is going to affect the war in Ukraine? First of all, the US support for it, and also the supply of those Shahed drones to Russia.
Well, first of all, let's be conscious of the fact that the US is providing key military enablement to Ukraine, paid for by European and Canadian allies, including crucial interceptors. Let's not forget that Iran, through the Shahed drones, is one of the main providers of military support to Russia to wage that war against Ukraine. This will no doubt have a huge impact on the potential for Ukraine to continue doing that, so that's positive. Yeah. And we have to make sure that also going forward, Ukraine has what it needs to stay as strong as possible in the fight, and I will do everything I can to make that happen.
Before we let you go, we're looking at a new live picture just coming into us now of a strike in South Beirut. It does look as though this war is expanding. Are you at all concerned about the chaos that might ensue?
Of course, we hope that as few people from Israel or the United States will be involved in terms of lethality, and my thoughts are with the US service members who made the ultimate sacrifice, and that this ends as soon as possible. But this can, as the President said yesterday, President Trump.
Oh, this is a Kino clip.
Is it?
You'll concede this is war. You'll concede this is war.
We haven't declared war. They declared war on us, but we haven't.
Oh no, they don't give you the start of it.
We haven't declared.
Just now, you said this is war. They've called it war.
They've called it war.
Oh, that's a
What I was
shitty
saying
clip.
okay, well that was a misspoke. What I was saying that they've declared war on us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly. But we're taking out a regime that's been trying to attack us for quite some time.
But you're not.
We're not at war. We're just trying to take out a regime that's been against us for a long time.
Oh, have you not seen that? They're trying to say that we've been at war for 47 years.
Oh, okay. That's why Trump was saying that Kamala was going to start a war and Biden was going to start a war with Iran, right? Okay, gotcha.
Are there measures being taken not to eliminate other possible
Wow, Crimson Mana, thank you for giving 10 tier 2 subs.
alternatives to leadership?
This is war, and we're taking out the threat. And if you're part of the threat, then you're a target. You know what we'd call not all the arrows, but going after the archers.
You'll concede this is war. You'll concede this is war.
We haven't declared war. They declared war on us, but we haven't.
War, Secretary Hicks said
we haven't declared.
Just now, you said this is war.
They've called it war.
They've called it war. What I was saying. Okay, well that was a misspoke. What I was saying that they've declared war on us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly. But we're taking out a regime that's been trying to attack us for quite some time.
But you're not conceding this is war.
We have declared war.
People just don't want there is, I don't even know if there's like a legal definition in the United States for like war or what it means for Congress to do it. Like it would be misleading to say we went to Iraq without declaring war because Congress did authorize, there was the authorization for the use of military force, but it wasn't called a war. I don't know if
is it a declaration of war? Specifically?
I think it's just like a thing you can just do or not do, but I don't think there's not like I don't know if there's like a rule book when there's like a formal declaration made or whatever. But it's like a noun that people are treating like it has like this strict definition. But like in any sense of the word, if a country were to go to another country, invade it, capture their leader and leave, like you would call that like a war or like a warlike action. For Venezuela, it just doesn't seem like it because it was very fast, but
That was a war-ish. I would say like the Russia thing, obviously, with Ukraine, that's a fucking war. This is a war.
But war is just, it's like a vibe thing. Like
games.
you kind of, you kind of like vibe out like what is a war versus what is not a war. But it's not like a strict, like we are at war and now all this stuff is going to change and we are not at war. So none of this is going to change basically, yeah.
Would you say that we were at war when the United States went and bombed the nuclear facilities in Iran?
Yeah, I would say these are war actions. You're literally doing missile attacks on other countries. Yeah, Jesus.
So if we haven't declared war, then I don't see that. The president hasn't asked us to declare war yet, but they have declared war on us. We're just simply fighting the threat that's been at our door for 47 years. I've already answered the question.
Do you believe that ask could be coming, an ask from...
The whole Pete Hegseth morning briefings have been interesting. I don't know if you're looking for something to watch. Those are fine.
Oh, I've got stuff open. What is this? Hassan break. Hassan explains how his lawsuit against Vicky Palladino. Is he suing somebody? Is this actually happening?
He said on Twitter that he's going to do a defamation suit against a random person who tweeted about him.
On a line, if it wasn't an elected official, I wouldn't give a shit. Who gives a fuck what some like random dickhead on Twitter says?
Oh, he really is like mini Trump, political commentary guy suing somebody in government because he doesn't like what they said about him. Aw.
I'm pretty sure what she said wasn't even wrong.
Suing a content creator for being a bitch is very different than suing.
Hassan Piker is telling his followers to make suicide drones. Hassan also said America deserved 9/11 and hosted Houthi terrorists on a stream.
Those are all true. The first one you could say...
I mean, you could argue he's not telling them to say it. He's just saying like this is a thing you could do. I don't know if this would survive a defamatory thing against a public figure, though. I feel like, but
for being a bitch is very different than suing a flagrantly racist.
Racist, bro.
He's not white today.
Not white today, I guess.
Councilwoman in New York City. Enjoy discovery and all your evils being legally revealed, Hassan. Okay. I don't know what these guys think like a defamation lawsuit is going to reveal. Do they legitimately think that I'm in contact with like the Taliban or like the Iranian government or something? Because if that was the case, that wouldn't come out in a fucking legal suit. The FBI would be knocking on my fucking door far before this came to, defamation territory.
That's not necessarily true, but okay.
Wait, when I finish my documentary about you, what documentary?
Well, heavy research day for Hassanabi. It's like 20 Twitter
Someone
tabs.
in Iran probably getting bombed because they watch you. Okay.
I don't think he's suing anybody.
On a line.
He just said like 2 days ago, so we'll have to see. I doubt he does it. And I don't think that survives either. It sounds semi-true.
I want to discuss in greater detail the expansion of advertising in your department under your tenure. And I believe you testified regarding some of these matters yesterday in front of the United States Senate. In particular, I want to discuss the department's $220 million ad campaign. This is the ad campaign that featured you at Mount Rushmore. You're familiar with this ad campaign, correct?
I am familiar with it. It was an ad campaign that was...
I'm going to ask you some
$220 million. Jesus.
questions about it, Madam Secretary. So, as I understand it, this is...
They got to advertise.
Wait, for what? To recruit for ICE or something?
I assume to recruit.
$220 million?
Yeah.
$250 million ad campaign? That sounds like a lot of fucking money. Okay.
That's one Super Bowl commercial, man.
The $220 million ad campaign. It's split between two contractors. One of those contractors got $143 million. That contractor is called Safe America Media, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That company is affiliated with a former political director of the National Republican Congressional Committee. Now, yesterday, you testified, I think I'm quoting you right, you said, quote, or in reference to this contract, that, quote, it went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement?
It was a no-bid contract where two vendors were
It was a no-bid
chosen.
contract.
If it would have been a no-bid contract, if I'm using that correctly, it goes out to two different vendors.
Correct. So it was not a
Many
competitive. Let me try to explain what the discrepancy, because a competitive bid is very different than a no competitive bid. And I'll just explain why. We know that your testimony yesterday, when you said, again, I'll quote, it went out to a competitive bid, is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public explaining why. And in this case, your agency filed a notice. You're aware of that, right? Justification and approval for other than full and open competition. Your agency made a decision not to proceed with competitive bidding, and one of the contractors that got the award was this Safe America Media company that received $143 million.
Many vendors got the chance to look at that contract and to participate in it. So that is why the two...
Wouldn't that be a bid contract then? What's the difference between a no bid and a no bid where everybody looks at it? What?
That's inaccurate, Madam Secretary. I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4. Of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States, you identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media company. Where's Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll tell you about it. Madam Secretary, the
Pennsylvania
address is registered to a political operative. Madam Secretary, the company, and I'll give you an opportunity to respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days. 8 days before this contract went out.
Based?
You want the American people to believe that this is all above board? Yes, that $143
So now they're just mad because these people are good business people.
$1 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website, has never done work for the federal government before, and is registered apparently or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions
we hate new businesses.
Is that this is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And there are serious laws implicated, conflict of interest laws, federal procurement laws, that I believe
all followed, all done correctly, all done correctly. 14 billion impressions from that marketing campaign.
Sure.
It was money spent in this country and in 8 different countries that illegal migration was coming from.
Madam Secretary,
overwhelmingly effective.
We all understand the argument that you've made. The argument that you've made that somehow this ad campaign on Fox News of you at Mount Rushmore has led to millions of people self-deporting. You're using millions of dollars of taxpayer money in this way. It is fraud, and ultimately, I think there's going to be accountability. And I yield back.
Thank God.
Wow.
That's crazy. 8 fucking days.
Epic. The president's decision here is extraordinary. It's known as Operation Epic Fury, which I gotta say is just awesome. The operation names from the administration, top notch. Midnight Hammer was great last year. Operation Epic Fury, yeah, man, Epic Fury. The president.
I can't watch his shit. I can't take him seriously anymore. I just hear the Jew thing screaming in my fucking head every time I see him.
On all the latest developments, we turn now to our panel of experts. Holly Dagras is a senior fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. That's a Washington think tank. She spent her teenage years in Tehran and now curates The Iranist. That's a weekly Substack newsletter. Alan Ayer served in the U.S. government for 4 decades. He was part of the Obama administration's negotiating team for the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA, deal with Iran. He's now at the Middle East Institute. And retired Colonel Joel Rayburn served in the Army for 26 years. During the first Trump administration, he was on the National Security Council staff focusing on Iran and the Middle East. He's now a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. Thank you all for being here. Holly, I'll begin with you because we've seen in our reporting an evolution of messaging from the administration. President Trump calling for regime change a couple of days ago. Secretary of Defense Hegseth now saying it's not about regime change. What's your reaction to that, and how is all that resonating in Iran?
Well, the messages they are conflicting, and it is a bit disturbing because the sense that some Iranians on the ground got was that they were actually going to see some sort of change inside the country, and this was started, of course, with that unprecedented massacre in January, and President Trump saying that help is on the way, take over your institutions, and it seems that we're hearing from senior U.S. officials that they do want the Iranian people to take control of their own future, but at this juncture, much of the clerical establishment is still in power, so it's hard to envision that. And just on the note that President Donald Trump said that he would very much like to see a Venezuela model, and granted, he said 3 of his top choices were killed in the past 3 days. But in January, Iranians were really worried about that prospect because
even if that's true, why would you say that? God, he's so stupid.
Do not want this regime. So any kind of deal of that sort with a different face of the Islamic Republic would be contrary to what most of the anti-regime Iranian population stands for.
Colonel Rayburn, what do you make of that? The prospects of someone in the current regime stepping up to take over. Is that a potential plan, and is it a good one?
Well, whether it's a good one or not, I think would depend on the way the next several days, couple of weeks goes in terms of whether that could result, whether you could actually have the remnants of the current current regime that actually had the credibility and the capacity to stabilize the country on terms that would be acceptable to the United States and our allies. I think that's a serious question. Militarily speaking, though, the outcome of this confrontation, I think, is a foregone conclusion. So you're going to wind up, in any case, with the remnants of a regime there in Tehran that I think don't have the military wherewithal to do anything other than capitulate at some point on the terms that the president is going to offer.
Ellen, what do you make of that? And also the prospects of people in Iran rising up. Do you see that happening?
I think it's possibly, I wouldn't characterize it as the remnants of the regime. The regime is more than just the individuals, some of whom may live through this, many of whom will not. It's institutions. And I see no indication that currently those institutions are weak or fraying, or that you can destroy these institutions from the air. So in terms of regime change, for that to happen, two things would have to happen. The current institutions, interlocking institutions like the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, would have to be destroyed kinetically from the air, which I think is improbable. And then you would have to have a substitute, interlinking, functional series of institutions to plug in its place. And I think that's even more improbable. So I think the most likely outcome is after 4 weeks or so, you'll have a vastly degraded command structure in the Islamic Republic, but the core institutions, in one way or another, will still remain.
Colonel, the U.S. president has not ruled out U.S. troops on the ground. Is that a good idea?
Well, I think, President Trump is somebody who likes to keep his options open. He likes strategic ambiguity. He wouldn't like to rule out, I think, a military option this early in a campaign. But I think the objectives that have been laid out so far by the president, by Secretary of State Rubio, and then
I know this will never change and I'm just fucking screaming into the abyss, but I don't like it when we treat retards with this charitable interpretation of everything they do and pretend it's like serious. Trump is not a person who likes to keep his options open and prefers strategic ambiguity. He is a retard with no plans who is willing to do anything. That's it. And that's how it should always be expressed. When people are like, are you ruling out troops on the road? And Trump's like, I'm not ruling out anything. What he's saying is, I have no fucking idea what the fuck is going to go on in 2 weeks. Who the fuck knows what we're going to be doing? That's what he means. And to pretend that this is I wish I had, oh fuck, I just want to retire and start streaming over again and get I need this fan base. Fuck you guys. Where anytime you say or do something fucking retarded, there's there's a 5D plan or there's some ultra charitable, insanely kind explanation for the most retarded fucking shit in the world. Because this is just insane to me. Donald Trump has never taken anything off the table ever for any of his things ever. He didn't even take the military off the table for Greenland. For fucking Greenland. But that's not because he prefers to operate from some strategically ambiguous place or because he's trying to keep his eye. It's because he has no fucking idea what the fuck is going on. Ever.
He doesn't know what he's going to want to do tomorrow.
He has no idea.
So, but how are the generals, how do they not have a plan? They must come to him and be like,
because
sir.
because everybody got replaced with sycophants. Before,
But
the
the
generals did
too?
have a plan. Yes, because before, when Trump was on the way out and he was like, I want you to pull every motherfucker out of Afghanistan. Fuck this place and fuck Biden, right?
Yeah.
They said no. They were like, we're actually going to go ahead and not do that, okay? Eat shit, you fucking loser. They said no. They said there's going to be a catastrophe. We're not doing it. This is, but those people are all gone, and now it's all been wiped out with fucking sycophantic, obsessive cult worshippers.
Early in a campaign. But I think the objectives that have been laid out so far by the president, by Secretary of State Rubio, and then very clearly today by General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, those are some very clear military objectives of finishing the elimination of the Iranian regime's nuclear program, eliminating its ballistic missile capability, eliminating the IRGC Navy, the part of the regime that has the mission of potentially disrupting the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, and then severing its ties with its military proxies. And as Chairman Kane put it very interestingly today, I think it's the first time someone stated what the mission of the theater command is, the operational command, U.S. Central Command. He said it was essentially to prevent the Iranian regime or Iran from having the ability to project power beyond its borders. And that's a very clear kind of end state. So it says the military phase of that, you could have I think it's the first time someone stated what the mission of the theater command is, the operational command, U.S. Central Command. He said it was essentially to prevent the Iranian regime or Iran from having the ability to project power beyond its borders.
What does that mean? So that's the complete and total destruction of a country. Because what else? That's destroying everything. What do you mean? What? Okay.
And that's a very clear kind of end state. So it says the military phase of that, you could have, as Alan wouldn't say, the remnants of a regime in Tehran that are still there somehow, somewhat intact, but have no ability to damage the region beyond their borders or international security.
Holly, we have heard more from U.S. officials about justification in the original U.S. and Israeli attacks. Does that line up for you in terms of what they're saying, that there was a potential imminent threat, that the U.S. is acting both defensively and proactively?
I mean, we're getting a lot of mixed messaging right now, and I'm not entirely sure what exactly led to this, because essentially, if we remember, there was a massacre in January, and it was that reason that Trump wanted to respond to that, and he sent assets into the region for that very reason.
You're referencing the regime cracking down.
That's pretextual. Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck. Why are we pretending to do analysis? I don't understand. There's got to be, you know what this feels like? Have you ever seen people that do the, am I making this up? like pinball racing.
Oh,
Welcome
yeah,
back
yeah,
to
oh, yeah,
Race.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Come in
Where you
at
pick
4th
one
and
or whatever.
5th.
Yeah.
Marbles racing.
Mystery
Yeah.
Swirl.
Like, this is a joke because it's funny because they have no agency. It's just marbles following physics, right? But you comment on this, or I think there used to be people that did, is it guinea pig racing? Or the guinea pig
guinea pig
Olympics?
racing, baby racing.
Yeah.
Guinea pig Olympics.
But it's funny to listen to the people like talk about it because it's like, well, obviously they're just doing like random shit. But like, imagine you had people that were doing actual hardcore substantive analysis of like the fucking guinea pig Olympics. Like, he's been training hard. Like, that's what it feels like listening to these people talk about the Trump regime. Or I'm not saying they have to just go on here and say he's retarded, he's retarded, he's retarded. But
Yeah.
I think we need to, unfortunately, get into like just a tad bit of like psychological analysis. Like, why the fuck is Trump doing this? Just to be like, well, I think in response to the civilians being killed in Iran, I think that Donald Trump, like, what, he feels for the people of Iran? Are you fucking serious? This dude wants to, and has like sanctioned the country into the fucking dirt. This guy tore up the JCPOA with no other plan to put in place. Like, he clearly doesn't give a fuck about, sometimes people even in his own country, like it's just such a joke. It's such a joke analysis, right? Like the protesters are pretextual. Trump is glad when those protesters die because it might give him some excuse to do shit in the country in the future.
It was that reason that Trump wanted to respond to that, and he sent assets into the region for that very reason.
You're referencing the regime cracking down on protests.
Yes, the anti-regime uprising in January. And before that, we heard in December, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, during his meeting with President Donald Trump, saying that ballistic missiles were a very big issue. So it seems like the goalposts are moving around frequently about what the modus operandi of this war was, and it seems like it's a very different from why assets were moved in January.
So everything? No missiles at all?
Oh, breaking news from War Monitor 3. Kurdish forces in Iran have launched a ground invasion into Iran. Or in Iraq have launched a
How
ground
many
invasion
Kurdish
into Iran.
forces can even exist? Like, what are we talking about for numbers here?
Well, there's like 30 million Kurdish people, so...
Really?
I'm not sure.
God damn. But that's probably spread
in the like
the
the four regions
entire
over there.
Middle
Yeah,
East, right?
correct. Yeah, yeah.
Kurdish people.
I'm pretty.
living-
I don't know. It kind of seems like Kurdish people are just fucking. They're like a warrior clan.
Well,
That's what it feels
it's like an ethnic group that's like kind of wanted its own country for a while, and they've kind of been around. Like, I think in Iraq, I think it's the most stable. The KRG, and their military faction is called the Peshmerga, right? I think the Kurds in Iraq are the most stable group of Kurdish people, right? And then they exist in Turkey, where they get killed all day, and then they exist in northern Syria, where they get killed by Turkey all day.
Didn't the U.S. use the Iraqi Kurds like 3 times?
Oh, so somebody said there are 10 million Kurds in Iran. There might be a ton in Iran, but also I think that Iran has
Iran's their biggest like landmass region.
Yeah, but I think, oh man, don't quote me on this, but like I think Iran is like a country that has cities, and then there's like a whole lot of like rural mountainous stuff out there that's not as
It's like Canada.
big as like, it's not like all like Tehran. Well, yeah, except there are people that live out there and shit, but I don't know how much these people like the organization or the capability weapons wise or how much these people are even connected to what's going on in the outside world. I don't know that much.
January to where it is now.
Ellen, is it clear to you, 3 days in now, and as the president projects that this is a campaign that could go on 4 to 5 weeks, what the objectives are?
I think this administration is trying to justify the war the same way Jackson Pollock used to paint. You just throw up.
Do I know this? Has this guy spoken somewhere else, or is this guy? Does he sound like somebody from a movie?
He was in the Obama administration.
No, but I feel like I've seen this guy. Fuck, in some war movie or something that sounds really similar and maybe even looks a little bit like him. Who the fuck am I thinking of?
I think this administration is trying to justify the war the same way Jackson Pollock used to paint. You just throw a bucket of reasons up against a canvas.
Oh, also, thank you! Thank you!
And hope the result looks good. It said, for example, there's an imminent threat to the U.S. Well, the intelligence community said that the Iranian nuclear weapons program stopped in 2003. President Trump said the underlying Iranian nuclear energy program was obliterated in June of last year, and it's still under rubble. Okay?
Thank you.
Missiles. Iranian missiles are a threat to the United States. That falls short of the truth by about 4,000 miles. Okay? So you then go to the other set of reasons. This is a preventative war because Iran is hostile and might one day be a real threat. Well, if that's the case, if we're doing preventative wars now to prevent countries that might one day be a threat, is North Korea in line?
The architect from The Matrix? No.
Is China in line? Is Russia in line? I don't think so. So, as Holly said, a real threat. Well, if that's the case, if we're doing preventative wars now to prevent countries that might one day be a threat, is North Korea in line? Is China in line? Is Russia in line? I don't think so. So, as Holly said, I can't make head or tails out of the reason this administration has put forward for this war.
Colonel, last.
It's literally just that Israel told us to do it and we're doing it. Shrimp-a-las. Yeah, probably, yeah. Do you believe in peace through strength? Yes, but people misunderstand what this point means. Because I had that argument with that guy. I don't even know if most of my fan base stood with me on this. When you say that you have peace through strength, when you have to show the strength, that means that you're weak. It seems a little bit counterintuitive, but the idea is, if you're fucking around, right? Imagine if you're fucking around and then dad walks in the room and the kids continue to fuck around and then dad spanks them, right? He's larger and he spanks them or whatever, but in your mind you're thinking, okay, well, the kids just don't respect the dad that much, right? But imagine when kids are fucking around and then dad comes in the room and everybody shuts the fuck up. Dad doesn't have to beat the kids because the kids know that shit is fucked. That's peace through strength. It's the walk softly and carry a huge dick.
Yeah.
Yes, stick. Yes, that's what peace through strength means. When you constantly have to flex fucking everywhere, then it shows that you're weak. Nobody's taking you seriously. Do you really truly believe it's just Israel said so and Trump is doing it, really? Yes, but not in a way where like Trump is being mind controlled by the Zog and mindfuck, but more so that Israel's like, listen, bro, think about all the fucking wins you've got here in the Middle East. And also, look, these poor protesters are being killed. You're going to look great to Americans. Israel loves you. You do have a ton of fucking Jewish donors in AIPAC and all these people that you're friends with. And also,
legacy.
We got rid of Assad. Imagine if you're the one to take down the brutal Iranian regime. Wasn't Iran the country that... Did Joe Biden increase Secret Service for Trump because supposedly there was an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump? I believe so, right?
Yeah, they were talking about that.
And Trump already assassinated Soleimani, who was the head of the, it was either the IRGC or the Quds Force in the IRGC, I forget. But I think probably the head of the whole IRGC, right? Soleimani was really well known. Was it just the Quds Force? Okay, but he was a really well respected Iranian person. Trump has hated Iran for a long time, right? He tore up the JCPOA. Like, this is your chance to fucking settle it all. Like, I'm sure there's a heavy push from Israel. And without that, I doubt Trump would have done this. But also, like, Saudi Arabia is like, listen, I'm not saying that you should kill the dude, but if you did, I'm not going to tell my friends I approve, but, So, I mean, like, we just have no...
I mean, France kind of said that today, a little bit. They were like, this violates international law, but no one's going to weep for the guys. Like,
yeah. And Trump is just a weak. The problem is you don't traditionally see weak men or weak people as president of the United States of America. So it's hard to evaluate his actions. Normally when people are manipulating you or pushing you, they're having to do so because it's contraindicative of your own personal ideology or vision. Trump has none. There's nothing that all Israel has to do, or anybody has to do, is say like, yo, if you did this shit, it would fucking, pump your dick up like 2 inches. And Trump be like, fucking A, let's go. That's it. That's all he has to do. And generally speaking, Israel is going to be largely aligned with U.S. interests, right? Assad, how do you say his name? Khamenei or whatever?
Khamenei?
The supreme leader. Like, these are people who are already aligned with Russia. It works. It's just going to naturally play out the way that it is. I will say, though, if I was Ukrainian, I would be killing myself more and more every single day, saying how adventurous and brave the United States is when it comes to literally anything except for an actual fucking adversary like Russia.
To respond to what we just heard from Malin. Are these other countries in line if this is the reasoning?
Well, no, look as I've said before, we're in a post-October 7th environment here. The Iranian regime posed a very real, concrete threat to the region around it, to Israel and other of our allies, by joining that war on October 8th. And really...
oh, my God. Who is this guy? What's his last name? Rothstein? Rothschild? Goldenstein? Who's this dude over here? The fuck? Come on.
It said like ex-colonel for Trump.
Concrete threat to the region around it, to Israel and other of our allies, by joining that war on October 8th. And really, Hamas used on October 7th a capability that the Iranian regime equipped it with over a course of more than 15 years. So I think, October 7th, October 8th, then the missile attacks in 2024, 2025 by the Iranians on Israel. This is the culmination of what was Ali Khamenei's very aggressive, very hostile foreign policy.
Oh, wow. So better to be a paper tiger like Obama. Draw red lines and don't follow through. That's actual strength according to you? First of all, nice whataboutism, number one. Number two, I think the Obama red line thing was not good, okay? But number three, where's Gaddafi at? So don't pretend that like nothing happened, okay, with the Clinton State Department with Barack Obama. Don't pretend like he didn't fucking do anything, okay? Stop.
Didn't he bomb the most people? Like he did the most fucking drones and shit?
I don't know.
Policy in the region and beyond. They continued to intervene in European security by providing the Russians with the military means to attack Ukrainian cities. So
how does your interpretation of show of force correspond to your theory of power projections in countries all across time and cultures? I don't know, but I'm going to vibe it out. And I'm probably right that the most powerful societies were not ones that had to go to war to keep every single person underneath their control into perpetuity. That when they started doing that, that was probably when the empire was on its way out because people were perceiving the empire to be weak rather than they were constantly at war with fucking everybody in order to maintain their vassal states or their constituencies or whatever the fuck else, we might guess.
This is a regime that was posing a threat to U.S. interests, U.S. allies, not just in the region, but beyond. So I don't think they were just sitting there not doing any harm.
Is Israel on net stabilizing or destabilizing? What's your opinion these days? There's a hard one to answer. In terms of the style of regime, being a democratic regime that's largely aligned with U.S. interests, from a U.S. perspective, and I tend to favor democratic regimes over monarchies or authoritarian regimes, I would say that on net they are stabilizing, but they're going to be highly destabilizing to other actors in the area that aren't aligned with their interests. So take for that, what, like on net, I guess it depends on the perspective of where you're coming from. Like if you're, yeah, that's, I would say, yeah.
Threat to U.S. interests, U.S. allies, not just in the region, but beyond.
The red line thing was Syria's gas attack use. Just heads up because you said Gaddafi. No, yeah, because Gaddafi was, hold on. Let me make sure I have my, Gaddafi, was that like 2011? Yes. That's why I brought up Gaddafi, because we got rid of that dude. That wasn't a paper tiger thing. That guy was gonzo garbanzo. The red line had to do with, yes, it was saying that if, I think it was just, wasn't it a threat of just a no-fly zone or something if they did chemical weapons attacks and then they didn't Obama to do anything? But I mean, he shouldn't have drawn that red line if he wasn't prepared to follow through with it. But
so I don't think they were just sitting there not doing any harm, and then Trump administration decided out of nowhere to attack them.
Lots more to cover in the days and weeks ahead, it looks like. Alan Ayer, Colonel Joel Rayburn, Holly Daggers, thank you very much.
Thank you, Emma.
I hate your foreign policy analysis so much, especially when it comes to Trump. You make no effort to analyze the actual events unfolding and just disregard everything because Trump is a retard. Bro, I just listened to for the past year, my president is talking about invading fucking Greenland. What do you want me to analyze, bro?
And Canada.
Like, I just had to listen to my dude. This guy, 1984's new enemies of the U.S. like every fucking 6 months. Apparently, Venezuela was the #1 threat to the fucking United States, such that we had to go and invade them. Nobody in the United States thought shit about that. They would have told you fucking Mexico, or maybe Colombia or some fucking meme answer. Nobody in the United States was thinking Venezuela before Trump made a huge fucking deal out of it. I don't even know if Trump actually thought they were a deal, or if they thought that the fucking they only did the whole invasion to go to the cemetery where Hugo Chavez is buried because he thinks he's still controlling Dominion voting machines from the grave. I don't know. That might, there's like a non-zero chance that he could actually fucking think that. The guy speaks and lies so much, but he's also fucking crazy. He also believes a lot of like crazy retarded shit. I don't know what you want me to, I don't know what you want me to say. Do you think that Biden deteriorated a lot of American deterrence? Why was the U.S. letting Houthis shoot missiles and ships and just doing interceptions? Didn't we bomb a few missile platforms under Biden? Didn't we take out a few in the country? Why was he always scared of Russian nuclear saber rattling when arming Ukraine? Why did he do nothing when Maduro went back on the sanctions waiver? So for letting the Houthis shoot missiles, we counterbombed their missile installations. I don't know what else, save for what, you want a full ground invasion into Yemen? Like, this was an area that we'd already pulled out of a coalition against, right? The Saudi Arabian one, who'd been bombing them for the better part of the last decade prior to Biden pulling out of that. You had a place where tens of thousands of people had been starving to death. And then on top of all of that, you have just imagine for a second, the U.S. president wants to go and start a war in Yemen while Israel is fucking raising the Gaza Strip over and over and over again. And now we're also going to go to war with Yemen, a place that's had more children die of starvation, in 5 years than the total amount of Palestinians that even died in the totality of this most recent war. I don't know where the appetite would have been for that in American politics, internationally. I don't know what that just seems like an untenable position to me. Like, we bombed their missile installations. I'm not sure what more we could have, not really at all, just symbolic bombings. What do you mean? We bombed missile platforms. How is that symbolic? The Houthis only agreed to stop the campaign after the Trump admin stepped up the bombings, and that wasn't a war with Yemen. By the way, you were just not informed. Okay, cool. Yes, true. Play word games. Bombing other sovereign states with your own military is definitely not a war. Absolutely true.
Let's get him in here.
True. No, I have to talk to Hutch pretty soon. Why was he always scared of Russian nuclear saber rattling when arming Ukraine? There's an argument to be made for Biden arming Ukraine faster, but if I had to guess, and I know this upsets some people, hopefully Anna's not listening, I don't know if anybody had any idea what the Ukrainians would do in the beginning of that war. I don't know if anybody actually knew what the capacity for Ukraine to fight would be, because it's easy now to say that, oh, well, we should have just given them a fuck ton of stuff right in the beginning. But remember that Ukraine has, again, I love my Ukrainian people, has a history of being a historically insanely corrupt country, right? Leading up to Euromaidan, a lot of this had to do with literally oligarchical control of different sections of the economy, with the idea that that Yanukovych was about to sell out his fucking people as some basically Russian puppet government guy. That this is a country that had a whole bunch of different issues going on with it. And then regardless of issues, even if it was a stable country absent corruption, the idea that you start a war, imagine we pump how many different weapons and arms into that country, and then imagine they fall to Russia in 2 weeks anyway. It's like, well, fuck, what do you want to... Yeah. With the damn autopsy revealing Gaza as a huge reason for the loss, you pin more blame on Netanyahu for keeping bombing and agreeing to the Biden drafted ceasefire plan at 3 phase 1 and campaigning for Trump, shitting on Obama and Joe. I don't know how that's too much of a run-on sentence for me. I don't know. I would have to look at their autopsy about the Gaza stuff. Gaza could have been the reason for the loss, but it's one of those things where when you talk about the straw that broke the camel's back, technically anything could have been the cause, depending on how you view it. What was the cheeseburger you ate, or what was the piece of food you ate that made you throw up if you overeat a ton of shit? I mean, technically any one piece could have been the thing. Ukrainians were asking for closing the sky since the start of the war. Yeah, but a no-fly zone over Ukraine, which I think would be based, is essentially the first time almost ever, maybe ever, that two nuclear powers are going to be going to war with each other. That's a very, 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 very scary thing. I don't think anybody in the world was ready for that, even for Ukraine, you know? Okay. Our Mearsheimer dude, what do we got?
100%. Well, it's not 100% clear to me, General, and that's not to suggest that I don't support 100% what is happening, nor that I 100% offer.
Red lines are intentionally ambiguous, otherwise they won't work. It's very easy to say that in hindsight. I don't know if that's true. If you red line and you let people walk over it, it does cut against you. I think it makes you look unserious, yeah.
My support. I just think I want to ask, well, it's not 100% clear to me, General, and that's not to suggest that I don't support 100% what is happening, nor that I 100% offer my support. I just think I want to ask a couple of critical questions, and I hope you know how much respect I have for your service, and I think it goes without saying to anybody watching how much respect I have for the men making this decision.
You don't have to patronize me. Just ask the question. Go ahead. Come on, ask it.
To be clear, General, I'm not patronizing you. I'm trying to have a very serious conversation in front of the American people. The men making these decisions have my utmost respect. This is less about you than everybody making these decisions. And this is about the American people understanding the investment that lies before
What the fuck
them.
was the question, damn it?
I don't know. We don't get it. Explain the Houthis didn't stop their attacks under Biden, but did under Trump. I don't know. I would have to look at the timeline for how much they were attacking. I don't even know if Trump... I know that Trump did strikes in Yemen. I don't know if those were even more or less than what Trump did. There's also a time factor as well, too, though, where when the war is hot. So, for instance, a lot of people want to give Trump credit for winding down the war between Israel and Gaza, but all wars wind down after some point in time. And it was, 8 or 9 months into Trump's administration before, there was finally whatever fucking ceasefire they have now. It's kind of like when you take, if you get a cold, and then after 4 days, you drink some lemonade, and then you start getting better. And it's like, oh, I guess the lemonade cured me. Well, I mean, you're going to get better eventually. It's not...
Can't go on forever.
Yeah.
Or you could die, I guess.
Obama didn't back down from the Syrian red line because he didn't want to go in. It was because Congress didn't want us to. That still makes you look weak, though. You should just fucking done it, apparently. That's what Trump does. Or gotten the vote beforehand or something. Yeah. Well, that's not good. Low-resolution satellite imagery appears to show a fire on the deck of a U.S. Navy Arleigh Burke-class destroyer in the Arabian Sea, possibly the result of an impact by an Iranian anti-ship missile. Why is this not good, or what do you mean? This would align with the
How
arguments.
can you tell from this fucking image?
What do you mean? Just look at it, you retard.
I'm fucking colorblind. Am I missing something here?
Yeah, it's very clear. I thought we didn't have destroyers anymore. I thought we stopped shipping those ships.
Was that the destroyer or the battleship?
I don't fucking know. Destroyers have missiles now? What, did they not before? No, that's battleships.
Holy shit, I was right.
Battleships or battle cruisers? Were those two different classes in Eve? Battleships and battle... It goes, in Eve it was a frigate, then a destroyer, then a cruiser, then a battle cruiser.
Probably, I think, because that was like the Ishtar.
And then a dreadnought was next, and then a carrier?
I think it went carriers, dreadnoughts, titans.
That's battleships. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we had super carriers too.
Somebody said guided missile destroyers are a big chunk of the U.S. surface fleet. Okay.
Price of things is over.
What is inflation?
Well, inflation is when the price of things is over is too expensive because of the federal government really squandering the tax dollars. So you have the Green New scam, hundreds of billions of dollars spent there to provide affordable energy, and it was not affordable. It was never free. It was never discounted. That money was taken from the American people and forced into the system. It wasn't a free market.
Hang on. What is inflation?
Well, inflation is...
Where's that one?
That was a good...
Fuck. What, is it a Miss America or Miss Universe thing? Is it... It's not world peace. What is she asked about?
Okay. Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
Queen. How could you not know what inflation is, but you're also a member of Congress? Oh my God, what did I see? Fuck. I think it was an H3H3 thing that popped up. This guy keeps messaging me to do an interview, and I just have no interest.
Ethan?
Yeah, no. Oh, fuck, what's his... It's the guy that was on Jubilee. Fuck, hold on. I'll find it. Someday.
Just keep going. Did you see the video I sent you about the I think it's called like the important conversation or whatever? Those two people who like talk to their parents?
Nope. Oh, yes. Deaf Noodles.
I don't think you make a secret of it that you're pro-ICE and you're in favor of these kind of strict immigration laws.
Well, they had a green card. They were...
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Sounds like you're not sure, because you said they have a work visa.
My dad was here working for Deloitte.
That's not a green card.
What is it then?
Do you not know what a green card is?
What's a green card? I don't know.
That's really...
Oh, this guy ran.
That's interesting that you...
Well, explain it to me.
Well, it's just the legal status. You can live here.
Yeah.
It's not a work
visa.
It's a full legal residential status.
So there's a difference. Okay.
There's a big difference.
Okay. See, I'm not above admitting that there's certain things that I don't know to the fullest extent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm willing to educate myself. That's totally fine.
Right. I mean, if you're taking such a strong stance on immigration and stuff, That's pretty fundamental.
As far as knowing every single detail and every single distinction?
No. And the green card is like the most basic.
Like how can you have a strong position on anything related to immigration if you don't even know what a green card is? It's kind of weird.
Basic.
Yeah, and you only get that after you get naturalized.
No.
No.
No, you can get it while not being a citizen.
See, that was...
So like...
Well, I think it's... is it always a green card before citizenship, or is there a way, besides being born here, that you can become a citizen before getting your green card? Isn't the green card always the thing before citizenship? Is there any way to skip that process?
Can you buy citizenship now in the U.S.? Is that what the gold card is?
No shot. That's got to be for a green card, no?
Let me look.
Oh, don't give me this cringe fucking shit, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. It's an expedited immigration allowing foreign
nationals
nationals
U.S. residency,
US residency
is a green card. Yeah, lawful permanent resident.
Okay, that's good.
Is this like a real thing now? Like, can you actually do this? Like, is it
Yes.
up and running?
You can spend $1 million and buy this, yeah. This is a real thing.
A $1 million gift upon completion of individual's vetting is evidence. The individual essentially benefit the United States. What is the $1 million gift to what or who?
Whoever. You can do employees. You
No,
can do
there's no way
friends.
that's true.
Yeah, I think they're trying to make it like look at the top. It says for business. It's 2 million for businesses. At the top, it's 2 million. Yeah. It's where it says special benefits right under that. You can see it. It's kind of
For a $2 million contribution, but a contribution to what?
Trump?
No.
I don't know. The U.S.
Oh, Jesus.
Trump coin.
Jesus. Wait, what? This girl is now a Trump supporter? Is that true?
Kate Upton?
She was the 2007 Miss Teen USA, the one that we just watched that answer for.
Oh, I know that.
Online bullying needs to stop. Trump backer Kate Upton slams J.D. Vance for using her to mock Kamala Harris.
And she won?
I doubt it.
I doubt it with that answer.
This woman is literally a Trump supporter now.
It's a lump sum donation to the U.S. federal government. Can you pick where it goes?
We'll just go to like the Treasury or something now.
That's too bad. Imagine if you could pick like this goes to fucking the White House.
Justin, man accused of killing his daughter's rapist wins the Republican primary for county sheriff in central Arkansas. Aaron Spencer, who is awaiting his murder trial, received over 53% of the vote in Lonoke County. Jesus. Okay.
All right, guys. We've got.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, what?
Would you say 53 to 46% is a close election?
Not really, no. 10 points is a pretty big difference. Why?
Just some retards in
oh,
chat
wait, 53 to
saying
46
that
is 7 points. Yeah. That's still pretty far apart. Why?
They were saying because of the new primary with Crockett and what's his name?
Tarico or
Tarico or whatever.
Like
yeah, him. They were saying it was a close election, and I was like, no.
Which seems pretty far apart.
Tallarico. You know, Tallarico won.
Are you a liberal? In Suicide of the West, James Burnham proposed 39 statements to define the liberal worldview. A full-blown liberal agrees with nearly all of them. A reactionary disagrees with nearly all. Where do you fall? All forms of racial segregation and discrimination are wrong. Well, does this include... What does that mean? Would we consider like Black History Month a form of like racial segregation or something? Or like is affirmative action or DEI like a form of discrimination?
Well, I'm
going to assume that this is just like on a plain reading of things. So like we would generally say that racial segregation and discrimination are wrong. We're going to do like the general reading of things. Everyone is entitled to his own opinion. True. Everyone has a right to free public education, of course. Oh, is this going to be like you just pick agree if you're the liberal and disagree if you're illiberal?
That's what it felt like to me. I didn't finish it. But...
Political, economic, or social discrimination based on religious belief is wrong. Just on a plain reading, we'll say agree. If you believe in like murdering people, obviously you should be in jail if you do it, but a more plain reading. In political or military conflict, it is wrong to use methods of torture and physical terror. I really feel like this comes down to effectiveness, but probably not generally, actually. In political conflict, too, Jesus, I probably agree. A popular movement or revolt against a tyranny or dictatorship is right and deserves approval. Yeah. Government's duty to provide for the ill, aged, unemployed, and poor if they cannot take care of themselves, sure. Progressive income inheritance taxes are the fairest form of taxation. Progressive income, yeah. Inheritance taxes, maybe? I don't know. I guess. If reasonable compensation is made, the government of a nation has the legal and moral right to expropriate private property within its borders, whether owned by citizens or foreigners. If reasonable, well, yeah, I think you have to have like eminent domain for stuff. For like if you want projects for highways or whatever bullshit, I think you kind of have to do this, right? We have a duty to mankind, that is to men in general. Men, hell yeah. The United Nations, even if limited accomplishments, is a step in the right direction, of course. Any interference with free speech and free assembly, except for cases of immediate public danger or juvenile corruption, is wrong. Any interference by the government or by anybody. This wouldn't include like a counter protest or whatever, right? Or...
Well...
This has to be like on the form of the government. The problem is that like a lot of these I think could be interpreted, like the thing could be interpreted either way, depending on
how you think about it, yeah. That's what I was running into. Because it kind of makes it stupid, like...
Because like, you could say, like, should the Biden admin...
murdering people.
Well, sure, or should the Biden admin have given any recommendations or suggestions to Facebook and Twitter in regards to, like, messaging on COVID? Like, I would say that there's, like, a public health, like, an immediate public danger health thing component of this. But, like, obviously, if you're MAGA, you would say there wasn't.
I think we need to limit free speech. So, I'd say disagree.
Okay, I guess I'll disagree. Wealthy nations like the United States have a duty to aid the less privileged portions of mankind. I would say, yeah. Colonialism and imperialism are wrong. How are we defining these? Does the IMF count? I guess I agree. Hotels, motels, stores, and restaurants in southern United States ought to be obliged by law to allow Negroes to use all of their facilities on the same basis as whites. Okay, sure. The chief source of delinquency and crime are ignorance, discrimination, poverty, and exploitation. Chief sources of delinquency and crime are ignorance, discrimination, poverty, and exploitation. Sure, I guess, yeah. Communists have a right to express their opinions, unfortunately. Should always be ready to negotiate with the Soviet Union and other communist nations. Probably always ready to, yeah. Corporal punishment, except possibly for small children, is wrong. I don't think that's necessarily true. All nations and peoples, including the nations and people of Asia and Africa, have a right to political independence when a majority of the population wants it, for sure. We also ought to respect the religious beliefs of others.
Yes. Give it a few more years, maybe I'll go no.
Respect is so vague. I'm going to disagree on that one. The primary goal of international policy in the nuclear age ought to be peace, for sure. Well, fuck. Whatever. Except in case of a clear threat to national security or possibly to juvenile morals, censorship is wrong. From the government, I probably agree. Congressional investigating committees are dangerous institutions and need to be watched and curbed if they are not to become a serious threat to freedom. Well, I mean, they already have so many checks. Yeah? I mean, this is like built into the government, right? Okay. The money amount of school and university scholarships ought to be decided primarily by need. Sure. Qualified teachers, at least at the university level, are entitled to academic freedom. That is the right to express their own beliefs and opinion in or out of the classroom without interference. Well, no, that's fucking retarded. In determining who is to be admitted to schools and universities, quota systems based on color, religion, family, or similar factors are wrong. I mean, like at the edges, I think you can make arguments for certain types of programs, but on the whole, probably not okay. Or wrong, yeah. The national government should guarantee that all adult citizens, except for criminals and the insane, should have the right to vote, unfortunately. Joseph McCarthy was probably the most dangerous man in American public life. Really? Not anymore. Donald Trump, baby. Yeah. You believe in corporal punishment for people other than small children? Can you expand on that? What, like the death penalty? I don't have like a huge position against the death penalty or whatever. But I'm like slightly in favor, like 51-49. There are no significant differences in intellectual, moral, or civilizing capacity among human races and ethnic types. Jesus. Oh, for capacity? I would probably agree, sure. Steps towards world disarmament would be a good thing. I mean, in an ideal world, sure. Everyone is entitled to political and social rights without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political, or other opinion, national or social origin, property. National origin. Political and social rights? What about like running for president? Corporal punishment, not capital punishment. Corporal punishment is beatings, whippings, etc. Oh, physical thing. Oh, probably not. That's kind of weird, I guess. You didn't read the follow-up on McCarthy. It was in the 15 years after World War II. Oh, I thought that they were referring to McCarthy's behavior in the 15 years after World War II. Not just in that 15-year period. Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and expression. Okay. Sure. The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. Sure. Everyone is a member of society has the right to Social Security. Sure. Equal pay for equal work. I don't know what the fuck that means. Everyone has the right to form and to join trade unions. Join trade unions. Should have a right to that? What does that mean? Like, does that mean that a company wouldn't be allowed to fire you if you... I don't know. Everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, and the right to security in the event of unemployment. Sure, okay. Wow. Is this enough to make me MAGA yet?
Yeah. Wait, I got a cinema clip for you.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Where the hell's my clip?
Secretary Noem, at any time during your tenure as Director of Department of Homeland Security, have you had sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski?
Jesus.
Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that we're going down and peddling tabloid garbage in this committee today.
Reclaiming
and
my
ma'am, one thing that I would tell you is that he is a special government employee who works for the White House. There are thousands of them in the federal government.
That means yes.
So reclaiming my
an
time,
advisor,
Secretary, it is
has
okay for
no,
you to be
no
offended
authority
by
to
the
be
question.
making any
It is
decisions.
okay for you to
has
be
no
offended
authority
by the
to
question.
Be, making
but it is
decisions
also
and
a
putting
real
in
question.
So what I would say
and
to
you should be able to
is
answer
that
the
what we do at the Department of Homeland Security every single
and without
day,
any hesitation,
every single day is to protect
if
this
someone
country
is
and
asking
to make
if
decisions.
you or any federal official is sleeping with their subordinate, that should be the easiest. You should be wanting to answer that question.
Is garbage?
Because it is not about
It is
your sex
offensive
life.
that you have brought
It is
that up.
about your judgment.
That kind of garbage
It is
has
about
been refuted
reclaiming
for
my
years,
time so
and
that
you
I
need
can
to
hear myself.
recognize-
Time belongs to the gentlelady from California, but it'd be nice if you would let her respond.
I will. I want to let you know it is about your judgment and decision making. It is about the 260,000 employees that work under you that want to make sure that you are giving information and making decisions clearly. It is about conflict of interest. It is about a national security risk. Department of Homeland Security was created right after 9/11 to protect the homeland. And DHS has circulated an internal bulletin to law enforcement partners warning that the conflict of the war we're in could inspire lone actors or small-scale cyber activity inside the United States, according to a memo obtained by ABC News. So American lives are at risk. The people who work for you are at risk. And they want to know that the person at the top, you, are making decisions clearly, without any sort of cloudiness, and that they're your decisions because you're the secretary who was confirmed. That's what this is about. Saving the lives of Americans and not costing them millions of dollars, and not having a secretary who's compromised in her decision making. And
cinema.
Was she like credibly accused of fucking some White House staff guy, or?
Yeah, that's been going around in the news cycle. I think Trump commented on it. Yeah. Her husband was right behind her for this too.
You know the answer is yes, right?
Yeah, because why wouldn't she just answer?
Well, and more than that, her saying that there are thousands of special employees in the White House implies that her fucking a guy, like there's thousands of these guys, it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Yeah, that's why she brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah, no, she absolutely was. She fucked all thousand of them.
Was that rash on the back of Trump's neck? Is that real, or is that like a AI meme or Photoshop meme?
I believe it was real.
Well, thank you very much. These are exciting times. I think you probably want to speak about war rather than this, but this is very important. This is very important, and we're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly.
Okay.
Special government employee.
Damn, did she get? How much did she get roasted on this?
Oh, she got roasted this whole time.
It's rumored that Lewandowski fired a pilot because they didn't bring Noam's special blanket, but they had to rehire him because they had no backup.
They talk about this, I think, in this too.
I understand what government means. I understand what employee means. Okay, but I don't know what makes him special. Now, I want to give you an opportunity to answer on the record to Ms. Camlager-Dove's question. I know you said it's garbage, and it may be, but I really think you need to say the word no into the record so that you can clear that up.
I think the ridiculousness of this and the tabloids that you are quoting and referencing are insane. And this has been something that I've refused.
Oh, she doesn't want to she doesn't want to perjure herself. Yeah.
She can't.
Rip.
This is why they always need to be under oath on news. It would fix everything.
Is that a no? And I continue to do that.
So it's a no.
What I would tell you is
we can move on. Hold on.
What you're doing,
we can move on. I'm not going to belabor it. If it's
this is what you do.
Hold on. I'm not doing any of this.
Liberal left. Okay. Is you go off and you attack conservative women and you say that we're either stupid
I haven't said
or we're
anything.
sluts.
All right. So listen.
And that's what you do.
Yesterday,
Richard.
We're claiming my time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're claiming my time. You were asked by Richard Blumenthal yesterday. You were asked by Richard Blumenthal yesterday if Corey was involved in approving contracts. You said no. Do you want to correct that?
What I would say is that he has an advisor to the Department of Homeland Security, has no decision-making authority.
Madam Secretary, do you want to correct it? Yes or no? You don't want to correct it? Fine.
No decision-making authority,
hold
no
on.
role in
Not a problem. According to one of the FEMA administrators that you fired, there is nothing, including contracts, that is brought to you that he hasn't reviewed. In fact, a significant amount of DHS internal routing documents has his signature on it above deputy secretaries. Okay, that former FEMA administrator wasn't fired by you, the secretary. He was fired by Corey. It was Corey that called him into your office. It was Corey that made him to submit to a polygraph test. The $100,000 spending rule that you created.
How long is this entire testimony?
It's for sure hours. If you want, you can go to the start of it because there's a really good part with he's the head of this. He's like the minority leader of this committee. Is it Brissett? maybe that's his name. He had a really good part. Raskin? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's who it is.
That comes to your desk, you're not even sitting at your desk. It's Corey who's sitting there. ISIS said the Republicans should be happy at the job that you're doing. Really? You're looking at the person who single-handedly took the president's signature core issue, immigration, the issue that got him elected from 59% to 39%. 200 miles of border walls being held up by you. They had to bring in Tom Homan, pull out of Minnesota. I think the country needs a national divorce from you on biblical grounds. I mean, if Donald Trump was still apprentice Trump, he would look at you and he would realize you're the weakest cabinet member and he would fire you. And if the president said to you that only way DHS could reopen is if you resigned, I hope you would take him up on it. Now, I want to end on a happy note, Mr. Chairman, real quickly. The president gave all sorts of stuff out during the State of the Union. I don't want you to leave. I got you a new Coast Guard blankie, the one you lost. Okay, so this is for you. You don't leave empty-handed when you come to judiciary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Missouri.
Damn. Fuck. Okay, maybe we'll watch this tonight.
People who did this damage at the expense of running numbers that Stephen Miller wants out of the White House. We just want numbers. We want 1,000 a day, 6,000 a day, 9,000 a day because numbers matter, right? No, they don't matter. Quality matters, not quantity, quality. And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens. I could talk about the culture that's been created here with Stephen Miller aiding and abetting. I heard first reports that he was the one that said it was a domestic terrorist situation where 2 people lost their lives in Minneapolis. I've heard that report. Maybe you can refute it. I don't know that we'll have time for you to respond because I'm giving you a performance evaluation here. I'm not looking for a response.
Jesus.
Passage where you talk about killing a dog that was 14 months old. I train dogs, all right? And you are a farmer. You should know better. You should know that if you're going out to a hunting lodge and you're putting pheasants out and you're putting dogs out, you don't take a puppy out there. A 14-month-old dog is basically a teenager in dog years. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices. It's in your book. We could play it if we had time. Jesus. At that same lunch hour, you killed a goat. And you killed the goat because you said it was behaving badly. You are a farmer. You don't castrate a goat. They behave badly. You should have probably done that before. But my point is, those are bad decisions made in the heat of the moment, not unlike what happened up in Minneapolis. We're an exceptional nation. And one of the reasons we're exceptional is we expect exceptional leadership. And you've demonstrated anything but that in the time that I've seen you responding to the emergency in North Carolina and across the Southeast and acknowledging when mistakes are made and speaking too soon for the expedient of social media or whatever it is.
Well, is the dog killing thing actually that bad? I didn't look into it because I feel like people just freak out over animal stuff. Bad enough for South Park to meme on it for about 5 episodes. True, based. What is this?
Separate from Israel. Iran since the 79 revolution, Venezuela since the Chavista revolution. I'm going to be the one who finally settles all these scores. There's some of that is separate from Israel. But it is hard to not conclude that if Israel wasn't, put it this way, Ezra, take the counterfactual. The Israeli government was not pushing for this. Would it have happened?
I want to talk about the ways in which this might not remain limited in the way Donald Trump has either promised the country or I think promised himself.
If Israel didn't want to go to war with Iran, we wouldn't be in Iran at all, I don't think. I think that's pretty easy to say, right?
So I see this as following from the 12-day bombing some months ago. It turned out that didn't do enough. And when it was clear that Iran was racing forward with ballistic missiles, reconstituting a nuclear program that probably was not...
I'm sorry, I don't believe this. I feel like I would have heard about this more, unless I missed all of it. Iran being on the immediate ascension pathway to having nuclear capable stuff where they were enriching weapons grade uranium. This was talked about a lot in the media and a lot internationally, and there was a pretty big public buildup to our bombing. To try to say after we bombed them now, it's like, oh, no, they were really close to weapons again, we promise. Here's a report from 2 days earlier that not as many people talk about. I don't believe this at all. This is pretextual. I don't believe this. Or post-textual, actually, because they're saying it after the fact. I don't believe this.
Obliterated in the way Donald Trump had initially said it was. And so we were now involved, and Iran was defying him. It wasn't just that it was obliterated. That obliteration was a kind of command from him to them that it was gone. They weren't giving up enough at the negotiating table. And also, I think this was meaningful to Trump on some level, was now slaughtering its own people. He didn't like that either.
Yes.
I want to give him credit for some humanitarian impulse potentially here. So now we're involved, even more so. Now we have kinetically destroyed much of the regime and its power. But a lot could spin out of control here. Yeah. So I am very skeptical that the limit Trump seems to think he has put on this is stable. And I'm curious, as somebody with more experience than I have, what you think of it.
I think you're right. And the Israelis have this, it's not a doctrine, but essentially this terminology. It's called mowing the lawn. Have you heard this? Mm-hmm. Which is, and again, I hate even using phrases like this when it comes to war and human beings, but essentially the mowing the lawn strategy is that if there's a place that poses a threat, you occasionally just kind of go in and cut the grass. You bomb the threat periodically. And obviously, like Lebanon would be a perfect case of where the Israelis pursued that.
Well, they always said this about Hamas. Yeah, how did that ultimately work out?
Exactly. And there's a risk, like this is why I say we have been at war with Iran. Like the idea that there was something called the 12-day war and now there's a different war. No, like that's not how these things work. Like once you bomb a country, you're bringing this forever war paradigm to it. And so I think it is quite possible that, in the same way that the 12-day war was the end of the story, if Trump, stops bombing Iran in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then we're back.
Bondi subpoenaed by oversight. Oh my goodness.
Wait, actually, give me 1 second, then I'll be ready. Hold on.
All right.
Wow, hi, what's up?
Hey, give me 1 second because I have to figure out how to end Twitch. Don't talk, you're going to get me banned. Hold on.
I'm muted. We have deleted the post regarding an alleged fire on a U.S. Navy Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. The image cannot be determined authentic. It doesn't matter, right? We're at war anyway. Like, what are we going to do? Go to super war? We literally bombed the fuck out of their entire leadership structure. I don't know if it gets more extreme than that, no?
Okay. All right. Are you good to go?
Yeah. I see you've been having lots of proxy arguments with everybody. Or I guess I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Because it's not like nobody has original opinions. I don't mean it like that, but...
Listen, I'm not going to lie. I did farm Reddit's, did like the DGG Reddit a little bit. Just a little bit.
Sure.
Well, first of all, I watched your debate with Konstantin. I'm just curious, how did you think that went?
I'm probably going to watch the whole thing later and go over it. I mean, I guess about as I expected it to. It's just very, very disappointing, but just, it's sad. I feel like when these guys are on, like, there's a reason why these guys all exist in circle jerks, and when they get like the slightest bit of pushback, they just completely fall apart. It's very fucking annoying.
There seemed to be a moment in the debate where you kind of switched gears a little bit, and you were a bit less prone to like try to rattle him. Was that a conscious decision you made, or did you feel like you were
because it felt like he
he
was about to walk, like he put his mic down, and I think there was like 30 seconds where he stopped talking to me, and then he was like self-soothing, trying to debate audience members because he was so traumatized. So I figure we'll just have a bullshit back and forth for the last hour, which was annoying, but yeah.
I mean, do you think there are any like prominent conservatives out there right now that are even capable of having the kind of intellectually honest debate that I assume you would prefer?
No. Because I think the current administration is just, it's not defensible. You can't, there's no possible way you could ever defend the current administration. So I think it has to be all bullshit. So most of them are smart enough to avoid any type of critical confrontation. And then all the others are going to have the talks, are either getting paid a lot of money to have the talks or are suicidal or whatever. But yeah, most of them are just avoiding those conversations, right? Like, when was the last time you saw Ben Shapiro or any of these people have like a challenging convo that wasn't just them fighting with college kids or something?
I mean, Ben Shapiro, his conversation with Newsom, I thought was overall good. I thought there were a couple. Don't raid. Hang on, Chad. Don't do that. What are you doing? End that raid right now. I'm serious. I'm so serious.
Uh-oh.
Jesus Christ.
Who are they raiding?
Hutch MF, who's like this gamer, and you're gonna raid him with a bunch of political shit? Don't do that. You're embarrassing me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get
shit. I had a friend bring that up. Like, yeah, I didn't know Hutch did politics. Because is that the guy who plays with like the burnt peanut?
Yeah, and Summit. I feel bad. I feel bad because I know he gets people in his chat that are, confusing him for me. And
yeah.
But anyways, yeah, I don't know. Did you watch the whole conversation that he had with Newsom? It was Newsom and Shapiro.
I didn't watch that one. However, like Newsom's podcast is, again, that's a place that's a pretty soft, like he's not bringing you there to go hard into the paint on things, right? Like you're going to get a pretty soft conversation with Newsom. I think I watched the whole Bannon one. I watched the Charlie Kirk one. Like that just seems to be more like a bridge building back and forth kind of podcast that Newsom has going on, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think he's looking at the same polls that the strategists are looking at, where the electorate is telling pollsters that they're tired of the partisan bickering, and so I think he's trying to occupy that lane. But he pushed back against Shapiro for 99% of the conversation, not super aggressively, but definitely pushed back against the talking points. And Newsom is very sharp in those kinds of settings, and so
yeah, there's a thing. I would have to watch this, but like. For the current Trump stuff, like, I would have an issue going on to a show and just pushing back and then having it so we both state our arguments and then move on to the next thing, because I think the current stuff is completely and utterly indefensible, and I would want the audience to come away understanding that that's my position. So not like, I think it was bad that ICE basically sent agents to Minnesota, killed 2 U.S. citizens, and then covered for them and got them out of the state. And then for the other guy to be like, well, there a lot of people are being doxxed, and there is kind of a threat to ICE agents right now, and a lot of that is kind of up for debate on whether or not they were allowed or not allowed to execute force there. Like, to come away, to just have that back and forth, and for people to go, well, he gave pushback. I would want to really drill into that. Does that make sense?
Yes. So that was a moment that went a bit viral, and I thought it was a disappointing moment because, Ben baited him by calling out the press office, calling ICE terrorists or something like that. And that was a really perfect opportunity in my mind for him to recenter the conversation in a different way, to say, well, do you want to get mad at like talking like strongly worded tweets, or do you want to talk about what ICE is actually doing? And then you follow it up by doing that. Just felt like a layup, and it felt like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, because people are going to people don't have a mind that are consuming media to appropriately assign magnitude. So if somebody says, you agree that that killing Renee and Alex Petty, these were bad things, right? And the guy's like, yeah, but you also agree that tweet was bad too. And you're like, well, yeah. Then the audience comes away thinking like, oh, okay, well, both sides agree that there was like a bad thing that happened. And they don't really ascribe an appropriate magnitude to it, which is, why you have to push harder on those issues, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you have someone like Newsom who is going to have a really aggressive media schedule, there's going to be more opportunities for missteps. And so he, unfortunately, is going to be evaluated. Well, first of all, he's not even my first or second or third pick. I don't know if he's electable on a national scale, but it does bother me. And I do feel the urge to jump in and run a little defense when people try to define him with the podcast appearances. Like, I don't know how you feel about it, but it drives me insane these days to see so many people in the kind of populist online left make the claim that Newsom and the Democratic Party have abandoned trans people. Like, that actually drives me fucking insane.
True.
Because I mean, it took even just a couple seconds to look into Newsom's legislative track record in California, it's actually insane. It's like 3 to 4 dozen bills that he signed into law, like really meaningful bills. A lot of these are very, they've helped like thousands and thousands of trans people in this state. And, judging him off of like a 20-second clip on podcast with Ben Shapiro is not surprising behavior from the public, but it's still like on this topic, especially, it's so fucking absurd considering that the Democratic Party is, I would say, like really holding the line on a number of issues. And a lot of these are unpopular, like Mills suing, the state of Maine suing Donald Trump to fight his trans sports ban. That's like a 90-10 issue. And the Democrats are still fighting that fight and winning. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree on any of that. I mean, it's not surprising, though, that people who live purely in kind of like the online discourse world are only evaluating him based on his online discourse, because these people, it seems like they don't really ever talk about actual legislation at all. It's always just their hypothetical perfect legislation. So if it's not single-payer healthcare or a huge wealth tax, then you're basically doing nothing, and then they're just going to evaluate you completely on what you say on podcasts, because the podcast world is the only place these people exist. Not to give an excuse for them, but again, it's very annoying, I agree. Yeah.
They're also lying about Newsom, just straight up lying about him. Like, I don't know who first started saying this, but it seems like everybody's now saying it, from that, who's the one girl, the young woman of the Bituation Room? She's been on Piers a bunch. She was a former TYT person.
Is it Francesca?
Yeah. So like Francesca, Jank, Hassan, Kyle Kulinski, they're all claiming that Newsom vetoed single payer in California, which is just that is just something that did not happen. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the next year or two are going to go as we kind of dive in closer to the election, but
yeah, definitely annoying. I don't disagree. I think that one issue, is that I like what Newsom does with his podcast, and I like what Newsom does as a politician. Unfortunately, I don't know if he can do both of those things. Like, I enjoy the idea of somebody has to be able to talk to these people on the other side of the aisle, and we have to show that we can have conversations and all of that. But it's weird to have that person who embodies that also be kind of our mainstream political fighter on the policy and legislative front against the Trump administration as well. It's like, I don't know if he can do both of those things. Even though I think independently, I think both those things are great. I don't know if I would want those embodied in the same person,
It's kind of theoretically impossible.
Yeah,
because
one will kind of undermine the other, seemingly, Even if it doesn't really, like, from public appearance, it'll just have the appearance of doing that.
Yeah, it's also because you have to, when you're someone who's running for president, you have to take these really concrete policy positions, and there's no way to thread the needle in a way that's going to make everybody happy. So, one side or another are going to be upset that he picked this policy over that policy, and it's a lot easier to be just like a surrogate or a pundit or a mouthpiece and just kind of scrap with Republicans in a very broad general sense.
Sure.
And so I don't even know if it's theoretically possible to be like a really successful podcast person who everybody likes in that kind of setting, but also, everybody likes their policies. It's just a really difficult thing to do.
Yeah. And maybe contraindicated at times or whatever based on, what the debate is. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you some questions.
Yeah. Wait, I'm trying to remember if I had another thing to say. The lead into this was about Newsom.
And Konstantin, the debate.
Konstantin, the debate. Yeah, that was annoying. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, go for it. What's the next thing?
Okay. So I have to say I've been a little alarmed because based on my observations, there have been a lot of DGG that I would say are engaging in rhetoric that I think is quite black-pilled and at times sounds very similar to the kind of rhetoric that we heard from the online populist left in their efforts to justify an electoral strategy of, non-participation or voting third party. I've seen some clips of you talking about how you feel about things and talking about policy. It's honestly difficult to know a lot of the times if you're being hyperbolic or if you're being kind of edgy, because there are times, for example, like I've seen a clip of you saying that, it seemed with a great deal of sincerity, you were saying that we need to find a way to arrest and imprison every current Republican that's serving in government right now. And I mean, so I guess like a good place to start the conversation would just be to evaluate like what you think of the current political zeitgeist. So just like 1 year into Trump 2.0, like how would you say you're generally feeling about things?
I mean, I would say generally I'd feel absolutely horrible in terms of like all the things that Trump has managed to accomplish so far and undermining our relationships with other people around the world and the terrorists and the expansion of presidential power and all that. I imagine we probably feel similarly on that, but I'm guessing you're angling more at the, don't you feel like people are en masse rejecting this and we're going to do well in the midterms? Like that kind of perspective, or?
We can get into that. I mean, I just, it's wherever your thoughts go with it. Just,
I mean, I feel really horrible. I feel like there's been a lot of, the American public has an appetite for kind of authoritarian behavior to a much greater extent than I ever thought. And the fact that Trump was able to staff the government with so many sycophantic people to kind of go with him on this, I think is pretty sad and pathetic. The extent to which, I mean, it's just like so much stuff. We're a year and a month in or whatever, and it's just been like thing after thing after thing after thing of insanity.
Yeah, I guess my observation is that when I hear, so I obviously, I don't know, I'm getting older, and I've been in a relationship for like 10 plus years, and like one of the things that you work on is trying to identify what is behind the emotion that you're immediately being confronted with. So I'm trying to focus on the fact that, people have every right to feel angry and afraid about this administration.
Sure.
And all of that is obviously like eminently valid. I think I take a little bit of a different view here because that kind of take doesn't feel holistic enough to encompass like how things have shifted since the 2024 election.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of people got stuck in a kind of stasis, like an emotional and mental stasis in the immediate aftermath. Because right after the election, for me, what I was afraid of was, holy fucking shit, like not only did he win the election again, he won the popular vote for the first time Republicans done that in, I don't even remember the last time. Maybe was it George W. Bush in 2004, I think was maybe the last time. And so I was worried that this was just what the country was turning into. All of the resist lib stuff from the first term, the kind of peak woke era, all that, that was just a mirage and a temporary distraction. And now we're kind of like really revealing who we are as a country. That was my immediate concern. And then over the last year, a lot of things have happened that have made me feel not like less vigilant about Trump and what he can do with power and all the damage that he can do, but certainly better about the short-term path that we're on.
What makes you feel better, I guess?
It's a combination of things. Like I would say first and foremost on the list of things that make me feel like hopeful and bullish on America's prospects, that we can kind of get back to normal. And I think I define normal as like not feeling like I have to worry about whether or not my country's going to last as a constitutional republic. Like, that's how I would define normal in this context. But the first thing on the list would be the electoral results over the last year. The special election margins have been just truly insane. I don't know if you saw the results from last night, but another really good night for Democrats. We flipped a red seat in Arkansas, overperformed by 23 points relative to 2024. Not only that, I'm also encouraged by the candidates that are seeing success within the Democratic Party. Like, I think Mamdani is a really impressive person who, earned my respect in a lot of ways. I think he's been really savvy, both with his campaign and the way he's been governing. I'm also equally impressed with Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey and Spanberger in Virginia. Not only did they put up really impressive margins, but they are governing very aggressively and using that power to do policies that I consider to be quite good. So that to me just really, really matters. Like, the electoral success of Democrats, the candidate quality. It doesn't look like we're having like a Tea Party revolt within the party right now. Like, last night there was a Bernie endorsed candidate who lost against a, kind of so-so incumbent. And so I'm not as worried about that kind of chaos. Maybe it looks like it's going to be a little bit more cohesive going into the midterms in 2028. And then also it's just, and then I'll finish up here, but like the two things that make me feel bullish right now are these results. And then also I'm looking at the response from the people. So, this term, even though they're not covered as much, there have been more protests this term than there were by this point in the second term than there were by this point in the first term. I look at No Kings protests. I went to that protest. That was the largest protest I've ever been to. It was nonviolent. It was kind of joyful and hopeful, and that kind of gave me some energy. I look at Minnesota, the people of Minnesota. I thought that was exceptionally brave and inspiring. I felt like they were like lighting the beacons of Gondor for the rest of the nation. An American was shot and killed, and then thousands of people took to the streets. Another one was killed, and then thousands more, tens of thousands, were marching in sub-zero temperatures. And they didn't get the administration to completely pull out of Minnesota, but they got, there was a major drawdown there. So I have other reasons too, but those are the things that stick out to me for why I'm optimistic.
So I guess there's like a couple big things that I am very scared about. So one is that it's not good enough to course correct when the course was so far off in the beginning when it shouldn't have been. One thing I used to complain about for Vosh that Vosh would do is, and other people do this too, is you'll hop on a breaking news story. It's the information that's coming out initially is not correct, but they get to collect all of the centrist podcaster people are doing this right now. You get to collect all the virtue from having Trump on your podcast and all of the excitement and the audience and the clicks and the views, even though he's obviously fucked and there's a whole bunch of horrible stuff about this guy that everybody should be able to see prospectively, okay? Not retrospectively, we should be able to see it at the time that he's saying that this is going to be really bad. And then, so they get to collect all of that, and then once Trump goes really bad, as any honest actor could have seen, these aren't hard predictions. You don't have to be Nostradamus to see that the guy who's saying he's going to terrify the entire world ends up terrifying the entire world, right? That now they're saying, well, I think that Trump is not good for this stuff. I disagree with this stuff. And now the audience is like, oh my God, like, well, he's an honest actor. It's cool that he actually is admitting that he was wrong on this, and it's like, no, that's not good enough. Like, this is stuff that we all could have seen ahead of time. Why did it take so long for us to finally course correct, Like, So I guess, one is like the course correction is not good enough. There are some things that you can course correct on. Like, I'll be sympathetic to people who supported Trump in the first term, because I think there was enough ambiguity there that who knows, maybe it could have gone good, maybe not. But by the second time you're supporting him, there's something that is extremely broken with you as a commentator, a political pundit, whatever. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there. This is going to get more into, I imagine, what we'll talk about later, the consequences part. It's not checks and balances when you continue to fuck around. You try to destroy rule of law and and corrupt the system as much as you can, and then the government is told to stop by the courts, and so then you kind of stop, but you get to collect all the benefit of the bad shit that you did, and then look for another way to fuck with the system. Being fully open and transparent that you're simply just trying to fuck with the system. That's not a good state of affairs either. So, like, seeing America saying, "Wow, actually, Trump is really bad," like. Here's the one thing. Okay, there's a third point, too. The instability of it all is also insane. right? Like, what does the rest of the world look at the United States and they go, you really needed Trump a second time to see how fucked he is? That's not comforting at all to any other country on the planet. And then kind of a final question to wrap up all three of these. A question for you. Let's assume that the economy was going really well for whatever reason. Maybe the AI stuff was doing even better than we thought it would, and it's buoying the entire economy and job markets, everything else. Do you think the American public would be turning their back on Trump right now, or do you think it would just carry on business as usual, irrespective of all the insane shit he's doing domestically and internationally?
Well, just to hit your last question first, yes, I do. But I don't think that it would be at the same margins. So his approval rating in the aggregate right now, for G. Elliott Morris's new aggregate, he left 538. Now he does a new thing called 50+1. Trump is down to, I think, 38 or 39.
Sure.
So maybe that would be like a few points higher. And
just a few
my
points
reasoning
higher? Do
for
you really
that
think
is,
so?
yeah, I do. And my reasoning for that is we can just take a look at the first term.
Mm-hmm.
Like the first term, the economy was doing really well. And like, especially in those first few years before COVID came around, that was massively disruptive. But even in the context of COVID, like people made it out like pretty well, all things considered, when COVID was happening. The average family, the median family, saw their net wealth go up in 2028 because we had such generous stimulus programs in this country relative to other countries. And even despite all that, even despite people's net wealth going up in 2020 and a really strong economy that had basically at that point fully recovered from the recession by the time it was passed off from Obama to Trump, his approval rating went down a lot, like during that time. It was pretty volatile. I mean, it was starting to rebound slowly by the time we got to COVID, and then it just crashed back down again because he was so fucking incompetent. But that was the public voicing their disgust with the way that he was conducting himself. I mean, I don't know if you remember vividly the first term. I do. I mean, like, he kicked it off by like firing Comey. That was a big scandal.
Sure, but I know that his vote changes a little bit, or the popularity changes a little bit with moderates and then with Democrats. But my understanding is for his first term, that the Republican approval, I think at one point it might have dipped to 89, but I think otherwise it was 90 plus basically the entire time.
Right, but you're talking about the Republican voter base. And
Yeah.
I think that is a mistake to restrict the analysis to just Republicans. Like, we can't really do much about enthusiastic Republicans. Maybe there's a candidate like Tallarico, for example. I think there's a lot of interesting potential there. If he is to win that seat in Texas, he's going to have to peel away Trump voters.
Sure, but I think I would feel really depressed, I guess, if our analysis for feeling good about the future of the United States already begins with a priori writing off half the country, or a little bit like close to half the country, because we just consider them a lost cause.
Well, I mean, it just depends. It's a case by case. I'm not saying that you should entirely write Republican voters off. If there is a way to message to, get them to be open to supporting a Democrat, and we can get into Tallarico. I think I find him just really fascinating. I think there's a lot of potential there. He's running more kind of nonpartisan. He's doing populism, but he's framing it in a more biblical, kind of soft, less brain rot kind of way. As opposed to like Plattner, who's doing the kind of traditional brain rot populism. And so I think that there is potential down there to peel voters back. And so I'm not saying entirely write them off, but if I were to evaluate the state of the country purely based on looking at Republican voter base, I agree. I would be extremely depressed and feel totally hopeless as to, where the country is headed in the short term. But I wouldn't do that because I don't understand the point of doing that. Why would you do that? If we're talking about the possibility of getting past this moment, that will necessarily mean like winning more elections. And if you just look at the state of things right now electorally, the Republican Party are pretty fucked, like really fucked. Like there's over 36 congressional Republicans that have resigned. That's a lot. That doesn't happen unless they think that they're heading towards a catastrophe in November.
Yeah, but I don't think winning the election is the thing that I'm looking at. I would say that the fact that we elected Trump a second time, I think, is a historic failing up there with any crazy, horrible things the United States has done. So that's already like a major hit against us. And the fact that it's taken so much for people to be like, oh, maybe this Trump figure, not the best. It's taken like this guy has gotten 100 different actions that would all be considered, like administration ending scandals. And it's just like another Tuesday for this dude. So I don't know, the idea that like, well, you know, we might win the next election. I guess what I'm looking at more, what I would consider a victory, isn't winning the election, but it's looking at the causes that got us here to where like, how could we ever elect this person, and then making sure that those don't come up again in the future. And I don't know if like just the midterms here or just 2028 is good enough. Like, I don't see like a fundamental reshuffling of the Conservative Party. Because why would they, right? If this kind of insane behavior has gotten them this many wins, like what incentive do they have to change?
So I agree with that, just so you know, and I think we should get into that more, get into more specifics. But before we even get to that conversation, I just want to ask you, like very specifically, like how do you evaluate the current moment for the United States? Like, have we already succumbed to fascism, or are we on an intractable path to fascism? Are we on a path to fascism that we could avoid? You know, like, yeah, like. I
mean, I guess when I look at the United States, when I think of fascism, I think of fascism as like obesity, and the United States is like a very athletic and very fit person. But for the past like 4 years, we've like pigged the fuck out on donuts and hot chocolates. So, you know, are we obese yet? No, because we started off with an incredibly fit and incredibly resilient body, or, you know, structures and institutions. The United States had them, a resilient economy, resilient institutions with different checks and balances that are all good. But we're on that path for sure. Like left unobstructed, that would be where we would go to, like 100%.
I usually don't love your analogies, I have to be honest, but that one was pretty good. But I think like in the context of that analogy, I feel like a lot of the solutions that I'm hearing from, and it's not just DGG and you. I mean, there's a lot of liberals, it seems, that are becoming radicalized in this moment. But if I use your analogy, I feel like a lot of the solutions that are being proposed are, you know, jumping straight to like major surgery and liposuction and tummy tucks and all these kinds of things before you've even, you know, gone on Ozempic. If you can follow my drift here.
Yeah. So if we want to follow the analogy, it's kind of like when you're pre-diabetic, you can make it needs to be drastic lifestyle changes to bring your insulin sensitivity back down or up, I guess, in order to make it so you can live a normal life. Once you're into the diabetic territory, though, and you've had to start like metformin or whatever, then that's it. You're going to be diabetic for the rest of your life. You can't reverse it with diet at that point. So you kind of have to make some extreme dietary changes once you're in that pre-diabetic stage, because you have to bring your stuff down so that you don't fucking kill your pancreas that creates insulin that ends up becoming overworked once you're diabetic. So I feel like we're straining this analogy a bit, but like not getting into like the changes that we need to make. I'm just saying that when you ask me, are we fully fascist yet? I would say no, but it's not for a lack of trying. It's just because the current people that are there right now have like a very resilient system that they were up against coming into things. But this isn't any principled part on behalf of the American public or anything like that. It's just because of how sturdy the system was with Trump coming into office.
What do you mean it isn't because of a principled public? What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
As in, the American public would have had an appetite for so much worse had there not been so many structural structural walls placed in front of this administration. So, for instance, like the indictments related to Comey, Bolton, James, like the American public doesn't even know our legal system that well. I don't give a fuck that much about any of this. But because there are institutional hurdles, because they have to get prosecutors appointed the correct way, and they've got to secure indictments the correct way, like, you know, this ended up not happening. But that wasn't because the American public saw that it was wrong and evil. It was because of our system.
Well, on this specific issue, I don't know how many Americans were moved away from potential support for Trump or material support for Trump because of those indictments. But what is clearly happening right now with the electorate, they are speaking very loudly, very clearly. They're talking to pollsters, they're voting. There is a perception right now from this administration that they are entirely corrupt. And I think like the tip of the spear of that sentiment that's out there right now is the Epstein stuff, which I would argue is probably like, you know, the least important thing among all the issues of like him being completely corrupt and illiberal. That's probably like not even in the top 10, but that's a story that has broken to the mainstream and captured a lot of people's imagination, and it feeds into a lot of like latent conspiracy mongering kind of behavior from a lot of Americans that we've seen increase in the last decade. But there's no mistake. Like, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. Like,
Yeah, but while I agree with
each individual action alone isn't enough to necessarily like sink this administration. But when you put them all together and you look at the totality of the destruction of the corruption, American voters are expressing en masse disgust with this administration over this corruption.
I agree with you there, but a thing that I'm worried about, and I don't know if this is a story told in polls yet or if they're going to begin polling on this, what I worry about is the Trump administration is not undermining the Trump administration. They're just further undermining people's view of government completely. So one of the things that I worry about with regards to the Epstein stuff, regardless of how people feel about it, is that when Americans have strong feelings, I'm vibing this, by the way, so if there's polling data that shows me that I'm wrong, I would be happy if that was the case. But my feeling is when an American cares strongly about the Epstein stuff, they don't care because they feel like the Trump administration is corrupt. They just think that everybody is corrupt, that they're all in cahoots with each other. So when Trump continues to take actions that are damaging U.S. perception of the government, that even if this is hurting the popularity of the current regime, we've seen that the Democrats are still polling pretty low in popularity. It's just reinforcing people's opinions that, oh, I guess the whole system is just broken and corrupt, which I think is also bad. It's not helping us at all.
I don't think that you're wrong, that there's a lot of that. It might even be a plurality or a majority of Americans that see it in that context. I wouldn't fight you on that. But I do think that it is a generalization. And I do think that there's a significant chunk of the country that understands the distinction between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party right now. Is it 10%? Is it 30%? Is it 40%? I can't give you those numbers. I'd be interested to look into that because I'm sure there's been some polling to like look into this. But you're speaking to the kind of like the reason why populism is like hitting so hard these days with candidates like Plattner and Tallarico and a lot of right-wing populists as well, is this like anti-establishment sentiment that's been boiling for really like the last like 10 to 15 years. I think it really kicked off after the bank bailouts. I feel like that was like the real seeds of this, of when it like really kind of sprung into existence.
Sure.
By the time that Trump ran. But there's enough people in the country that can recognize the difference between like that can see what's happening, and they do understand that this administration is uniquely corrupt and the Republican Party are uniquely compromised. I think that's why we're seeing the kind of, I mean, what do you make of the crazy margins from Democratic Party candidates in the last year?
I mean, I think people are seeing that the current administration isn't working. So then they're voting for the other party, which is good. Like, I mean, we've been killing it in special elections, but I mean, didn't we also kill it in, I mean, arguably even for the Biden midterms, right? Like people were predicting that huge red wave and it would be a disaster for Biden, and that never came. And then I think special elections, I think under Trump's first term, I think we tended to overperform in, but none of that kept Trump from winning in term 2. I don't know if this is representing like a significant evolution of American thought about what our political system needs to look like, rather than, listen, I'm glad we're winning elections, but if it's just a reaction to the current administration, largely on domestic economic grounds, which is what I feel like it still is, right, then who's to say that they're not just going to swing back come 2028 or 2030?
You can't. Nobody can promise that. And when
but
you
that's
said
the
that
fight,
you
that's
need,
the fight that I think is really important. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I agree with you that you need drastic measures to address the rot that's happening in this country right now. I don't dispute that at all. I think the difference between you and me is what those drastic measures look like. When I think of drastic measures, I'm not thinking about, extrajudicial or extra constitutional, Nuremberg 2.0 stuff. I'm thinking about reforms. Like I'm thinking about winning enough elections to build a big enough mandate and build enough consensus to actually pass reforms like we've done many, many, many times in this country. We'll have these moments where we're backsliding, and then we introduce reforms and things get better. And then something else comes along at some point, challenges the country. I think Trump...
Can you just, real quick, when you... so I'm not trying to debate Lord you on this, but when you say like, what is your, in your mind, when you're thinking like, things were bad and then there were reforms and they made things better, what are you thinking about there? Or like, what in your mind is...
The thing that sticks out to me, I mean, there's a lot that you could go to, but like the thing that sticks out to me are the post-Nixon reforms. That did lead to a more functional DOJ. That did lead to the public having more faith in those institutions at a time when, Nixon really kind of shattered Americans. I think a lot of young people maybe don't really quite understand how traumatic Watergate and Nixon was, because he went from being one of the most popular presidents literally in U.S. history to like disgrace, and they felt totally betrayed. His corruption being laid bare in the way that it was, and it was such a unique situation too, because he literally recorded himself in the fucking Oval Office having these like explicitly corrupt conversations. And in the years that followed, they codified some of these reforms. They adopted some of these reforms in an informal kind of way, like with the independent nature of DOJ, which is, I'm sure, is going to come up in the context of this conversation. But that did help things quite a bit. That did help get us back on a better path. That didn't mean we didn't have problems, but like we moved away from that level of explicit corruption.
Yeah.
And now Trump is challenging our institutions again. Yeah.
So I don't disagree with you on that necessarily. However, I think one of the big differences is that everybody in the country realized that Nixon was in the wrong, or most people realized like Nixon is in the wrong, right? He was impeached. He had to be pre-pardoned basically by Ford, because of the expectation that there would be crimes that would follow, that he was being investigated by the FBI. And we look at the difference between that and Trump, where Trump didn't need a pardon or pre-pardon himself. Instead, he got immunity from crimes from the Supreme Court. And rather than the whole country realizing like, ooh, this Nixon shit was pretty fucking bad, and he got impeached and everything over it, we have, I think there was only one person in the current cabinet that was willing to admit during their Senate confirmation hearings that Trump even lost the 2020 election. I think it was one person. I don't remember who. It might have been Dr. Oz. I don't know. I don't think Oz is cabinet level, right? I don't remember who it was. But like nobody was even willing to admit that the president lost that election. I think that is a significant difference in terms of how the American public saw these situations. So when you look at Nixon, I'm like, okay, sure, I can buy you there. But there's been no recognition of wrongdoing from the Trump guy.
No, I don't disagree with anything you're saying, right? I mean, like, I have a sense of why that is. Why do you think I just looked it up, and Nixon's approval rating was 24% by the time he resigned. So he did plummet in popularity, and Watergate was not something that just happened overnight. It was something that played out, I think, over the course of like over a year. It was like drip, drip, drip. Like new information like every month came out, and it just got worse and worse for Nixon. It just looked worse and worse. And then you had like, was it the Friday Night Massacre or the Saturday Night Massacre, whatever that was? But what do you think was different back then compared with now? Like, I'm thinking of a couple things in particular here.
Well, I'm going to give a very boring answer that's just broad and is unsatisfactory, but I think that the news media that we live in right now, because all of us get kind of, we all have our own little experience machines that we jump inside when we want to consume media, makes it easier to avoid uncomfortable things, and you can have your own kind of reality served up to you, slopped up to you to make you feel fine. So in the past, news is going to be probably a medium friction environment. Like, you're going to see headlines that make you feel good. You're going to see headlines that make you feel bad. You're going to see a variety of things because you've got to turn on TV and that's it. You don't get to DVR and choose every program you get to watch, or have a internet algorithm feed you exactly the pundits that you want to see and exactly the times you want to see them and exactly the clips that you want to see of them. And nowadays you get to live in a totally different reality. It was probably harder to be in a different reality back then, so you kind of had to confront the fuck shit a little bit more. I agree. I agree. Okay, yeah.
I agree. I think it's social media, and I think it's the rise of 24-hour partisan news networks that really changed fundamentally the landscape. Like, if Nixon had Fox News and Benny Johnson and fucking Steven Crowder back then, who knows if his popularity would have dipped even below like 50%.
Yeah.
But these are things that, it's not going to be easy, but these are things that you can reform if you really wanted to within a liberal framework. What is, I guess, like this, the logical question here, and I'm not baiting you to like Fed post or anything.
Wait here,
like
before we get to the Fed post part, I think another thing that is important is when you talk about reforming the system and everything, like we're talking about meaningful reforms that can meaningfully change the way that our government functions for the better. I don't know if I can think of a single thing that would have mattered for this current administration, because this was not an administration that was trying its best to be creative and to work within kind of what was left with it. This is an administration that is in full revolt against the established order. And sometimes I feel like this happens a lot with the January 6th stuff. Whenever you debate for the 5% of people that fucking know anything about it, when you debate people that know anything about it and they're committed to the Republican dick suck side, and you ask them, like, they were trying to break the law when they were doing the the whole electoral scheme and everything, their response, do you know what their response is? Have you ever debated somebody on this?
I have, but
Their
I'm
response,
not really.
oftentimes their response will be, well, didn't they change the ECA afterwards? Didn't they update the legislation afterwards, right? Well, who cares? Like, they might have clarified some language, but if you read any of the emails from Eastman, from Chesborough, from any of these guys going into it, they all knew they were breaking the law. That's why they said the vice president has the constitutional authority to do this. Whenever they said constitutional authority, they were saying that because he could usurp the ECA as being unconstitutional. So they knew they were breaking the law. So I don't like this response of, in order to counter what the Trump admin has done, we need to do a whole bunch of reforms and to pass new stuff, because the current administration is lawless. And the idea of passing new laws to make sure this stuff doesn't happen in the future, I just think I think it's, not only do I think it's not satisfactory, I think it's actually damaging to the American mind, because it implies that the current administration is doing what they can because they can get away with it, as opposed to what they actually are doing, which is just acting lawlessly.
Okay. How much of your issue is with the system itself, or versus how much of it is with like the voters? Because we do have a functional system. I tend to think that there are problems with the judicial system in this country. I do think there are still like lingering systemic problems and imbalances that need to be addressed. However, it's a pretty decent system. Like, I like the fact that there's a high threshold to convict someone and deprive them of their liberty and send them to jail. And you have to go through this process that have all these like layers of accountability and these mechanisms for people to democratically address possible problems within that system. And that system was working by the time Donald Trump was elected in 2024. But what happened when the voters chose him in 2024 was that they were essentially saying, we don't think that he should be held accountable for those crimes, or we don't think he did crimes. And, that effectively ended those processes. But he had already been found guilty of, 32 felonies. I don't know if he would have been, sent to jail, or if it would have been some kind of cushy, home confinement situation. He was facing down some very difficult charges to beat in Florida. There was reporting last week to indicate that he was privately telling people that Jack Smith had him dead to rights in Florida. I do think Jack Smith was probably going to be successful in the January 6th trial in the DC jurisdiction. I think probably that Georgia trial would have been successful as well. And the problem there was that it just happened too late. Like, Merrick Garland didn't do the wrong thing when he appointed a special counsel. That is the right thing for the DOJ to do. What he did wrong was he waited way too long. I mean, they had him. Yeah. They had Donald Trump dead to right. They knew he was lying about the classified documents. They knew that he was telling his subordinates to destroy evidence. They knew that 4 or 5 months into Biden's presidency. And I can't put myself into the mind of Merrick Garland, but I assume he was being really vigilant and giving Trump as many opportunities as he could to avoid the appearance of political influence in that investigation. That, I think, that was a massive, massive, massive blunder. Apart from that, Merrick Garland was a completely competent, professional, excellent attorney general. Apart from that decision, his decision to, try to avoid the appearance of political influence to that degree is the reason why Donald Trump ultimately was not held accountable and will likely not be held accountable for those previous crimes. And so, to try to get at your point of what kind of reforms could have prevented Donald Trump from doing the stuff that he's doing, I can think of some reforms that would help right now, and we can get into that. But ultimately, that was a problem of the electorate themselves, and there's that's a complex topic too. But I want to let you.
I guess when we talk about the system, in terms of the governmental system, I think it's fine. But our issue is that we have a lot of different systems working together, where I think the incentives are all heavily skewed. I prefer to think that most of the people are rational actors and aren't just acting compulsively or with some crazy emotional bend, and that most people are just kind of following, as I said, where the incentives align. So when I look at how Fox News acted with respect to the Dominion stuff, right, that was a pretty exceptional thing in Smartmatic, that they thought that it was beneficial for them to lie on behalf of Donald Trump to either curry favor with him or because they thought that that's what their audience wanted to hear. So we have a huge issue with our media environment, such that, when I talk about normal people, I wouldn't expect an ordinary person to be able to sort through almost any major media topics today. It's just too much, right? An ordinary person can be super well informed on pharmaceuticals or Iran or whatever. It's just not. So you need the media to kind of break down these topics for you. And the media, the alt media especially, but even the mainstream media to some extent, seems to kind of have abandoned their role here. So that's one huge failure. And then the question is why Why does that incentive exist? Should there be? This is a part where that might be ripe for legislation, where maybe we need to regulate these environments better. I don't think the American people would go for it. We have a very naive and childlike concept of freedom of speech. So I don't think that there's going to be an appetite there for that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is like the lawmakers, the politicians themselves. Why do they feel like they can lie or assist Trump with acting lawless with impunity? For the Jan 6 stuff, there were a lot of lawmakers that were basically going along with them. They agreed that they would object in the, I think it's in the Senate, right? You had to object in the Senate to certify your vote. Yeah, all of the people doing that were part of the insurrection. They knew that there were no good grounds here to object on. They just did it in the hopes that they were buying time or some bullshit would happen, right? Why do they feel like, and all the people that can lie on behalf of this administration, all the cabinet members that are acting with wild impunity, why do they all feel like they can lie and get away with it? Whatever is driving that incentive like needs to be changed too. Like that's not good. And I mean, for the president himself, right? We actually have literal criminal immunity now, and he's also a lame duck, so he's not going to be elected again. But I mean, I feel like the president also feels like he can act with impunity. So yeah, all of the intent. So when I talk about like, I guess like 2028 or 2030, and you tell me that you're happy that like we're kind of winning in the polls, that's fine. But I don't see any of these incentives changing, especially if the thought is like, well, we just need a new law to prevent what Trump did from happening again. Well, if the incentives are still there, I would expect them to do the exact same thing. They should if they're rational actors. And I just haven't heard or seen anything that would discourage the same type of behavior from happening again come next election cycle.
I think it's generally good to be forward thinking about these things. I don't think I disagree with anything you just said right there.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm completely on the exact same page about what these problems are and the conundrum of uncertainty of just like not like what do you do about that? Like it has to be addressed in some way. Again, I completely agree with you. I suspect the bulk of our disagreements are going to be with the specific prescriptions here, and I can't even promise you that I wouldn't commit to saying that I would be opposed to everything that you are proposing here. But whenever I get into these kinds of conversations, and especially with when I have like DGG people in my chat, there's like I don't know if it's because they don't want to Fed post or they don't want to break TOS, but it's all very vague. Like I don't even know what I'm possibly agreeing with versus disagreeing with, because all I get, there's a lot of like very general statements, and people will say like, well, Hutch, you just don't have the fucking balls to do what needs to be done right now.
Sure.
And sometimes they'll get kind of more LARPy with it, with their rhetoric. And I'm asking you, and this is a serious question, like at that point, how, like, what's the strongest argument for that person not simply just doing what's in the Basil tweet about, Minecrafting a wall, talking about like Minecrafting a Walmart and then not actually Minecrafting a Walmart. It's just,
what's the incentive for them to not, oh, yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I guess the frustrating part is that it feels like on the other end, like the Republicans don't ever have to Fed post because they don't have to go and do that to the Walmart. Literally ICE will go do that to the Walmart. So they have like the power of the government, right? Like we have to be very careful how we talk about like the fact that you're saying Minecraft stuff, right? Like if I were to talk about killing like somebody in Congress, like that's kind of a crazy thing to say, and I run the risk of, well, not getting demonetized, but I get banned on YouTube, right? Like I can't say anything like that. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is literally retweeting that like 6 members of Congress should be fucking executed, right? I think that when you have an asymmetry like that, then you have to make a lot of room for understanding why people would be so fucking ass-pained. Like, it's very crazy to me that the president of the United States and then all the little sycophants around him can Fed post and then Fed act so insanely hard, so over the line, but like we have to be careful that we don't say things that are just like impolite or breaking norms. I didn't actually justify anything right there. I guess I just explained for why some people are irritated about it. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I've disagreed with anything that you've said so far.
Sure.
We would have to get into some kind of specifics. And I do urge you to be a little cautious here because I don't want to get TOS. But
obviously, we know there is no violence. We shouldn't encourage it. Actually, I don't even mean to. I'm not saying this because I legitimately, as somebody that goes out and does events, I don't want to live in a politically violent environment. That's a risk to my own health. So
yeah.
Also, I've even noticed my community is a little bit crazy. I probably have to have a talk with them because I do feel like we're getting a little bit school shooter vibes on my subreddit a little bit. People need to calm the fuck down. But man, it is hard when you see like federal cops fucking murdering American citizens, and then all the Republicans are like cheering it on, and it's like, holy fuck, it's a very, 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 very fucked world to live in. But not necessarily to excuse it, but just to explain where the sentiment comes from. Yeah, I'm sure you don't disagree with that even. Yeah.
No, I mean, listen, I would say that I've definitely mellowed out in my elderly years, but there have been moments in this administration where I have very Minecrafty thoughts. I start imagining, like, what would I do if I had Homelander's powers? And it gets really fucking dark. So I you know, that feeling of anger and rage, I understand that emotion. I try to push back against the idea that, I mean, I generally don't think that human beings are at their best decision-making capabilities when they're in that kind of state of mind. And I think it's easy to get attached to that rage because maybe it makes you feel more powerful in a time where you feel powerless.
Sure.
But I think if you stay in that place of rage, I just it's been my experience from personal experience that this doesn't lead to the best judgment. And
so I can,
you were talking about
real quick because I'm sympathetic with what you just said there, right? So I can speak from personal experience as well. Like, I'm the kind of person who needs I need some time to chill if I'm having a fight, because I'm just never going to be able to resolve things well, because I just can't do it. So I need like 6 to 8 hours to calm the fuck down, and then after that I can be like super duper chill. Okay. One issue though that I've noticed sometimes with partners that I have to be very careful of is that they might be mad in the moment. I might say I need like 8 hours to chill the fuck out. And then after the 8 hours is gone, I'm chilling, I'm ready to have the conversation, but they might be over it and they don't care anymore. And then we just actually never have the conversation. So like, I get to basically skip out on all of that, which is like a kind of a win for me, because I'm like, oh, cool, I don't have to deal with this shit. But then when the issue comes up again, we're going to run through that same pattern of like, well, hold on, I need 8 hours to chill. And they're like, well, I'm really fucking mad now. Okay, well, let's chill. And then it never actually gets discussed. And I feel like we almost are sort of seeing that play out, where it's like, okay, fine, they took Garland from us for a Supreme Court pick, but you know, we got Biden was elected and it's okay. Or like they took Gore, right, from the Supreme Court again for the Florida election, but that's okay because we got Obama eventually. Like, we're playing this pattern out over and over and over again where nothing of substance is actually being dealt with, because we're just like, well, at least we won this election so we can put it off for the future and never actually discuss it at all.
I fiercely identify with what you're talking about with the couple stuff. I feel like you're ADHD as well, right?
Sure, yeah.
I think my partner's reading a book on ADHD because I got a diagnosis like 7 months ago or something. And apparently ADHD people experience emotions on average, like in a more heightened way. And I'm kind of the same way, where if I get worked up, I can get really, really worked up. And you know, sometimes I will want to regulate and I'll take a walk outside, but my fucking brain is doing the monologue or a pretend dialogue, and I'm just getting myself more and more angry. And so sometimes it'll take me like several hours to calm down. I don't know how to. I think the problem right now, and the reason why people are feeling so radicalized, is like a combination of a lot of different things. It's a combination of like what Trump is actually doing with power, and it's been quite horrifying. It's also you're describing a kind of a lack of faith in the American public right now.
Yeah.
And what I think gets lost in these kinds of conversations a lot of the time is it's not that there's a significant percentage of the country that are like really rigidly attached to Donald Trump for ideological reasons. I think it's the case. I think it's real quick. I think it's the case that probably somewhere between 50 and 65% of the country are largely disengaged from politics, and to the extent that they do engage with politics, it's in a very superficial kind of way. As something pops up on their TikTok feed, they talk to a coworker or a family member about it, but they're not thinking about politics actively in the way that you and me and people in our audience do. I mean, I think about politics many hours every day. It's like literally my job at this point. And
sure, I don't disagree with you, but I think that there's something to be said for an indifference that's almost as bad, right? To use a classic rape analogy, right? One person is raping or sexually abusing somebody, and 9 people are standing by watching, and it's like, holy shit, this is terrible. And it's like, well, it's not like all of them were participating. And it's like, okay, maybe not, but Jesus Christ, like, I would expect in the United States of America that we wouldn't stand by and listen to our leader threaten to invade allied countries. That would just be a non-starter. We wouldn't do that. Or that we would attack our trade relationship with our two closest and largest trading partners, Canada and Mexico. Or that we would commit ICE to doing the actions that they are against U.S. citizens. Like, that would be a thing where it's not enough to just say, well, it's not like Americans support Trump ideology. Because I agree with you there. I don't think it matters that much. You can see, obviously, with stuff like the war with Iran, right? We've gone from the president of no new wars to the president of, oh my God, he's based when he wants to go to war with everybody. I agree there's not a strong ideological commitment there. But I think that the ideological indifference is almost as frightening from me in the United States. And I think to the rest of the world, I think it is as well. Because from now for the next 30 years, the whole rest of the world, like as soon as there is a shiver in the timbers of the American economy, everybody's gonna be like, holy fuck, is America about to elect another fascist because they're having a minor recession? Like, that's what everybody around the planet is gonna be thinking for the next generation, you know?
Yeah. I think that for a lot of people, there is indifference, and there's a kind of nihilism that I find to be quite disturbing. That's become more prevalent in recent years, especially among young people. It makes me pretty fucking sad to see people that young feeling that nihilistic. But I think there's another. So there are some that are seeing what seeing what is happening, and maybe some even like the chaos. They're in kind of like their Joker phase of their life or something like that. But I think for most people in the camp that we're talking about, it's not indifference necessarily. It's actually ignorance. Like, maybe they can see the things that are happening, but they don't really fully understand like why it's bad or why it's wrong or the potential implications of those things. And I guess like when
hold on, just again to push on this, because it depends on just real quick, because like I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that there's a second order responsibility that's almost as important as the first order responsibility here. If somebody were to go up to you, and let's say you legitimately didn't know at all, but they were like, hey, just so you know, I don't know if your mom or dad are there now, but like a year ago, your dad murdered 12 children. I don't think you would be indifferent to that. Like, well, I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I think that you would be highly motivated to do whatever you could to figure out the truth to that statement, because that would really bother you. I would imagine you would be very uncomfortable if you have a good relationship with your father to find out that he murdered 12 children, that he Anakin Skywalkered a whole bunch of young Jedi. That would be a thing that would bother you a lot. And I think if I asked you in the future, I was like, do you have an opinion about the fact that your dad like murdered like 12 children? And you're like, I don't know much about it. Or, I just haven't like looked into it. I don't know. I've heard people say it. Like, I would judge you harshly on that, even though you don't have a positive or negative position. That's what I'm saying. That second order thing I think is really, really, really important. And I don't think it excuses a lot of the American indifference to some of the historically horrendous actions I think that we're involved in right now. Like, the interference in Syria over the past 10 years is one thing, because that's insanely complicated or whatever. But like the bombing of Iran is a much more blatant thing that we should have some obligation to have feelings on. Otherwise, what? Can we just do anything and say the American public just doesn't know about it?
Well, I mean, it's overwhelmingly unpopular what he just did in Iran. I mean, the pollsters that didn't phrase the question in an insanely leading and loaded way. We know at this point it's like roughly a quarter of the country supports what he did versus like 50% who don't versus another quarter who are unsure. I mean, that's pretty unpopular.
Yeah, but this is the second time he's done it. Is this going to be a thing that it's harder because he's a lame duck now, and I think they've already kind of given up on the midterms if they can't rig it. So I don't know if we're going to see the electoral consequences there. But apparently there's not enough pressure from the American public for Congress to feel like they don't support him. You don't see Mike Johnson or the Republicans speaking out anywhere near as much as you'd expect them to if it really is that unpopular of an action. I don't know. It's not enough in my mind.
I think you're demonstrating a rational reaction to seeing these sometimes horrific things that he's doing, where your brain immediately wants to go to like a problem solving kind of mode. And what you're going to try to do in those kinds of moments is try to figure out a path, like something to give you a sense of comfort, like this is going to end. But the truth is that nobody can tell you what's going to happen in the next 3 years. It was baked in that he was going to be president for 4 years when he won in November 2024. You can spend all your time thinking about what if he does this, what if he does that, what if he does this, what if the public doesn't respond, You can do that if you want to. I don't find that to be particularly productive. I think the best thing that we can do is the same thing that this country has always done and over again to get us on a better path when we find ourselves on a bad path, is you win elections and you do reforms and you try to win people's hearts and minds, like in the culture. A lot of that has to do with things that are outside of politics, like the role of the arts, how things are depicted in media. I mean, this is like insanely influential, and politicians have relatively like little control over, those kinds of things. And so, there are going to be things that maybe you can do in your own kind of personal life to contribute in your own little way to getting on a better path. But a lot of it is out of your power. And I think like, you don't have to be happy about that, but you should make peace with that at some point. And I think if we're talking about political engagement, the best thing that you can do right now is think about what is right in front of you. And so we just got past some midterms. Some primaries last night. I think the voters made a good decision in Texas. I'm pretty happy about that. And we got the midterms coming up. And if you're really looking for a way to, spend that energy, you would just spend your time elevating candidates that you think are strong and like helping the party win more elections. Because really, like, if it's not that, if the solution is not win more elections, implement more reforms, of course, if to the extent that there have been crimes that have been done by this administration and he's not shielded by immunity or a pardon, of course, like pursue justice in that respect within a certain within a certain boundary that you and I can like quibble about. But all of those things are valid. But right now we have midterms coming up in a few months, it's like 6 months or something, 7 months.
Yeah, I'm not saying
that's going to be an opportunity to send a gigantic shot across the bow, because do you know what's going to happen if we take back that house in November? We are going to, day one, we are going to harass this administration every fucking day of every week with subcommittee hearings. We're going to impeach members of the cabinet, and the Senate will ultimately acquit probably most of them or all of them. And we are going to make life like very difficult for that administration. They're going to have to spend time and energy and resources responding to these processes that the Democratic Party does. They did it the last time. It was really effective. It was probably one of the reasons why Biden won in 2020. And then, hopefully we're best positioned to win another trifecta in 2028. Like, that is the path. I don't know, anything outside of that path is unclear to me. Like, what are you suggesting? If it's not win elections,
I think that path is good.
Adopt new policies. If it's not that, what is it?
I'm a big win elections and pass law kind of person, but I think that if we make it through this electoral season, even if we win the White House in 2028 and we've got the Senate and the House, it feels like, in terms of what you're saying, it feels like you think that that's like victory. But like, I feel like we're just...
It is definitionally victory. I mean, it's not complete.
I look at it as
victory.
It's just loss mitigation. The fact that Trump won a second term is like the fucking Harvey Dent turned into a crazy psychopathic murderer, and now we're just trying to like mitigate losses at that point. I don't see. But
Destiny, you're trying to concoct a solution that is just not possible. There's nothing that you can say right now to guarantee me that we're not going to be similarly challenged in 2032 to 2036. There's nothing you can come up with. There's nothing that you can come up with right now I mean exactly what I'm saying here. Like, there is no magical solution that I can tell you right now. And I understand why that impulse is there. I understand why that desire is there. You want to know that something like this is never, ever, ever going to happen again. But nobody can tell you that. Nobody can give you that comfort. You do
I understand what you're
have
saying, but like if this is what you're saying, this is the black pill. I would say this is way more black pilling than anything else, because I don't know if it's speaking for other people, but like this is an America that I no longer have interest in that case. Like, if every single electoral cycle is an electoral cycle between and a two-party system, you have an authoritarian fascist regime on one end, and then you've got another regime that's desperately trying to both govern the country and win elections on the other end. That's just a system that I have no interest in defending. I think at that point the country's lost.
I'm certainly not saying that we're permanently stuck on this merry-go-round, but America has not been. This is not the first time that America has been challenged by an authoritarian movement from within, and we've overcome.
To what
some
level of success
challenges.
is like would this be like comparable to?
What level of success? What do you mean?
I guess, like, what level of success would you view like an authoritarian type figure in the United States as having that's comparable to the Trump admin in U.S. history?
Well, I don't know about like individual success, but in terms of like civil strife, the 60s and the 70s were more tumultuous. There was more upheaval then than there is even right now. We had a fucking civil war, followed by 100 years of like, challenging moments regarding like getting rid of Jim Crow. That was a really long, protracted battle. We've had open corruption in the United States government. That was just the norm. Bribing politicians wasn't even illegal.
Sure, but I think there's, like, when I look at stuff related to Jim Crow, right? Like, this is like, in my mind, a worthwhile, noble fight. There's like a huge upheaval of centuries, arguably, of racism in the United States, and sometimes codified, sometimes not codified, like discrimination in certain areas in the United States. Like, I understand why there was the huge fight and the resistance from states related to Jim Crow. I don't know what that same impetus could be right now for people supporting Donald Trump. Like, I don't view like the Jim Crow stuff as being like fascist authoritarian stuff. If anything, not to make the fucking racist argument, but like the argument from the other side is that like, well, the federal government in a historic move after the Civil Rights Act is now coming into the states and telling them how they have to do segregation and telling labor unions that they can't choose how to do their employment structure. Like, I think that was fundamentally different, and it was a worthwhile fight, and I think it was something real was being expressed that was worth fighting over in the United States. I don't know what the Trump movement represents besides just a disdain for democracy. Like,
no, but no, I mean,
I don't think it was like a authoritarian type style leadership for when I look at like Jim Crow and challenges to Jim Crow.
I think you're mischaracterizing my view of like the short-term evaluation of where we're at. Like me being optimistic about 2026 and 2028. That's not me saying like, oh, we're going to get through this, no problem. Like, it could be the case that this takes 20 years of back and forth, 30 years of back and forth before the like.
But that's what you just said. That's impossible. There's going to be the appetite for anything.
What do you mean?
The appetite for any kind of back and forth is going to be 12 months after, and then after that, you're gone. Like nobody's going to want to litigate stuff 5 years, 10 years, 20 years is a lifetime in American political history, especially.
Well, you're talking about individual accountability for like potential criminal behavior from this administration. I'm talking about the like larger kind of problem of the dysfunction and hyperpolarization, and speaking more to your your evaluation of where the MAGA movement is at right now. Like, it may be the case that we are in a protracted back and forth battle with these forces for like decades. That is possible, and I think people need to prepare themselves for that possibility. But if the solution is not winning elections, doing reforms, incrementally getting better, progressing in the right direction, where these kinds of corrupt behaviors become less and less possible through these reforms, if that's not the solution, then what is?
I mean, I agree that's definitely part of the solution. I just don't know if
that's the solution, though. That's the solution within the apart from civil war, right? Like that's how you would do this. That's how you would address this situation. Yes.
I guess what I'm curious is like, what are the reforms that you're thinking of that would rectify like the past 10 years of American political life?
What do you mean rectify? What does that mean?
Like
address that in a way that makes it less possible in the future?
That right the ship, basically. Yeah. Right now, as it stands, there are going to be. Do you have kids? You don't, right? Do you?
No. Maybe I have 3 cats that I love very much.
Based. Like, there are going to be children that are going to be learning 10 years from now that January 6th was like a protest by Antifa, or they're going to be learning that there were serious concerns over the stability or the validity of the 2020 election, that was an election that maybe was for the first time in all of U.S. history a rigged election. Like, there are going to be people learning this. I don't know how that changes, and I don't know what the process is for getting people.
Nobody knows.
Okay.
Nobody knows. Nobody can make these promises that these problems are going to be fixed right away, and it might get worse before it gets better.
Well, but I also feel like another issue I have is that like these are not fights that I think are worth having to some extent. Is like the justifying the existence of your system. That this should be a thing that we're not really fighting or arguing over, right? I don't know I don't know if this was Chomsky or what, but like there are certain moral debates that we don't have in society, right? Like nobody argues that you should be allowed to murder people or sexually abuse women, right? That's not like, we don't have to have those fights right now. Like, oh, well, like, is it okay that a man should own a woman's body? We just don't have that fight. And I think people would agree this is largely not a fight that we should be wasting time on constantly because we're over that, right? We're fighting on other grounds now. But imagine if you had to like every single day debate like fundamentally moral things about the existence of your country, that we have to be fighting over whether or not a liberal style government is a good thing. Like, I just feel like that's like like there are so many other issues that we have in society that if that's what we're fighting over, just justifying the existence of our style of government, that's like
it's a very dangerous pivotal moment in this country. Nobody would deny that, but I want to kind of probe your perspective a little bit more here.
Sure.
Even in the current moment, like even everything being as it is exactly right now, do you think that America on balance has moved in a positive or negative direction in the last 50 years, 100 years,
on balance years? In 50, 100, 200, I would say definitely positive, yeah.
Yeah, well, that gives me optimism and hope. Mm-hmm. I mean, I take all your points. I mean, I have the same concerns. This directs me and my family directly, this administration, in ways that I won't get into, but it's like very stressful. And it's like a nightmare sometimes. I feel really horrible for people that are in my family that are directly impacted by this administration and have to like think about things that I don't. And I'm not ignoring any of that. All of that matters, and it needs to be addressed. I'm not saying like, oh, just sit back and just win the midterms. It's obviously not going to be that simple. But when I look at how far this country has come, I feel good about our chances. And I take a look at things like, I think social media is, and this is just beating a dead horse because this has been just talked about ad nauseum, but I think social media and the corporate media have given Americans like a false sense of like where things are at right now. Because when I look at the state of like the religious right, yes, they're entrenched in power right now after the 2024 elections. That is going to change in 2026, and I do feel optimistic about 2028. But apart from that, which matters, church attendance is down. Like explicit kind of racist, Nazi adjacent attitudes are down. Opposition to more immigrants coming into the country has just been it peaked right after 9/11 at 55% in 2002, and it's just been trending down ever since. So it doesn't feel that way because the American voters, they gave Republicans control of the Congress, and they gave Donald Trump the presidency again. But support for more immigration has been going up now for several years. Support for immigration levels staying at the same rate, which is to say, like, that's a pro-immigration position because you want immigrants coming into the country. That has been slowly going up. And support for less immigration is trending down. And so I look at the state of things, and I think what we're seeing right now is, I don't want to jinx it and say it's like the death rattles of this really ugly kind of lingering remnant of pre-civil rights era in the United States. I don't want to make that bold of a proclamation, but they are losing this fight. They know they're losing this fight, and that's why their movement is as unhinged as it is.
Sure, I don't disagree with you in the short term for now, but like you asked over the last 50 years, over the last 100 years, after the last 200 years, what do you think about over like the last 20 years?
I'd say we were, well, that's a little different. Well, even then, yes. I like in so many ways, the country I think has moved in a really good direction. Like we went from like a really lackluster stimulus program during the Great Recession that did not go far enough, and lo and behold, the government seems to have learned their lesson, and they had a much better program this time around following the pandemic. And so I think our policies have gotten better. I think of like, there's a lot of anti-trans hysteria that's happened in this country right now, but there's no question that in the 21st century, attitudes out there in the culture and the zeitgeist about LGBTQ plus people and acceptance of these kinds of people in, society, just living publicly, authentically who they are, that is unquestionably moved in the right direction. And I think once we get past this moment, I think that we'll see movement move more in the direction of progress in that kind of way, while maybe like avoiding some of the trappings of like overly woke kind of language policing and that kind of thing. But yeah, there's no question, and when I look at like, there's all kinds of like metrics that I could look at. I mean, I take your point that right now with Trump in power, I mean, this is that's a hell of a backslide, but I'm not as hopeless as you are that the American voters will make better decisions in the future.
To be clear, I'm not hopeless. I'm trying to think of like what course corrects, because I agree that there are social issues that we have made progress on. I agree that
a lot of progress, Destiny, like a lot. You're old enough to remember just how like open homophobia was just completely normal in pop culture and movies and shows. And
in the past 20, 30 years, yeah, for sure. But I mean, like we backslid hard on like abortion stuff, right? Is it like 20 some states? I don't know how many states right now. You've got 6 weeks basically which is basically an abortion ban. You've got some states that are trying to extradite citizens from other states just for prescribing abortion medication. That was a pretty big backslide. You've got like these weird porn ban ID requirements now in a lot of conservative states that I think is kind of strange. When it comes to people attending church or not, I don't know. Like I want to agree with you. I would say that should be pretty self-evidently obvious that it's getting people away from religious fervor if they're not attending the church. I don't know 100% how true that might be, though. I think evangelicals are the largest, because I know that there are Catholics, my parents, unfortunately, part of this, who got turned off from Catholic church-related stuff because they felt like the popes were too woke, as stupid as that is, especially, I think, the last one. But I can't imagine that that's tracking like widespread lack of church attendance. When I look at like institutional damage, I also worry sometimes that there might be like a bit of inertia in terms of a backslide, but like once that inertia is overcome, you start to see huge damage really fast. So for instance, this president in the course of a couple months just got rid of like U.S. aid in the Department of Education. That's not coming back in the next presidential administration. I don't think so.
I think it will. If it's a Democrat, I think it will.
You think they're going to reinstate the Department of Education?
Yes. And I think they'll restart USAID. Yeah, I do. I think they'll run on that too.
Oh, I seriously doubt it. Maybe DOE stuff, maybe, but running on US, unfortunately, I just don't think a lot of Americans care enough to make that like an electoral issue. But I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong on that. Maybe. I hope that you're like bragging to me about how stupid I was to assume that Americans don't give a fuck about other people, especially darker skinned people around the world. I hope I'm wrong on that. But I would be surprised really if USAID even comes up much other than like a quick yap talking point. I just think there's going to be so much other stuff politically that Democrats are going to want to do that sending political capital on that is going to be prohibitive.
I mean, if I use your own logic, then I don't think it's going to matter too much because this was like pennies on the dollar in terms of our investment. I think the next Democratic administration will bring it back because it was good policy that benefits America in numerous ways and sets.
Yeah, but I don't even know if the average American thinks that.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, I think like maybe I agree with you that maybe they shouldn't run on it because there's a lot of like isolationism going on in America right now. But I do think they will reinstate it because it is just like unquestionably good policy, like really good foreign policy that bears fruit in a lot of different ways. So
sure,
it's just.
I also think that another issue too is that like it's easier to tear it down than it is to reinstate it because it was what was USAID like? Was it a $50 billion annual budget?
I don't even know if it was 50 billion, but it might have been. Hold on, let me look.
So that's going to be an issue that when we go to fight about it, like I imagine that like the single most important thing, I think one of the most important things we can do just from a policy perspective, and this is already unpopular, I don't even think Democrats will do it, is we have to get rid of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That's got to go. All those tax cuts have to be rolled the fuck back because our current government is unsustainable, and that was just an unbelievably ridiculous, what is this, like $400 or $500 billion a year in terms of fucking revenue, just unbelievable revenue lost in the government. That's just unfathomable. But like that, what I just said right there, I think that would be like maybe an election losing issue for Democrats to run on tax hikes. I don't know if they can find a way to message that or not, especially because the people who generally want to talk about raising taxes are further left, and they're all obsessed with like wealth taxes and billionaire taxes, which are untenable for a number of reasons. But for the most importantly, even if you passed all these, the revenue raise is going to be an order of magnitude less than just rolling back the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So the idea that we would bring back USAID, that's going to be another $50 billion a year, there's no way we're going to do tax raises because people are just going to be ass pained about it. And then I don't know. I guess I have a really low.
Hey, listen, we'll get to the policy discussions when we get closer to the presidential election. We can have these kind of conversations right now in a just a masturbatory sense of just like whatever, just for our own pleasure, have these kinds of like theoretical conversations about this policy or that policy. But the truth is like about a year from now, most of the candidates are going to start announcing. I do think the candidates are going to start announcing earlier now, and so I think in about a year, then we can start having these debates about policy and just cross that bridge when you get there.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm only bringing that up. I'm only bringing that up because it's like if like our conversations about that are going to be fierce, okay? And it's going to be a real big deal back and forth on how we feel about things like the Department of Education and USAID. For the Republican administration, it was an executive order and it was gone. It was a nothing thing. There was no political they didn't give up. They just did it and it was done. And that's what I mean when I say like the inertia, like once they're in a position to start fucking with shit, they can fuck with it. But to bring any of it back is going to be such a struggle just to fight back to normal.
Did you watch the recent interview between Brian Tyler Cohen and Barack Obama?
I think I saw clips or parts of it, but
you should listen to it because they touch on this, and Obama touches on something that's been discussed a lot in these circles, which is that the things that the Democratic Party want to do just aspirationally require so much more consensus in the Congress. They require so much more like electoral victories. It is like a lot harder to wind up I assume to wind up USAID again would take years to wind up that infrastructure. That would not be something that you could just, a month later, you're right back at it. You have to like put the staff in place, and you have to, get the contract signed with the various like manufacturers. And I mean, this is just a really, I assume, just a really intense process that will take a lot of time.
Yeah.
So,
but I don't think that's by
that.
accident. That's like structurally how our parties are set up right now, which is one of the issues I brought up, where it's like the Republicans, this is why I'm saying like it can't function in our two-party system where one side just wants to destroy fucking everything and has no respect for governance of the system at all, and the other side is both trying to win elections and like govern the country at the same time.
No, I agree with you. So like, again, it seems like the only difference here is just the substance of what we think are the proper remedies. But as far as like no-brainer reforms that I would like to see done as soon as possible is getting rid of the filibuster, getting rid of the electoral college, adding term limits to judges, and including a binding code of ethics. And I'm sure I could bring in a policy wonk to, rattle off about 15 other policy proposals here. But, these are the remedies. Like, we do have a democratic means to handle this situation. Like the filibuster, I'm like 60-40 or 70-30 in favor of getting rid of the filibuster. I'm glad that we have a filibuster in place right now, for example, while the Trump administration has a trifecta. But there's just no question that it has to go. There's just no way that we can. It's just not tenable for the Democratic Party if we want to deliver an agenda that will, energize our base and deliver results for the American people. There's just no way that we could defend keeping the filibuster in place as the population disparities between the states gets worse and worse and worse to the point where, like the disproportional amount of representation that, smaller rural states have compared with the blue states. There's just no way that we can just ignore that. And so, but these are not like straightforward things. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy to pass these things. These things are going to take time to get done. And I want to prepare people for a prolonged fight. I don't want to get stuck in this. I think it's kind of a trap of like looking for this magical, perfect solution that can guarantee that things are just going to get better very, very quickly. Nobody can promise that. I don't think you should set people up to expect that that's going to happen. I think it's better to encourage people to prepare for a longer fight. Like, prepare to vote in every single election for the rest of your life. And there are lots of other ways that you can get involved politically, directly with the Democratic Party, or other ways more in your own community or whatever. But there's all kinds of efforts that you can make to contribute to the situation getting better. I don't know how useful it is to sit around and ask, what if he does this? What if he does that? What if he does this? What if he does that? I don't know. I don't understand the purpose of that. Why would I do that?
Well, I feel like that's a bad faith reframing. No, I don't think that's quite the conversation that we're having on our end. It's more just like, if you're having a business meeting, there's a guy that shows up screaming every single time. Like, our conversation is we're trying to scheme, like, how do we get like in-ear monitors for people? How do we get like loudspeakers so that we can like shout over this guy? What kind of megaphone brand do we need? Maybe we can show up early to, be there because he doesn't wake up early enough, or maybe we can, like, it feels like we're trying to work around a thing and pretend that it doesn't exist with this false promise that like, as long as we can work around it enough, things will be better. But like, in my mind, like, if in 2032, or if in 2030 we're fighting with a similar Republican establishment than exists right now, we've already lost. I just don't view that as, it's just like.
What does that mean?
It's not a worthwhile.
I don't know what that means.
It's not a worthwhile fight. Like that. What
does that mean?
As in, we've lost ourselves as a country. We're no longer a functioning democracy.
But what is it? Hang on. What? I don't understand what any of this means. How is it not possible that, let's say Rubio, there's some scandal that brings Newsom down, and Rubio is sworn in 1932. Are you really telling me that that's it for the Republic? Like, how could you possibly confidently say something like that?
Well, I would say right now the Republic is already like not there. We're just like in a transitory period deciding if we're going to go back to being a republic or not. Right now, we essentially exist as a single like authoritarian state to some extent. There are parts where there are institutional powers in place, but like, if I were to hold a gun to your head right now and ask you, why are we at war with Iran? Would you be able to give me an answer? I can't.
I can tell you what they're saying, but
what are they saying? I don't even know what the fuck they're saying. First, nukes came after. Then I heard all ballistic missiles. Then I heard people mention Rubio about a Kurdish state. I don't know why the fuck we're at war with Iran, but I do know that we just killed like their entire fucking leadership in a pretty historically huge fucking move for.
You don't need to pitch me on this administration being awful.
No, I'm not saying they're awful. I'm saying that the United States is. I'm not saying they're awful. I'm saying that
like if you feel really bad about what's happening right now.
I don't feel bad. Wait. You're equivocating. You're equivocating. Stop. I don't feel bad, and I'm not saying that this administration is awful. I'm saying that the administration right now is authoritarian. That right now we have a White House, the single part of the executive branch that wants to rule and has been effectively ruling the entire government.
Well, this is why I wanted to ask. This is why I asked you the question. Like, where do you think we're at right now in the process towards, like, are we already a fascist state? Are we just, is it inevitable that we're going to slide into just like a complete dictatorship or fascism kind of situation? Like, that's why I wanted to ask you that question.
Yeah, I don't think it's inevitable, but I think that like we're on the path right now, and we would be more if not for the institutional stuff that's kind of like blocking the Trump regime as much as it can. But right now, the U.S. is effectively functioning really truly as like an authoritarian regime, right? You have let's say that you're a company and you want your company to perform well. Like one of the most important things you can do is go to the king and ask for reprieve from tariffs, or ask that he approves your personal mergers, or ask that he sues your political opponents, or ask that he tariffs countries that you don't like.
I understand that, but I understand all that, and I'm certainly not suggesting that this administration doesn't have authoritarian behavior, actions, tendencies. However, at the end of the day, he can't just unilaterally pass legislation by himself. He needs Congress for that.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to.
Given up. Wait, hold on. Yeah, what do you mean he doesn't need to?
He doesn't need to.
I don't know what that means.
Well, as
he
in
couldn't
order,
have done he would not have been able to do one big beautiful bill like everything that was in that package. He couldn't have just done that with executive authority, Destiny.
Sure,
he can't just unilaterally confirm judges. He can't do that.
Well, I mean,
we're still having elections. Like, why are we having elections last night? Like, are you saying that if he's setting up to cancel the midterms, why is he endorsing Cornyn in that race with Paxton if he's just going to cancel these midterms?
So why
would he even do that?
You're talking about a democratic institution that is still fighting to preserve itself. I'm not disagreeing with you there, but the fight is against an authoritarian leader, like which is how he's been ruling, for the government. You talk about the one big beautiful bill, but like levying taxes on Americans is an act of Congress. We have had tariffs right now for the entire period of this current administration. Right. The Supreme Court just struck down some, and he just found a different way to slap them on again. It's not impossible that we'll have tariffs for the entire.
But that's not the first time a president has done that. I mean, Biden did that with student loan debt.
No,
he didn't. He did not.
No,
what do you mean?
Hold on. Biden.
Hold on.
Biden
did blanket student loan forgiveness.
He tried to initially, and the Supreme Court said no, and he didn't, and it didn't happen.
Right, but he still forgave 10% of student loan debt for 3 to 5 million people by using a different statute, using a different legal rationale.
For the percentage of the student loan debt that he forgave, he was citing to particular laws that gave the federal government the authority to do that in those ways. He wanted to forgive it for everybody, but he couldn't, and he got struck down, and that was it. You know this because I know you fought with progressives and other people who complained that Biden didn't do anything for student aid, and he gave up immediately, and he didn't. He tried, but when the Supreme Court said no, then he eventually stopped. You didn't see Biden get up and say, I don't give a fuck what the Supreme Court says. I'm going to find a way to forgive everything no matter what. And even more importantly,
his rhetoric is his rhetoric. But did he not issue an executive order within hours of that Supreme Court decision complying with their decision? Did he not issue an executive order rescinding those tariffs to be in compliance with the ruling?
Did who rescind for what tariffs for?
Donald Trump.
He might have, but didn't he reinstate other ones using a different
rationale? Yeah,
but it was the same tariffs though. It's not like he changed directionally like what he's doing.
Well, he didn't. My point is, he did not ignore the Supreme Court in the way that you seem to be positioning. Like he complied with their order, and now he's using a different rationale.
So so this is the big. I think it's a huge impasse that we're at for like arguments that I've had with people. Is in your mind, as long as the president ultimately gets declared as having done an illegal action, as long as he stops doing that action, then everything is working fine. In my mind, if you have a president,
I did not say that.
Well, you just said that no reasonable.
I didn't say everything is fine, Destiny. I said that we still have like a functioning republic.
I don't think that's functioning. It's not functioning when somebody breaks the law over and over again, and then when they tell them to stop breaking the law, you stop breaking the law, but there's no penalties. That would be a dysfunctional justice system, right? You agree with that at least, right?
I mean, listen, I'm not saying
I'm not saying for the president. I'm saying like if I'm
dysfunctional, I wouldn't fight you on that.
I'm saying if I'm beating somebody up and a cop says you're not allowed to beat somebody up, and then I stop,
I hate these analogies. These analogies have to stop.
Good. We're going to go with this one. I'm beating somebody up. Cop comes by, says, you can't beat somebody up, and then I stop beating them up, but there's no punishment for me. Would you say that's functional?
I mean, no, but like, what are you proposing?
Well,
what are you
Donald
proposing?
Trump and everybody knew that these tariffs were illegal. That's obvious. It's plainly obvious. There is no fair reading of any law, of any statute, of anything that would give the president the ability to unilaterally tariff the entire world. Nobody thinks that. No reasonable. But as long as he does that, and he's robbed what $250 billion from the American public, who knows if we're ever going to get that back or not? Right? He's robbed that money from the public. Then the Supreme Court finally, a year later, said, "No, you can't do this." Like, oh, I'm doing it in a different way now. Right? Is this a functioning legal system?
Destiny, I take your point that the current administration and Donald Trump is absolutely deliberately
lawless,
pushing the boundaries of like how much he could possibly get away with. There's no question that he's violating the law or violating the Constitution. Nobody's arguing against this.
Would you say that he's
lawless? However, the point that I'm in many respects, yeah, but not completely lawless. For example, he still has to go through Congress to get legislation passed. He still has to go through Congress to have his judges confirmed. If the Supreme Court hands down a decision, he has complied with those decisions. He's violating like various federal court orders, and that's a whole thing that's also like deeply troubling and alarming. But we do still have like a Congress and a judiciary, and we're having elections. We had elections last night in primaries. We're going to have elections in November. We are going to make it through those midterms. We are going to stomp them out. We are going to take that House majority back. And, he could pop off and try some shit, and we will cross that bridge when we get there. But what are you proposing that I'm missing? Like, what am I not willing to do that you think is appropriate to do right now?
Well, I don't know. That part is the easy part, figuring out what to do. That's not a difficult part. The part is, I guess, coming to an agreement or realizing where we're at right now. And it seems like we have a huge disagreement on that. Like when you say like he's not completely lawless, like in my mind, that's basically like we shouldn't be the executive, especially. We used to throw around this term a lot that now people have completely abandoned, called constitutional crisis. And the reason why it was called a constitutional crisis is because if the executive decides to act lawlessly, you don't really have a way to check them on that, right? They can kind of just do whatever they want, which is what the Trump administration has basically been doing. Now, when the Supreme Court comes out and they give them a smack on the wrist, they've been allowed to operate illegally. Because remember, when the Supreme Court comes out and makes a ruling, what have they been saying? The Supreme Court is not passing new laws. The Supreme Court is coming out and saying, you have been acting lawlessly. And then the administration has gotten away with it, though, for the past however long prior to that. And then the administration
Isn't it the case that every president, though? Doesn't every president get faced with Supreme Court decisions that come down and the court essentially tells the president what you've been doing was violating the Constitution? I'm not sticking up for Trump. But listen,
sure,
I understand.
Yes,
I understand what you're saying.
But we can have a fact of the matter conversation on whether or not somebody is within the bounds of the law or is totally lawless. Like there have been times where the Supreme Court will check a president's behavior. I mean, it's like, okay, sure, he got checked there, but like maybe this could have gone either way, or there's a fair reading where for Biden, I don't remember the name of the Education Act, but the wording was ambiguous enough that it could have given broad deference to the president to do things related to financial aid in times of, I don't remember what the educational bill was cost, but like there's like a reasonable argument to be made there. There is no reasonable interpretation of the president of the United States can tariff the entire world. So if the Supreme Court checks both of these presidents, I wouldn't say, oh, well, look, both presidents, are acting the same way and they both got checked by the Supreme Court, especially when for the Biden thing, there was a stay on that. He didn't get to forgive all the student loan stuff and then the Supreme Court undid it. There was no stay on the tariffs. Those got enacted. The harm was being done, continues to be done to this day, and will probably never be undone.
The point of this part of the discussion, as I understand it, is to evaluate like where we are at currently. So if you were to take this moment right now and compare it to various countries throughout history that succumb to some kind of military coup and a dictator comes in and takes over and just tosses out the laws and maybe dissolves that Congress, the parliament at the time. And, Gaddafi in Libya when he took over, or, Lenin in Russia when he took over, or, Mussolini in Italy and Hitler in Germany. Like, those moments when the state really collapsed and power consolidated to the very, very top in the form of a dictator, like how would you compare those moments to this moment right now?
I would say in some ways, I would say the United States in some ways is closer because we have a two-party system and because Trump did not use like crazy political...
Wait, closer to what? What do you mean closer?
To collapsing into some kind of authoritarian state. Because Donald Trump...
Closer than who? What do you mean?
I don't know, than pre-Nazi Germany, because there was a lot of like political maneuvering, especially in these multi-party systems that some of these leaders, you say Hitler or whatever, had to do in order to get to a position in the parliament where he could, try to get passage of the fucking Enabling Act or try to get himself this position of Supreme Chair. Trump didn't have to do any of this. He's got elected. Half the country supported him. So that fight, like usually the difficult fight for a coup or a dictator is to win the support of enough people or the military to do a thing. Donald Trump got the popular vote. He's already done that. It's done.
And he's crumbling. And the Republican Party right now
he's
are crumbling.
He's not crumbling. He's soaring with a lifespan. You keep saying he's crumbling because he's going to lose. But they got rid of the Department of Education. They got rid of.
He's baked in for the next 3 years.
They got rid of Maduro. Yeah, I know, but I know, but then you can't say that he's crumbling. He gets to fly for 3 years and then he's grounded.
The Republic is still here. We are still going to have elections. I don't care what people say. He's not going to cancel the midterms. If he tries to do some shit, it's not going to work. We're going to have midterms and we're going to win. And I feel pretty good about 2028. Okay. And you just said a moment ago, at some point, like an hour ago in the conversation, you said, he's a lame duck. He's probably I don't know what kind of shenanigans he's going to pull in 2028, but he is not going to stay in the White House. That we will have an next president the next time. That's what I'm trying to get you to acknowledge. If you really don't think
hold
that,
on, I haven't acknowledged that. I've agreed with you on that. I think that we're probably going to have elections.
What are we talking about here?
We're talking about what have we prepared ourselves for in 2030 or 2032. I think in 2020, I'm pretty sure that we're going to have another, if there's no significant course correction now or in the next 3 years, that we're going to have.
I'm asking for details.
The details are irrelevant. If you've made the decision to do it, you can pretextually. As in, if you've made the decision to do it, you can find a million different ways, like the current administration has, to enact whatever the fuck you want to enact. There's a billion different ways you can do it.
I already agreed with you that there needs to be course correction. But I don't know what we're disagreeing on.
The course correction has to be a thing that makes it feel like if you were to engage in this behavior in the future, and the behavior is a conceptual one, not a process and procedural one that we can just write a bill against, but if you engage in an attack against the Republic in the way that so many of these conservatives have, so many of these Republicans have, that there will be dire consequences. There won't be a political future for you, or maybe even criminal consequences, or whatever you...
I mean, I agree with you, so I still don't understand the disagree. What do we disagree on here? I agree with you on what you're saying. There should be consequences for these kinds of things. In an ideal republic with, a functional democracy and a healthy democracy and a, rational society, I agree with all this. Like, what are you suggesting?
Like, do you want when I say the suggestion is arbitrary, like what I mean is that like if you've all made the decision for that, there's a billion different paths forward you could take. We could say I've got 30 friends that are all Supreme Court justices, and we have enough in the Senate. We're just going to go ahead and throw 30 Supreme Court justices on there. We're going to reinterpret a law because I'm going to ask them in advance how they're going to vote. We're going to pass that law, reinterpret it in whatever way we need them
Congress.
to. And
you need Congress for that. So are they likely to give you 30 Supreme Court seats?
That's why I said if you've got the Senate for it, right?
Right, but if you don't have the Senate for that, well, what do you do, right?
If you don't have the Senate for that, you could. If you've made the decision, you can do whatever you want. You could have the President of the United States write. Just what I said. The President of the United States could write death threats to the people in the Senate that he doesn't like until they resign, until a Democrat steps in, or he could threaten to do it.
Are you suggesting that?
I'm saying he could. I'm saying you could do anything. That's not the difficult thing. Once you've made the decision, we have criminal immunity now for the President of the United States.
I don't understand why you're being so evasive about this. I'm asking you.
You're misunderstanding what the issue is. The problem is
not. I'm asking you for specifics, man.
The problem is not how do you do it. The problem is making the decision to do it. That's what we disagree on. Because if you've made the decision to do it, to find a way to hold the people right now accountable such that people in the future won't engage in the same behavior. And it can't just be writing a new bill. As if there has to be repercussions right now for the people who are.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. Ideally, yes, I agree. But what do you do? Gavin Newsom is sworn in 2029, and Donald Trump does a blanket pardon of himself as his entire cabinet, and the Supreme Court decides that presidents can pardon themselves. What are you suggesting at that point?
Get a re-ruling on the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and say President Trump's entire term was actually invalid. So we're going to roll back every single thing that he did there because he was an insurrectionist or he aided.
No, the courts are unlikely to go along with that, right?
Well, I don't know. Put on 4 more Supreme Court justices.
You need the Congress for that, right?
You just need the Senate.
Right. You would need a consensus in the Senate to do something like that. And what if they don't give that to you?
Get rid of the filibuster and put your 51 vote thing there. You said that you just need a majority.
Okay, you get rid of the filibuster. Even then, you don't have the kind of consensus to do what you're talking about. I'm asking you,
are you saying we're not going to have 50 senators?
Say the thing. I'm asking you to just say, are you saying at that point, just temporarily pause the Constitution? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you can work. Where the thing that we're not connecting on is that like the Constitution and our entire legislative system is an agreement between parties to act in good faith. Do you agree with that, or do you not understand that? Because this is like a right or wrong thing. The Constitution and our statutes are not. We're not computers that are obligated to play by computer code. The law and the Constitution are agreements between all of us that we're going to do our best to act within the confines of in good faith. If a man decides he wants to act outside of these things, pretextually he can justify almost any action.
Oh, is that what you're saying?
Yes. That's what the current administration has done. Why do you think mortgage fraud was the indictments that they were filing for all of Trump's political enemies?
I don't understand why your solution is better than the current course of winning elections and kicking them out of office.
I think that my solution would have to come. I don't know why you keep doing this false binary. Whatever I'm suggesting, you would have to do it after winning all the offices. Like these things have to run concurrently.
Do you think you would have a mandate from the public to do what you're talking about? Do you really think that they would get behind you?
No, I think you have to manufacture one. I think you have to make the argument to the public the same way that Gavin Newsom made the argument for why they should redistrict California. But at the current moment, I don't think the public would necessarily go along with it because they feel like both sides or they don't realize the current rot in the administration or what.
I am totally incredulous at the idea that Gavin Newsom could be elected president, do what you're doing, and then have the support of the public. I think that would lead to an electoral catastrophe for the Democrats. The public would not get behind that. That would bring his presidency down in flames. And then what happens? You get around to 2030, blown out in the midterms, 2032. We're back on that merry-go-round. And what did you get for that?
Like, I don't disagree that that's a possible outcome, but like in your mind...
No, come on. That is the likely outcome.
It might be, but in your mind, the worst thing that could possibly happen is losing the elections. But in my mind, the worst thing that happens is losing the democracy. Like that's...
No. I never said that.
You're saying that he might do this, not get the mandate, and lose the election or whatever. But I'm saying that like you can win the election and lose the republic. I don't want to live in a country where we have a new Democratic president and fucking abortion's not even on the table anymore. And we're fighting to what? Bring back fucking USAID and the Department of Education and whatever else. We're gonna have to fight tooth and nail over every single little thing. And I'm sure we're gonna have a fucking Fetterman cockblock in the Senate for.
Who cares what you want? Why does that matter?
Because you're asking me. Because you're asking. Wait. Because you're asking me what I want. What do you mean?
No, I want to live in a country where the Republican Party doesn't exist. But how is that relevant?
What do you mean? We have to have two-party. We have a two-party system. We have to have some political opposition.
As it currently is. I'm agreeing with you. As it currently is right now. I don't want to live in a country where like a full third of the population don't really believe in like a constitutional republic or America's version of democracy. I don't want to live in that country, but I do live in that country. And I also live in a country where about 40% of the people are registered independents. And a lot of these people are super disengaged. And a lot of these people don't really understand just how much worse the Republican Party has been. And they say things like, I want the partisan bickering to end. And it's all fucking ridiculous. I want those people to pay more attention to politics. And they don't. But how does that help to inform like my decision-making process? The things that you're suggesting that Gavin Newsom do, just come up with a pretext to just get whatever you want. It's not going to work out that way. You are going to lose you're going to lose so many people doing this, Destiny. This is not going to have public support.
Do you understand that the rationale that you're giving right now is arguably the same rationale that was powering Garland when he decided not to aggressively appoint a special prosecutor day one to go after Donald Trump? That this is a politically untenable thing, that is going to make us look unpopular and biased. And like, I agree that it might have, but like, fuck, maybe some fights are worth having.
Bro, but him appointing a special counsel is perfectly acceptable, totally legal,
and it's perfectly acceptable and totally legal for Newsom to pursue the most aggressive punishment possible for the prior Republican regime. But this obsession with
he is going to need the Congress to do a lot of that, and the Congress is probably not going to give him the things that you're proposing here, man. It's not going to happen.
Well, then fight for it. I think you can make the argument to the American people for it. I would hope so. But if you can't, like, my opinion just of the country as a whole just gets severely degraded. Like, that's just not a country that I guess I'm as interested in participating in. I don't know. And I feel like for people that have like strong feelings about like what a liberal democracy ought to look like, I feel like there's probably some similar feelings there. Like, is that really, like, my democratic country, my shining beacon on a hill, is a country that has to fight over whether or not the president should be allowed to be the most corrupt, insane person ever every single 4 years? Like, that's the fight that we have? That media can literally lie on behalf of the president and take direct order?
If you were born, Destiny, if you were born a black person like 80 years ago, living in the South, you were living in a country that said that you didn't have the right to fucking vote. Okay, so like this is not the first time that that American citizen has had their ideal version of America threatened in their minds. Like people have had to like fight these fights for fucking decades.
I understand.
And you're
I
saying
understand
that if Marco Rubio wins in 2032, well, that's it, bro. It's all over. I mean, at that point, are you not justifying like just going full Minecraft at that point? And if you really think that that's the case, why don't we start doing Minecraft stuff like right now? If you really feel that resigned to this outcome.
Well, because I don't think that things are necessarily fucked yet. I mean, like there's still like a path back, but I mean, like it's not like black people were fighting ultimately for a full like
century.
Yeah, to have like equal rights to white people. Like that was the goal, right?
It was 100 years, bro.
Yes,
it's 100 years, man.
But I don't think that the fight to have a two-party system where one party is perpetually trapped in a fascist paradigm is acceptable, right? Like point to the you want to bring up you want to bring up civil rights. I mean, what about like the Civil War, right? Like wasn't that a worthwhile
great example? Yeah. Yes, of course it was a great. Yes, of course. Yes, that was a worthwhile fight. I'm glad that we fought,
and we're glad that we fought. It was better to have that fight than to just say, "Well, fine, we'll just let half the states keep slaves," right?
Sure, but if the day comes where a hot civil war happens in America, I mean, I would really like to take every fucking step possible to avoid something like that. But if that day comes, then fucking we're off to the races. But we're not there yet, bro. We are not there.
I hope that we're not there, but like. I don't know what the line is for that because we've crossed over so many already. We're reigniting fears of a Cold War era United States and South America by unilaterally deposing leaders for who the fuck knows what reason.
What does this mean though? Should Newsom declare war on the red states?
I'm not saying. I feel like you think that the state of affairs is like Bush but a little bit worse. And I'm saying that like we have orthogonally left.
That is
well,
no,
because you're acting incredulous. Where you're like
a little while ago.
No, but I'm saying
I am incredulous at the idea that you should just like have Gavin Newsom, pretextualize some kind of a crime, and then, are you familiar with something called the Green Lantern theory of politics?
No, what's that?
It's a bit of a meme in my chat. But it's this idea like lefties got mad at Biden because he couldn't get as much legislation done as fucking FDR. Because in their mind, they think that the president should just be able to snap their fingers and just whip the votes very easily. And just, it's just as simple as being charismatic or aggressive enough to get these things done. But that's not how this system works. That is not how this system works. You cannot have a situation where Gavin Newsom is inaugurated in 2029 and have a reasonable expectation that he's going to be able to deliver the agenda that you're talking about. He is going to have to work within the confines of the system. He will be constrained by the Congress. He will be constrained by the courts.
Sure, but the opposition is not.
Well, they are like definitely testing their boundaries, and they are definitely stepping over.
Why do you say testing their boundaries? One of the questions that Vance was asked for his election, this was on the debate even with Walls, is like, if Donald Trump was to try to coup us again, like in J6, what would you do? And Vance says, I'd support him. Are we going to call this testing the boundaries?
Again, you don't need to sell me on this administration being uniquely bad in this moment in history.
I'm saying that's not testing the boundaries.
Let me finish. This moment right now is one of the most uniquely dangerous moments in our country's history. I fully grant you that. I fully agree with that. What we do, the remedy to get back on a better path, is what this discussion is all about. And the proposals that you've given me so far are entirely fantastical. You are not operating in reality. There is no reality where Newsom does the things that you're suggesting that he does and maintains enough popular support to, continue effectively in his role. And if you're saying that he should, I don't know, declare war on the red states, I still don't even know what you're suggesting here. It's just, it's all very vague in general to me. And I think it's not very helpful.
When you say what I'm saying is vague, what is my response to that? Do you remember my responses to this?
No.
My response is that this is a second order question. What we do it's like having an argument. We're having an argument over corporal punishment for a kid.
Details
Hold on,
matter.
no, they don't. They don't. We're having an argument. We're having an argument over corporal punishment for a child, and you're saying, well, what would you use to hit the child? But that's not the argument. The argument is whether or not corporal punishment for a child is okay. That's the argument. You can say, well, what would you hit him with? What would you hit him with? That's not the argument. The argument is whether or not.
Can I request a ban on analogies just for the purpose of
okay,
this?
well, I'm using them because you seem to not be understanding you seem to not be understanding my point. My point is that what we do, if you really want, we could sit down and plan out 10 different courses of action if that's like really what you wanted to do. But that's not important. The thing is figuring out what we're going to do. It could be, here's one. It could be every single congressional committee that's put together, every single one is dedicated to endlessly subpoenaing and getting the records of and doing testimonies of every. No. You said like of a crime or bullshit. Fuck crimes. Every single person that ever made
conversation, Destiny. That's literally what I said. I said we are going to take back that gavel and we are going to start subpoenaing, sending them subpoenas. Week 1, we're going to harass them every fucking day. Do you remember me saying that? That was my solution.
Sure.
My solution still exists in the confines of the Constitution. You're going somewhere else with it, and you're refusing to commit to any details.
But that, hold on. No, wait, hold on.
If you get into the details,
no. Okay. What you're saying right now is not within the confines of the Constitution. You just don't understand or recognize that because you think as long as something is legal, it's okay. But what you're talking about is an abuse of Congress. Do you recognize that? It's an abuse of.
No, it absolutely is.
Pretextually subpoenaing every single person that supports Trump, that's an abuse of Congress.
The Congress has broad authority to conduct investigations into whatever they want to do.
No,
they
you
can
sound
do
like
that
Trump.
within the
You
system.
should act like you
It is not a violation of the Constitution for the Democratic Party to take control of the Congress and start investigating every single cabinet member. They can do that. It's fully constitutional. It's not ideal for a functional democracy, but it's not violating any norm or any kind of constitutional amendment. They can do that. They have the authority to do that.
Okay, I understand.
You just gave my suggestion.
Your perspective.
That's what I want to do.
I understand.
That's not a perspective, bro. That is not a perspective.
You're dead wrong. The idea that as long as it's not explicitly.
What law are they breaking by doing this? What constitutional amendment are they breaking by doing this?
I don't know which one it was. I'd have to go look for it. But I would want, and for our system to work, congressional committees need to be acting in good faith, and it can't be an endless subpoenaing of political opponents. That's a bad.
Sure it can. What do you mean?
Okay, then maybe we just have a disagreement. Well, in that case, then we actually don't have any disagreements at all. I guess you would just find a ton of things like this. And for Hutch, as long as it's not breaking a law, it's okay. But you have a much closer position to Trump than I do. You must realize that because for a lot of these guys, their arguments are all pretextual as well. Because what you just said there, in my mind, that's not a functioning Congress. You're breaking the system at that point. But you're saying as long as it's not against the letter of the law.
Do you agree that this is the most uniquely corrupt administration maybe ever in the history of the country?
Sure.
What do you think part of Congress's job is, Destiny? Their job is oversight. If this is really the worst, most corrupt administration ever, they should be doing hearings every fucking day.
Okay, wait, hold on.
That's not violating any norm or any law.
So are you saying that their congressional oversight hearings or whatever should just be where they think that somebody has committed some kind of fraudulent act?
No, you go wherever the information takes you. So if there's already like 50
then
stories.
You're not suggesting
that have
anything.
happened in the last year.
Then you're not suggesting anything. You're just saying Congress should do its job when they come in and investigate people for doing their job.
Yes, I think that Congress should do their job.
Sure.
Yes,
that's not my. That wasn't my suggestion. I said that Congress,
I still don't even know your suggestion.
I already said it, but you claimed it was yours. I said every single Republican should have every single fucking thing tied to them should be subpoenaed. Every fucking thing possible. Every car loan, when they bought condoms as a 19-year-old, if they cheated on a high school fucking test,
I mean,
every single thing. No. Hold on, wait. That's not your position, though. Your position is Congress should just investigate crimes if they think there are crimes there. That's just Congress coming in and doing their job. That's business as usual.
Would you agree, Destiny? I'm just curious.
Sure.
Would you agree that there's theoretically a level that you might consider to be too far that would result in the public losing confidence in what you're doing by virtue of the fact that you would be perceived as overreaching?
Yeah,
Do
for
you
sure.
agree?
My position right now is probably over the public's acceptance. That's why I said you would have to make the case.
Then why the fuck would you suggest that?
Because you have to make the case to the American public that this is a fight worth having. It's worth trying to change the American public's opinion on it. I think that the reason
you can make that case. Yeah. You can make that case, but if they say no, we don't like that course of action, then what do you do?
Then you would give up the fight.
This is democracy. This is democracy, okay?
Democracy is not just when you have elections.
Hold on. Hang on. I agree. I never said that. I'm talking about democracy in action at the federal level, okay? You are going to have to deal with a Congress, and maybe some of your own senators are going to say no to some of the things that you suggest. You are going to deal with a public that is going to express their approval or disapproval in the form of special election participations, off-cycle elections, midterms. You have to consider all of that, okay? And I think in your mind, you've jumped to this conclusion where it's even theoretically possible to do the things that you're talking about. And I don't understand why you would arrive at that. I think you're projecting your anger and your rage at this administration on the broader electorate, and this is a misguided thing to do. Most of the public do not operate the way that we do. They're not thinking about politics the way that we're thinking about. They're not consuming the news at the rate that we are every single day. And if you do the things that you're suggesting, they will turn on you very fast. They have already turned on this administration very fast. They think this administration is doing overreach. They think this administration is corrupt. And the Republican Party is currently paying a very steep price for that. Why would I want to replicate that, Destiny?
I feel like we're retreading a bunch of the same ground. Because there are just things that you're saying that I just disagree with. I don't think that the administration is paying a steep price. I think that this has been a Republican wet dream. Like, if Republicans lose the House and the Senate, and they lose the presidential election next year, at that, the Republicans would still write this term off as a massive victory.
I don't agree.
Okay, I 1 trillion% agree. They've gotten so much stuff.
Why have over 3 dozen Republicans resigned in Congress? Like, why do you think that's happening?
Some of them were at the end of their political careers. Some of them genuinely might have thought that it was going too far. But I mean...
Destiny, you know why.
Why?
They are fleeing a sinking ship. That is what they are doing. They are getting slaughtered. I don't know what you mean when you say they're not paying a price. Do you agree that, like, losing seats is a political price? That's actually a pretty serious political price.
It can be a price, but do you think that...
Yes.
Hold on. Do you think that Trump can do permanent damage to our system? Or at least, like damage that would require a significant amount of stuff to repair, like getting rid of USA or getting rid of the Department of Education?
Yes.
Okay, so if the Republicans have gotten a lot of that type of stuff over the past 4 years, do you think some of that might be worth losing an election over? For them, like, they might say, like, oh, fuck it, maybe this is worth, we lost this election, but we got stuff that, like getting rid of the abortion thing, that's worth at least a few dozen retirements. No, isn't that crazy?
We can't do anything about that. That was decided in 2016.
You just pivoted. That was a hard pivot. I'm asking you, do you think it might be worth losing some
larger point?
Well, no, this is part of my larger point. If you literally could play God and you were Republicans, listen, you can get rid of 20 seats in the House, but you get to get rid of the Supreme Court's protection on abortion. Would you take that deal?
We have a perfect example of this.
You just said you just said no more metaphors and analogies. I'm asking you specifically on that point, and then you go answer this, and then you can go to your point. Just answer this, and then you can go to the next thing. I'm just asking you, if you could push a button to nuke 20 Republican seats, but get rid of the Supreme Court's ruling on abortion, do you think most Republicans say, yeah, fuck it, let's go?
Ask that question one more time.
If a Republican could push a button and get rid of 20 seats in the House, they lose 20 seats, but they know they can unwind the Supreme Court's protections for abortion. Do you think most Republican lawmakers would take that deal? Like, oh, fuck it. We lose 20 seats, but we get... You don't think...
No.
Okay. All right. I think we have fundamental disagreements on...
I don't think these politicians... I mean, you do permanent tax cuts. I think that's a better carrot to dangle in front of them. I don't think these politicians are most of them are principally attached to pro-life stuff. I think they cynically play into, like, the religious right. But I think a better example of this is something that actually happened with the Democratic Party. You had a situation where several, like dozen Democrats, and it wasn't even just in the Congress. I mean, it was a bloodbath all over the country, at the state level, at the local level, lost their seats because they passed the ACA. And they knew they were going to lose those seats by voting for the ACA. And they did it anyways. That is an example of what I would say is like a worthy sacrifice. You accept some short-term losses. And it took 7 years, I think, for the ACA to become popular with the public. Popular enough where it was impossible for the Republicans to get rid of it during their first term. But right now, like when you look at what Trump has done, you know, maybe some Republicans feel good about like his escalation in Iran or, you know,
hold
like,
on. Can you walk me through? I don't understand how that supported your point. That seems like a thing that supports my point. It's worth losing seats
No, I'm agreeing that sometimes it is appropriate and good in the long run to accept this temporary sacrifice. But
Okay.
as far as this administration goes, this term right now, this is just. I mean, like you would have a stronger case, I think, during the first term than this term because you got the Supreme Court justice. What's the legacy of the Trump second term going to be in terms of like Republicans 20 years from now are going to look back on this term and be like, well, you know, we got fucking absolutely obliterated in the midterms and we got blown out in 2028, but we got the one big beautiful bill ending the Department of Education. Like, what are we talking about?
So ending the Department of Education, I think, is a pretty huge W for them. I think they all hate the concept of the Department of Education. So I think that's a big W.
That can be reversed, though. You don't even need Congress to reverse that.
I would be surprised if the DOE came back in the next administration, but we'll see. But I would be surprised. So that's
I think it will.
That's one thing. So that in USAID, I think they feel good about that. I think that how long is it 5 or 10 years that this ICE funding was negotiated for?
I don't know.
That's the thing that they're going to feel pretty happy about.
But none of hang on, Dustin. None of these are like codified, permanent, lasting things like the Fair Housing Act or, you know, Social Security, Medicare, the ACA. These are all like temporary things. Where are we at
for the cuts that we made for Medicaid? For the One Big Beautiful Bill stuff. And then we've got the ACA. The ACA subsidies are cut.
They had to do that through budget reconciliation. Okay, this is not the same thing as like the ACA. There's a expiration date on everything he's done so far. Okay, everything he's done can be undone.
But when that expiration date comes up, those are going to be fights that we have to have again because they're not going to.
I understand that. We cross that bridge when we get there. Of course, yes.
But it's a losing. But now we have to fight to go back to the status because they're going to say, oh, well, look, they want to raise your whatever rates. They want to do this, right? They're going to say that. And now we're going to have to be willing to what? Give or sacrifice on these points of the future just to fight back to normalcy? These are victories in the Trump administration. Here's what I'm saying. If we manage to roll back ICE funding in the future because it was not like a permanent thing or whatever, but you know that when the renewal for that or whatever comes up, they're going to say, oh, the Democrats want to cut ICE funding by $30 billion to make America less safe. We better pray we don't have any terror attacks between now and then because that makes Americans feel a certain type of way about it, right? But if now when they go to do that, we're going to have to give something that we would want otherwise, and now we're going to be celebrating like, oh, look, we managed to roll back the ICE funding, so that was good. No, that's a holdover victory from the Trump admin that we had to give on a future agenda just to be able to roll back, even though you just said to yourself that like, well, it'll go back automatically. It doesn't go back automatically. These new things always turn into fights. That's definitionally how it works.
Destiny, who the fuck told you that this was going to be easy?
Who the fuck told you that like empty like this isn't going to be easy? I'm never.
You're like, what if they do this and what if they do? They're going to do this. Like, what am I supposed to say to that?
Wait.
Yes.
When I say
get bad again,
hold
yes.
On. When I
continue to vote and continue to stay engaged, yes.
When I
that
say,
is what it means to like participate in a fucking democracy.
When I
there
say
is no, you're
when I say what if they do this, what I'm trying to do is illustrate to you that your point of these things don't last forever. You're presenting that as a victory, but that's not a victory. That's a future fight. And the fact that you're having the fight means you've already lost because you're not going to get it for free.
I mean, you can make sure that you don't have to have these fights in the future by just resorting to, you know, authoritarian measures and just tossing out like the principles, the bedrock principles. You can do that if you want to do that.
Well, right now we have to have the fight in the future because the current administration resorted to authoritarianism.
I don't know of too many examples in history where this happened and it led to like really good outcomes. It's usually really fucking horrible outcomes. But yeah, you can do that if you want to do that. I would like to avoid the kind of backsliding that I think your methods would just
Wait, I don't understand what you're talking about. Fascist regimes were replaced with wars. The Revolutionary War we fought against the monarchy was a war. The Civil War to bring the South back under rulership of the United States was a war. What do you mean?
All right. Well, if you're proposing a civil war, like
I'm not proposing a civil war. I'm just saying that your statement of you don't typically, you know, win in this way by, you know, whatever you just said is not true. You like typically it is done by war. Unfortunately, that sucks, but that is typically like how it works in the past.
I think sucks is underselling it. I mean, I think it would be catastrophic. A modern American civil war. Can you imagine?
I agree, but do you know what would even be worse than a civil war is living under a permanent authoritarian regime. But you don't even consider that as a possibility. That's not a possibility in your mind because you always present you always present that. Because when you present the Civil War, you always present that as the worst possible outcome. It's not. The worst outcome is just an authoritarian regime that we're forced to live under for the rest of our lives.
Tell me one thing that I've said in this entire conversation that has hinted even remotely that I think that it's off the table that America backslides completely into a fascist state. When have I ever said anything to suggest this?
Representing that now for the next 10 elections that on the ballot is going to be democracy or fascism, and then just alluding to, well, this is just going to be a rough fight. No one said it was going to be easy, Destiny, LOL. That shouldn't be on the ballot, really ever, but especially not for all of our future elections. We have to govern. There's other shit we have to do in the country.
I don't care about like should or shouldn't. Like I don't think about things because I live in the world as it is, Destiny.
Yeah,
like
but
I don't waste my time saying it shouldn't be this way.
You literally do. We're political pundits. We talk about what things should be like all the time. That's the whole goal of politics.
No, but not in the way that you're suggesting. Like nobody can make you these promises. You claim to have this thing that you think is going to be this like permanent long-term fix. And when I press you on the details, you get cagey about it. And you say, well, the details don't matter. It's like, well, fucking, of course they matter. What do you mean they don't matter?
What do I say? Wait. What do I say when I
actually going to do these things? That is like, these are really important questions. It's like asking Bernie Sanders how he's going to pay for fucking Medicare for all. It is a relevant question to ask you. Like, how do you actually do these things as President Newsom? And you're like, well, just figure it out when you get there. You can come up with any reason. No, it's like, I don't know what that means. You still need Congress. You still need like the courts. You still need voters.
Man, the filibuster. Oh man. If you wanted to have your filibuster, because you're repeating, I know the answer. I can't respond to your question because you're filibustering. Why? I answered directly so fast. What do you mean? I can't complain about it. Listen, when it comes to single-payer healthcare, if you wanted to do Medicare for all, right? Funding it is a separate question. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. You're asking me when you say, how do you want to do this thing? You're asking me about funding it. Okay, but I'm not having the conversation about funding it. I'm saying, should we have it? That's the question that I'm asking, and you're pretending that like the funding it is the hang-up part.
But before I can explore your possible solution, I need to know that it's workable. That's why people ask Bernie, hey, how are you going to pay for Medicare for all? Because it's an important question. Because if you tell me, I don't know, we'll figure it out when we get there, I'm going to think to myself, well, I don't really have a lot of confidence in that plan. That doesn't seem very fleshed out. But if you can give me like a clear path to Newsom, like disenfranchising permanently every currently sitting Republican politician in the country, then maybe you can show me like a workable plan. So far, you haven't, is my point.
Okay, what if my plan was, I will find 30 Supreme Court justices that I personally know that agree with me, make sure I've got 51 in the Senate, kill the filibuster, and approve these guys, and then just have them reinterpret some law to let me do what I want. That's a legal path. What's your problem with that path?
Because that legal path still requires the consent of the governed, the consent of the Congress, and then you need the courts to
why do you
rule
keep
that is something that you can do.
I keep saying that you have 51 senators. You can do this, so the Senate will be there.
If you have 51 senators and you want to pack the court with 30 judges, yes, you can do that.
Okay.
Yes.
So then that would be my idea.
Okay. I've never expressed a principled opposition to packing the courts. I do think that you should probably focus on term limits and a binding code of ethics before you talk about packing the courts. But I've never said that I would be opposed to that.
Okay, then what is our principal disagreement? Or are we in 100% alignment on everything? Because I don't think you agree with the point that I just brought up. I think you would say we shouldn't pack the courts with the express purpose of holding the last regime accountable.
No, who the fuck said this? Who the fuck said that I don't want to see this administration held accountable? Who actually said this?
Pull our chats. You can pull your chat too. That if I were to ask the question,
I understand.
Wait, if I were to ask the question,
your subreddit has been strawmanning the living shit out of me, bro.
But if I were to say I want to use creative ways to hold the past administration accountable, including a massive court packing spree with the express intent to reinterpret some law to hold them accountable, you think that most of even the people that listen to you would say, oh yeah, I think that Hutch would be okay with that.
I would be okay with it in the sense that I wouldn't call that like the end of the republic, but I would recommend about 10 other things before you even got to that point. I've never, ever, ever said that I think we should avoid holding this administration accountable for like the health of the republic. It's utter nonsense.
No, you just equivocated. I know you haven't said that, but you want to do it in the strictly norms abiding, like whatever abiding ways that the Republicans have been ignoring for the entirety of everything they're doing.
I mean, like, again, if this administration, on his way out, he just blanket pardons himself and everybody in the cabinet, Like, what do you do? Like, what
you get a reinterpretation
like
on Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, say Trump was never a real president in the first place.
No, hang on. What? I'm not asking for like a pie in the sky, fantastical, theoretical.
That's why is it pie in the sky?
Because you're not going to have the support to do that.
You get the Supreme Court to do it. You get the Supreme Court to do it.
What does that mean?
As in, you find 30 judges that say in advance, "Yeah, I'll rule that way," and then you put them on the Supreme Court, and you get them to rule with it.
You are not going to have the support from Congress that you would need to do that.
You only need the Senate. You need 51 in the Senate.
How else can I say this? You would not have the support of enough senators to do what you're suggesting. They're not going to vote for this. I promise you. It's not going to happen.
If you're okay,
it's not going to happen, Destiny. Okay. I want you to acknowledge this. I just want you to acknowledge this.
I agree right now. The support's not there for it.
Happen.
But can you acknowledge that you're fighting in a different ground now? The first ground you gave me was you need to present some possible path or whatever, some way that you would do a thing. Then I'll evaluate it. Yeah. Now that again, now you're saying, well, is this politically feasible? Which I've already said. Right now, the appetite is not there in the American public. I don't disagree with that.
Destiny, we did not even make it past the first test there. You just said, I asked you, like, give me things that are possible.
That's possible. Procedurally, it is possible. That's what possible means. Procedurally, you could do it.
No. When I say possible, I mean, like, actually doable. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean by actually doable? You could actually do this. You mean, would you have the support, like the popular support to do this? That's what you're asking.
Are you being fucking pedantic with me? I'm saying, like, realistically, can you expect to actually, like, maybe get that done?
Okay, so you're asking me for a thing that would be politically popular. That's what you're asking.
I am asking you, Destiny, for like things that you can actually get the Congress to sign off on. Like
when you say actually get them to sign on, you mean they would have the
realistically. I mean realistically.
Why would you just say it are politically popular? Are politically popular? Why can't you say that?
Listen to me. This is like when I argue with lefties and they say, well, why didn't he do Medicare for all? And I say, well, he had a 50-seat majority. He couldn't lose any votes, and Manchin and Sinema said no to this, and this. And then they do the shit where they're like, well, he should have just whipped the votes. That's what this conversation is right now.
It's not, because we're fighting over, but we don't, I guess we just don't agree it's that dire. The fight over things like Medicare for all, these are...
Say that. What do you mean it's not that dire? Because
I'm explaining it right now. That the fight over Medicare for all, this is a fight that you can have inside of a functioning democracy. That's fine. Like similar minds can have, or intelligent minds can differ on what that position is. We cannot be having the fight continuously in our democracy about whether or not we should be an authoritarian regime. That's not a legitimate fight to have. That's like a failed state.
That doesn't answer your question to like, how do you whip the votes to add 30 seats?
Do you acknowledge that these are two different fights? They're different in kind, a different type of fight.
Yes, but your fight has no form or no substance. You're just talking about very general, vague things.
I'm asking you to get into details. I'm just saying, because you just said that this is like when lefties complain about not getting Medicare for all. What I'm saying is that a defeat on Medicare for all or victory on Medicare for all does not inform me on whether or not our democracy is functional. A defeat on whether or not we should have an authoritarian ruler does. These are different kinds of fights. One is worth fighting much more aggressively and vigorously than the other one.
Okay, so 2032 comes around. Newsom didn't deliver an impressive legislative agenda. He wasn't very popular. Marco Rubio is elected. In your mind, I guess we're a failed state. Like, what does that actually mean then? Like, what are we talking about?
I don't know. At that point, we're in the mass protest, mass riot, attempted coup stage, or whatever, or trying to get the military to do something. I don't know. At that point, where it depends on how we want to deal with our new single party rule. I don't know.
I mean, listen, I agree with you. I think we should take things one step at a time. And right now, the thing that's right in front of us is just stomping them out in the midterms.
Stop. I'm going to keep cutting off when you do this. I'm going to cut you off when you do this. Yes, because you're trying to assume.
You just told me not to filibuster, and
because
you
keep
manically interrupt me every time I start making my points.
Everything
that you're saying right now, Jesse, none of this is workable, okay?
You keep retreating to this point of we have to win the elections. I have never, ever disagreed with that. Every single part of my plan requires us to win the elections. Do you acknowledge that? No, I need to hear you say, yes, Destiny. Every single part of your plan requires you to win the elections. Yes?
Not in the framework of your argument, because the things that you're suggesting...
Then you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, you don't understand. The things that you're suggesting are not going to be popular with the public. They will get crushed in elections. The Democrats will get fucking crushed in elections.
Then you lose at that point.
Like
but you can't enact on any of my plans at that point if you lose the elections. The most important thing is winning the elections. You literally can't do anything that I want to do if you don't.
That's why I think when you win elections, you should focus on doing reforms that you can actually get fucking done. Destiny.
That's fine, but there at some point.
Talk about term limits. Talk about getting rid of the filibuster. Talk about any other number of things. Stop jumping straight to this.
Can you just
30 Supreme Court justices and everything's going to be fine and pretextualize a crime?
Mm-hmm. Can you just acknowledge how absolutely fucking retarded you sound when you say we need to focus on term limits when the current president of the United States has openly said he would run for a third term and no other politician says that he shouldn't do that on the Republican side? I need to hear you say that. I need to hear you say no. I need to hear you say this. I need to hear you. I need to hear you. I just from my own mind. No, Hutch, from my own mind. I need you to say.
Hold on. Wait,
I just want to hear you say this one thing. I need and then you say whatever you want after. But I need you to say. Destiny. We need to focus on term limits when we have a current administration that doesn't even believe in the current constitutionally mandated term limits.
What are we waiting for? Destiny, what are we waiting for? Let's get this party started. He's going to steal the election, right? What are we waiting for?
I don't think he is going to steal the election. I don't think they've got...
What the fuck are you talking about? We're going to have the election, bro.
We are, but right now, you're saying that one of the big things that we need to do is do new legislation on term limits. The current president doesn't even believe in his own term limits.
Okay, then again, let's get this party started then, right?
No, because you have to exhaust your pathway to that thing first. I think you should make the argument to the American public that we're backsliding into fascism. We need to take severe, drastic actions. I don't know why you're the one saying we need to go right to civil war.
You're arguing. No, you're the one saying that.
You're saying
your argument is very flexible right now, okay? Because I tell you, here are some reforms that I think would help to make future Trump more difficult to pull off by some corrupt actor in the future.
What are one of those reforms?
I just told you. You would do Supreme Court. You would do Supreme Court term limits. You would do getting rid of the Electoral College. I would honestly reform the structure of the Senate, but I don't think that he's going to have the support in Congress to do something like that.
I don't know how.
There's all kinds of reforms that you can enact.
So you're just going to filibuster still? You're just going to yap pack that?
You interrupt me every fucking time I speak.
Because I'm going to, whatever you say right now, I'm going to go back to the two things you just said and ignore everything you're saying right now. Because your reforms don't help. They don't help, Hutch. Okay.
So you don't think it would help to have term limits for the Supreme Court?
Right now, for this president? No. Also, the Electoral College wouldn't help because he won the popular vote. They won't help.
What does it matter right now? We're not going to have a trifecta
because they wouldn't prevent a future Trump if the current Trump won the popular vote. How would Electoral College reform help? He won the popular vote. That doesn't do anything.
What are we supposed to do right now? We're the minority party, Destiny. What are you talking about?
No, you're saying, hold on. What
reforms would you do? Why don't you answer that?
I just got whiplash from how hard you just pivoted that argument. Okay, I am not saying right now that the Democrats have a whole bunch of legislative options available. You are the one that said these are the things that I would implement to prevent a future Trump, and then you said Electoral College reform when he won the popular vote. That doesn't make any sense to me. Can you explain that?
In the future, are you saying that you think it's likely that the Republican Party are going to continue to win the popular vote?
Yes.
Despite the fact that this is an anomaly.
Yes.
They won the popular vote. You think it's it's likely that they're going to win the popular vote in 2028?
No.
Do you want to bet money on this?
Do you want to bet money on this? For 2028, no. But past that, they could. Yeah, it's not outside the realm of possibility. If they could win it with this guy now, why couldn't they win it in the future?
You're making a carve out for 2028, but then in the future you're saying, oh yeah, no, they're going to win the popular vote easily.
I've already agreed with you that they're electorally fucked for 2028. That's why we spent 10 minutes arguing whether or not you could sacrifice an election for other policy gains in the interim that you think are worth sacrificing the election for. And then you even gave the example of the ACA, where it was maybe it was worth sacrificing part of the next election in order to get this thing passed.
Do you even disagree that getting rid of the Electoral College would be a good reform?
I think it should probably be an okay reform. Yeah, I don't have super strong feelings.
Why are you fighting me on it then? What the fuck are you doing?
I also think that eating healthy, I'm going to use an analogy, is a good way to live a better life, but it's not going to cure your cancer. You're telling me that Electoral College reform is a way to prevent a future Trump. I don't think that it necessarily prevents a future Trump.
Okay, let's use that analogy, right? Okay, it's not going to prevent you from getting cancer. In this analogy with you having cancer, your solution that you're talking about with all these, add 30 fucking Supreme Court justices is the equivalent of me saying, okay, well, I'm just going to not have cancer.
What? No,
just propose something that can't fucking happen.
It's a radical intervention. You're the one saying that if we just keep eating healthy in 10 years, the cancer will go away.
No, I didn't say. I'm telling you the opposite, bro. I'm telling you to fucking buckle in. That this could possibly be.
Stop using these meaningless words. Buckle in. I know it's a long fight. Why do you think you're the only one that acknowledges that it's a long fight?
So what but you're also telling me in 1932, if Rubio wins, then we're going to be effectively a failed state, and it might be time to pop the fuck off. That's not you telling me that you're in for a prolonged fight. That's you telling me that Marco Rubio necessarily means that we're in like an existential crisis.
I think we're already in the existential crisis. I think that Rubio winning in 2032 is a continuation of that.
Sure, that might be the case, Destiny. That's my point. I'm telling you the truth. You don't like me because I'm being honest with you. It is just true.
Okay, what if
there is no magical solution, and the things that you're proposing are entirely fantastical? They're not going to happen.
Okay, here's a question. Let's say that we follow your roadmap, okay? And then let's say that in 2032, the next president of the United States is Eric Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that, is it back to the same old, we just got to keep voting and hope that we sweep him in the midterms? If he says, I'm going to govern exactly like my dad did, except even more aggressively because I'm not functionally retarded.
It depends. Depends on what he does, right? Like, we've seen many countries throughout the history of the world go through prolonged periods where their republic or their system of government, their culture, their national identity get challenged in really significant ways. Sometimes that stretches out for fucking decades. South African apartheid. I mean, like, there's been nothing but ongoing volatility and instability in fucking Israel for the last 80 years.
If South Africa brought back apartheid and the black people, they were like, fuck this, we're going to coup the government, would you tell them, no, don't? Like, you got to be ready to fight for a long time.
No, not necessarily, obviously. But like, there's, if I send you a link, will you watch a video?
After this talk, sure. Or do you want me to watch it right now, or what is it like a?
No, not now. I do have to go soon.
Sure.
It's a conversation between John Lovett from Pod Save America in it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I know. I understand. He's kind of cringe. He's kind of cringe right now. But and an academic named Erica Chenoweth, and she studied over the last 100 years. She studied every popular kind of civil rights movement that exists in any country, like all over the world. And what she discovered was that nonviolent protests, even in the face of brutal, authoritarian, violent governments, nonviolent protests was twice as likely to succeed as violent protests. And so, for me, I'm sure you are aware.
I'm very much aware of this.
No. But I'm saying, for me, I'm sure you are aware at this point that I'm all about like a harm reduction kind of life as a trolley problem kind of calculation. That is how I work. And so, whatever question you ask me about some hypothetical situation that could manifest in 2032, and you say, well, what do you think should be done? My answer is always going to be like, it really depends. We can cross that bridge when we get there. I don't know if the conditions more broadly in the country will have changed that will, allow for a different kind of method to do. Like, nobody can predict that far into the future. Nobody can tell you what's going to happen in 2028, let alone 2032. And we could go back and forth and try to come up with some scenario to like basically guarantee that we're never confronted with these kinds of threats in the future. But I'm saying in order to get to that point, you do have to like really compromise some bedrock liberal principles.
I'm not saying have a dogmatic. Wait. What are the bedrock principles? So let's use the civil rights movement as an example. What are bedrock liberal principles that they had to compromise?
The civil rights movement?
Yeah, what are like bedrock liberal principles that these people were compromising?
They were practicing the movements that were successful at changing policy and getting rid of Jim Crow and successfully lobbying the federal government to pass legislation to codify these reforms. That spanned the course of decades.
What were bedrock liberal principles that they had to compromise on?
I never said that they did. They were doing largely nonviolent protests.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood you because I thought you said that you need to be prepared to compromise on bedrock liberal principles.
No, but I'm saying that's what you're suggesting. I'm saying that you're jumping to, okay, yes, we do need to essentially like pause what should be the national identity of this country, like our liberal framework, those bedrock principles of individual liberties and constitutional rights and co-equal branches of government and all these mechanisms to prevent the concentration of power. You seem to be suggesting that we go in the direction of like, well, maybe we do need to concentrate power for a little bit to deal with the immediate threat. And
sure, to
my whole thing
save
is
liberalism, right?
to preserve our system, yes, and then to eventually strengthen it. That has been the ongoing process of America over the last 250 years. That's what's happened. We've just little by little, incrementally, usually like very slowly, we've had more and more and more safeguards put in place, and now we have this new challenge. Every fucking generation has something that challenges them existentially. We are not special in this regard, okay? And
I think I can't think of a single example where a president has acted with such blatant lawlessness where it's just gone completely and utterly unchecked.
The Andrew Jackson who succeeded Lincoln, he was pretty bad.
What was the huge thing? I don't know enough for I really can't say. But
I'm gonna be honest, neither do I.
Well, fuck you.
You caught me on that one. But I'm told that he's very bad. But no. But like beyond the presidency though, like for decades in this country, bribery was fucking fully legal. There was no law against it. It happened out in the open. Government, the norm of American government at the state level, at the federal level.
I understand what you're saying.
Openly corrupt.
I understand what you're saying. No, stop. Please, I understand what you're saying. You're saying openly corrupt. If bribery was legal, this might sound silly now, but if bribery was legal, that's not openly corrupt. That was just the part of the game back then. But like, it makes sense that you would pass a law to stop the bribery if bribery was currently legal. That makes sense, right? That's not the politicians being corrupt. That's just like what the expectation of the game was, and people were playing within the rules of the game. The current administration is lawless. They're not doing bad things that are technically legal. When they're getting stopped by the Supreme Court over and over and over again, that means that what the Supreme Court is saying is you were acting illegally the entire time. But they're cool with it.
But I understand all that, but respectfully, Stephen, I don't think the remedy that you're proposing here accomplishes what you think it accomplishes. Because, okay, let's say, we preordain what the outcome is going to be. It's going to be the Trump administration in prison, and every current Republican barred from ever holding office ever again. Okay,
Nice.
What with that? What's to stop a resurgence of MAGA 20 years from now and someone even worse than Trump? In the absence of any kind of reforms,
because
then you just
I can tell you, you're not going to let me talk because I have an answer to this. I think that
what are you doing?
Because you keep
that?
just saying random things that aren't relevant to your question.
I'm not
you had a good
saying
question.
Random things.
Don't
get mad at me for cutting you off. You cut me off.
It wasn't about cutting me off.
Yes,
I was just speaking off. Okay. I think that it's a good
down.
question. What would prevent the resurgence in the future? What I'm saying is that my plan would be more likely to prevent that because people in the media would be scared. And the lawmakers would be scared because they know that if they were to engage in the kind of unmitigated fuckery that has been the last 10 years of conservative politics, there might be a big repercussion waiting for them at the end. Whereas that resurgence of MAGA, I think, is far more likely to happen in your world, where they see us as a bunch of suckers and like, oh, look at them trying to pass laws and block us in the future. Didn't they know we didn't give a fuck about the laws in the first place? LOL. And they're just going to do the same shit again. As long as it's not like currently like super to the letter breaking the law, they'll just keep doing the same shit over and over again. And that is a dysfunctional political system that's broken.
What you're saying is contrary to like American history. Like what you're saying is like you're incredulous at the idea that the conditions can improve through reforms, but that's what the American project has been about. Life has gotten better on average for people because of these incremental reforms that have taken over time. The overall amount of like a really explicit, overt kind of corruption has reduced in this country. In spite of the fact that right now in this moment we're dealing with Donald Trump, who is just like uniquely corrupt. That doesn't negate the fact that we have made progress in the right direction through these reforms.
I understand what you're saying, but you're missing the lawless aspect. Like when you say that we have improved in this country, I obviously don't deny that. But you are improving incrementally in certain directions. I hope that you're not like going back and forth on the structure of government you have, on whether or not you're like a liberal democracy with 3 co-equal branches of government. That's not a thing generally that we're going back and forth on. We're going back and forth right now on a different kind of thing that is different in kind than legislative agreements or disagreements.
I agree. I think what you're getting at in a general sense, if you were just put it into one word, is just hyperpolarization.
No.
And
It's not hyperpolarization because polarization applies to poles. The current administration is off in another direction that's not just left versus right. We're not fighting.
What do you think hyperpolar means? What do you think that means? Do you think it means
very
just
far
left versus right?
Yes. Yeah. I think generally speaking.
That's not what it means. It means two groups of people that are becoming more and more entrenched in their positions, and less people in the middle that are and more open to compromise. It's not about like strict left-right paradigm.
Okay, but I'm not being pedantic. I think it's actually instructive on what your feelings are, because when you're saying hyperpolar, that we need to meet in the middle, I don't want to meet in the middle with authoritarians. That's not a thing that I even want to have a meeting on. It's not a polar position that needs to be reconciled in the middle. It should never exist as a position in U.S. politics.
I am not asking you to to compromise with people as they chip away at the things that safeguard the country against tyranny or monarchy or concentration of power. I'm not asking you to sacrifice and compromise in that kind of way with these people. That's not what I mean. I mean, I'm simply pointing out that like anytime countries devolve into a state where hyperpolarization becomes this extreme as it is right now, it does lead to really bad outcomes. Generally speaking, a lot of the times it does lead to complete destabilization. Some other country comes in and invades them, capitalizes on that destabilization. There's some kind of a civil war, some kind of a collapse of like societal and governmental order. Like we should seek to avoid these things as best as we can. And when I say compromise, I'm not asking you to hold hands with people that, like want to end American democracy altogether. But you do have to find a way to work within the system. Otherwise, you risk just like hastening this mass destabilization. And I just don't think that people should treat that flippantly.
I agree, but I'm worried that with the framework that you are presenting, that there's going to be a slow acquiescence to an authoritarian regime, and then by the time we're all the way in that direction, it's like we're way, way, way too far gone at that point.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I am worried about that too. I can't tell you with 100% confidence that we're going to be okay. I'm not saying that.
What is the line for you where you're like, and I'm not asking you to stake out like a hyper specific, like 20 members of Congress say or do this, but like, what is like a general line for you where you're like, this is it?
The line in a general sense would be, again, just like another trolley problem evaluation. So I would have to
Let's
come
say
to
the
the
SAVE Act
conclusion,
passes. Is that a line?
to like declare civil war and just like completely
Or
just fuck off
whatever is right
Constitution
before
temporarily.
civil. If you make it about
Not
civil
the
war, then
SAVE
you're
Act,
always
no,
right. You always
no.
win. You always right. We should never declare civil war ever, right? Like Abe Lincoln would have never declared civil
why
war.
would you say that?
Because you're saying, I don't know why you keep going to like civil war, civil war, civil war. When the first thing
You
that
didn't
I'm
even
saying,
want me to answer the question. You did the thing where you just like I was giving you the answer to your question. Like the answer to your question is I would have to come to the calculation that some kind of a civil war or significant risk of civil war would be the less harmful option. It would be the better option in the face of, as in the context of this discussion, it would be like some kind of like a fascist takeover of the entire country.
but that a civil war is never going to be. That's not ever going to be the case, though, right? That calculation will never be true. It wasn't for the U.S.'s point of view, right? Civil war in the short, maybe even short medium term, was probably significantly more harm.
No, but we're talking about long-term viability, though. I feel like you're being pedantic again. I'm saying like the ultimate outcome.
How am I? You're saying that you're going to do a harm calculation, a harm reduction calculation at every single individual step, and you're doing this in the immediate short term. And what I'm telling you is, I don't think there's ever going to be a short-term harm reduction thing that is favoring some sort of like more drastic action. It doesn't have to be fucking civil war. It could be like the 30 Supreme Court justices that I said earlier. But if you're always doing a short-term evaluation, while Republicans are playing a more long-term game, if you're always doing a short-term evaluation, you're never going to say that enough is enough. Like, I think the SAVE Act, I'm sure you agree that the SAVE Act is fucking horrible, right?
I don't even know the particulars of the SAVE Act.
It's basically I don't know where it's at in terms of its support for Congress.
You need like a passport to vote or something like that?
So it gives the federal government way more reach into how states run their elections than it should ever do. And it's obviously like you agree that the Trump administration is doing whatever the fuck they can to involve themselves in the midterms, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can try, but like at this point, I mean, tell me if you agree or disagree. Like, let's say Donald Trump announces 2 months before the election, I'm going to send fucking ICE to fucking Philadelphia and Atlanta to monitor polling stations. Like, what do you think is going to happen there?
I think he would be able to do it. I think there'd be protests, but I think the protests in and of themselves would discourage some people from voting. Possibly, it could also backfire. Maybe.
I think it would juice I think it would juice engagement up by like 10 or 20%. And the reason why I feel that way is I look at Minnesota and I look at the way that this country right now is reacting to Trump's corruption and overreach. They're getting more engaged. The turnout right now for these primaries and these off-cycle elections and these special elections is juiced through the fucking roof for the Democratic Party right now. I don't know how familiar you are with the overperformance margins, but you'd have to go back to like the precursor to the Tea Party movement in fucking 2010 to see these kind of numbers. On average, Democrats are overperforming. Real quick, on average, this is important. On average, the Democratic Party. What do you mean it's not important?
It's not because we overperformed under Biden and we lost after Biden was in for 4 years. Biden got more votes than any president in the entirety of the U.S. history. Still.
Then your point feels so incoherent to me because I am talking about winning elections so we can implement reforms that would make it more difficult for the Republicans to consolidate power in the way that they have, to eliminate these institutional advantages that they have right now, which are undeniable. The Senate and the Electoral College just undeniably benefit the Republican Party in the current form. And I'm talking about winning elections and building enough consensus to pass reforms to address these problems. And you're saying, that's naive. What do you do if Marco Rubio wins in 2032? And it's like, well, you cross that fucking bridge when you get there.
It's funny that your example is literally the only moderate person on Trump's entire fucking cabinet. That your go-to is fucking Marco Rubio.
Pick whoever you want. I don't
Trump
care.
Jr., Vance. Fucking Lutnick, fucking Vance, fucking Stephen Miller. Any of these people would be fucking...
Pick them. It's fine. Pick them.
But
yes.
It just... Okay, I won't nitpick them to death. Or I'm not just generally. I'm just curious, like, what are a few of these reforms that you think actually help us avoid like future Trumps?
Why are you asking the question of like you just conceded a moment ago that the getting rid of the Electoral College would hurt Republicans and help Democrats, right?
I don't think I conceded that at all. I said quite the contrary. I said Trump won the last popular vote. I don't know if that helps us in future elections.
I want you to listen to what you're saying,
yes,
and evaluate the last like 40 years. And you look at the amount of times that the Republicans have won the popular vote compared to the Democrats, and then tell me with a straight face that you think that getting rid of the Electoral College wouldn't help Democrats.
I don't.
Why are you fighting me on this?
If I look at the last 40 years, I would say absolutely not. It doesn't help us because you have to look at the trend. Like over the last, I'm curious, do you believe over the last 25, 30 years, do you think that the Republicans are becoming more norm breaking and violating or less? Or do you think it's a yo-yo back and forth? Because I would argue from Gore v. Bush onwards, maybe even before that, it's been a steady stream of more and more overreach from Republican regimes, more overreach from people like McConnell in the Congress, more overreach from a conservative Supreme Court, more and more overreach. It's trending in one direction. I don't see this yo-yoing back and forth. Do you disagree with that?
You're talking about now something entirely different. You asked me about the reforms that I would do to try to help Democrats essentially win more elections. And for some reason, you're fighting me on the Electoral College, even though the track record is just so obvious and clear that, like Donald Trump won the popular vote in the last election, but that was an anomaly. You know that was an anomaly. And you know that if we maintain the Electoral College...
You're talking about a direction, right? If I were to another analogy, if I were to take the average height of a person from 5 years old to 15 years old and predict how tall they're going to be at 16 based on how tall they were at 7.5 or 10 years old, that would be stupid. The Republican Party is trending in a more authoritarian direction, in a more misinformation-heavy direction. They're trending in that direction. Why would I take the average of the last 30 years to say, well, an Electoral College abolition would actually be good for us? I would just look at the trend.
Why are you deflecting to like who's violating more norms?
Because I would say that the violation of those norms. We are exploring. Because the violation. I'm explaining why. The violation of. I know what we're doing. We're exploring whether or not it would be good or bad for us. What I'm telling you is the reason why I think it would be bad for us or wouldn't necessarily be good is because the violation of those norms is helping them win more elections.
What does that mean? Like in the context of the Electoral College, what does that mean?
As in, the Republicans are able to convince more of the population to vote for themselves because they're willing to engage in sometimes illegal behavior, like, for instance, cooperating with the largest cable media network in the United States of America to spread misinformation to the public. That would be an example of a huge norm / maybe illegal, I don't know, kind of violation thing. Or how about, like, violations of the Hatch Act? Maybe there are American public people that look at Trump putting his face on everything or look at the Trump account. Do you think there are going to be people in 2028 or 2032 who are like, I don't know how I feel about the next Republican, but this Trump account for my kid has, like, fucking $20,000 in it. The Trump account is kind of cool, I don't know. These are all like norm violating things that Republicans are more eager to engage in that also help them look better publicly to their base as well.
You seem to be making the case that these norm violations would be enough to, to be honest with you, I truly don't even understand.
Well, here's the
point
question: do you think that Trump winning the
like,
popular vote this time? Wait, did Trump?
I think you're fighting me on this because I think you're afraid that undermines your point, Destiny. The idea that the Electoral College, getting rid of that and switching to a popular vote, there is broad consensus that the Electoral College, on balance, in the modern era, disproportionately favors Republicans. I don't know why you're fighting me on this.
I don't disagree on that. In terms of that's been the notion, I don't know if that will be the notion going forward. Why do you think Trump won the Wait. Why do you think Trump won the popular vote this time? Do you think that was just a crazy, unpredictable, bizarre aberration?
Not necessarily. I mean, why do you think? I mean, I think when a country experiences 2 years of inflation the way that they did, the incumbent parties are typically punished when the economy takes a shit. This is not rocket science. It happened all over the world. Basically, every incumbent party got punished right there. Did Donald Trump win because people were, yearning for fascism, or did Donald Trump win because people felt like their paychecks were going further?
Not just won the popular vote. So are you saying then? So if we get rid of the Electoral College and there's inflation again for 2 more years, then that doesn't. So you're saying that doesn't even help us? Or are you saying that
if you're just going to construct new future problems, we can just cut to the chase and
I'm not constructing new future problems. You're just taking it for granted that Republicans will never win the popular vote again. And this was a bizarre aberration.
I am trying to center the conversation about what is right in front of us right now. What are the best options at our disposal right now? And you keep deflecting to what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? And there's nothing I can tell you to say, I don't have a perfect fix to make sure that the system is just perfect moving forward. That's not what America is. That's not what American democracy is. It is a constant process of staying consistently engaged and not expecting there to be some theoretical utopia that we could reach in 4 or 8 or 12 or 16 years.
Okay, you keep hand waving my position as the utopia. Your position is the utopia that you think there are 3 reforms that we can pass.
I'm telling
because
you,
you're telling me that you want to pass laws to constrain a lawless president that is openly laughing and flouting the lawlessness of his administration in front of everybody's face. That we had the president double tapping Venezuelans and they're laughing about it. They're saying there is no fucking world order. There is no fucking world law that can hold me accountable.
So is it your position? Are you really going to tell me right here that the various reforms that were adopted in the post-Nixon era, those didn't do any good?
I think they might have helped a bit, but what helped more was the entire United States saw that Nixon was the bad guy.
He was pardoned, Destiny. He did not go to jail.
He was pardoned because they thought that he was going to go to fucking jail. They thought that Nixon, he was under investigation, and they thought if he didn't pardon him, they were going to fucking arrest him and put him in fucking prison, which would have done a whole bunch of fucking crazy shit to the American mind to have a former president in jail. Donald Trump wasn't pardoned. He got criminal immunity from the Supreme Court. Do you see the difference there?
You are missing.
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you at least see the difference there?
You are missing my point.
Do you see the difference there?
Entirely right now. Ask me the question again, and then I want to get back on my track here.
When Nixon was pardoned, do you see a difference between him being pardoned and Donald Trump getting criminal immunity and not acknowledging a single wrongdoing?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know why the Nixon example is relevant here, but okay, go ahead.
I'm asking you, you're poo-pooing the idea of incremental reforms, which is just, that's how we progressed as a country for fucking centuries. Okay. What do you mean, no? You're saying, you want to do these cute little reforms, but how do you
fine. Incremental reforms to fight a growing fascist movement in the United States that currently has the popular vote approval, whether it's because I know they're not all voting for him, I like fascism, blah, 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 but that are indifferent to it, you're losing something it's really fundamentally fucked at that point, and you can't just reform your way out of it without also holding the last administration accountable so that nobody thinks they can act this way again.
Who said I don't want to hold the administration accountable, Destiny?
You do, but I don't think that changing the structure of the Electoral College is doing that.
You just conceded. Did you not? Did you just concede that the Electoral College being eliminated would probably help Democrats?
I don't think I have. I don't know why you keep thinking I've conceded that. I don't know if it would. I would be neutral on that right now.
I don't think you actually think that, man. There's no way you actually think that. There's no way.
When right now you have a crypto, your cryptocurrency finance bros. If you would ask me 5 or 10 years ago, is Silicon Valley going to be a bunch of Trump dick sucks? I would vote I would have been more confident telling you 5 years ago that Silicon Valley will never support Donald Trump than I would be right now saying that abolishing the Electoral College is going to help Democrats for sure. That was an unfathomable bridging of horrible, bringing two horrible realities together to create whatever clusterfuck we're in right now. That I was going to see Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan saying, oh, actually, yeah, Biden bullied us all the time. Oh, there's no proof of any of it, but oh, yeah. I would have never, ever, ever thought that. That I would see 7 of the wealthiest men in the world who all donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural fucking campaign, all sitting together politely on camera, or that the wealthiest man in the world was going to buy a social media company to literally partisanly campaign for Trump. All of these things, in my mind, would have been less likely. All of those things are less likely than, well, if we abolish the Supreme Court, it's obvious that it's going to help us in the future. I don't know if that's the case or not with the current media environment we live in. And I don't think that your reforms are going to change the current media environment. Like, here's the question. What would...
Well, I mean, you would have to do different reforms. We're talking about reforms about the structure of government, but to your point about this crazy asymmetry in media between conservatives and liberals, that's a different problem. And I'm not saying that we should avoid any kind of policy changes or legislation or constitutional amendments or whatever to address what's happening, because I agree that it is a problem. I don't know how to fix that problem in accordance with the First Amendment. That wouldn't get tossed out of court. But I agree that it's not tenable in the long run to have the situation as it currently is. If that comes in the form of regulatory penalties or if it comes in the form of legislation or whatever, I agree that that's a problem. That's playing into my strategy of like, I eventually want to win enough elections so that we can actually wield power and then use that power to make changes to the system to make the situation better in the long run.
Which is always good, I think. I agree that that's always good. My only question is that in 2032, this is my only question. In 2032, what could we have changed such that it would discourage a similar type of administration from running again on the Republican ticket?
You can't prevent that from happening.
I'm not saying prevent it. I'm saying less likely. Okay, if that's your position, that like that's going to be equally likely then as it is now, because there's nothing realistic we can do. For me, and listen, everybody's got their own thing, but that's like not an America that I'm like interested in engaging with anymore. That's an arc raiders full time, because at that point you're fighting you're not fighting this is how we build a better liberal democracy battle. You're fighting for your life every single election to not backslide into an authoritarian regime. That's not the United States of America that won World War I and II, that I grew up learning about and abolished slavery and civil rights and all that. That's a crazy different country at that point that I just think is not even worth saving at that point. I'd rather go to fucking China with a son.
I mean, you're a wealthy guy. I mean, you'll have options, like if we get to 2032 and you arrive at the conclusion that America is just a matter of time, it's inevitably going to become a failed state, you can take all kinds of measures to remove yourself from the situation permanently.
I don't think it's inevitable, right? But I think that you put us on that path. And I feel like there are other paths. I don't think that it's inevitable.
By winning elections and doing reforms?
By winning elections and thinking that winning elections and doing some reforms is enough against a party that operates with a flagrant disregard for reforms or law. Yes. Because it sells to the other parties like, okay, well, they beat us this time, but we know what we can get away with now, boys. Time to roll up to 2032 with some whole new crazy fucking plans. And we know they're not going to do fuck all except maybe win the next election and try to reform their way against us.
But you get flustered and frustrated and dismissive when I press you on the particulars of what you're talking about, and I dare to question the viability. You tell me that your solution is doing stuff like adding Supreme Court justices, 30 Supreme Court justices or whatever, and I say, okay, great. What does that actually look like? I mean, when you look at the current makeup of the Senate, and
I literally told you. I already told you all of these things. You just don't like my answer. I told you if you have 51 people in the Senate, get rid of... Okay, yeah, because you don't like my answer. Everything is nonsense, though. This is the difference between Republicans and Democrats. You said your answer is nonsense, right? Imagine if I would have asked the question before for Donald Trump, what if I can send ICE to states and literally start deporting people based on their skin color? Maybe it's even U.S. citizens. That's not possible either. That was all illegal. That was all illegal, and he did it.
Do you agree that it's a lot easier for a president to send ICE into Minnesota than it is to add 30 Supreme Court justices?
Maybe for a Democrat. For a Republican, no. If the Republicans thought that court packing would benefit them right now, they would do it. It's not a mystery why they don't want a court pack. It's a 6-3 court.
You think that
you're telling me wait, just to be clear. You're telling me that the party.
Are you gonna let me jump in?
No,
you're telling me.
I just want to be clear. You're telling me that the party.
You think that Donald Trump could easily add 30 Supreme Court justices right now? You think he could do that?
No, because they've got a 6-3 court. They don't need to.
Okay. Yes. What does that even mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Wait, they have a 6-3 court. They don't need to pack it. It's already packed for them.
I ask you.
It's a meaningless question. They're winning right now. It's like saying, do you think that first place would cheat and add more points to their score? No, they're in first place. Why would they? No.
I asked you, is it easier for a president to send ICE to Minnesota or to add 30 Supreme Court justices? Because you deflected to ICE. Well, he can do the ICE thing. Well, which one is easier, Destiny?
Probably adding 1 or 2 Supreme Court justices first, Hutch. If you want to say packing. But if you want to talk about what's possible.
Why are you doing this?
Hold on.
Why are you doing this?
Because you're talking about a Republican administration that already blocked a Supreme Court pick for us for a longer time span than any other time in all of U.S. history, about like 6 months. The longest block. I get it. We lost a Supreme Court pick, and which is essentially a type of packing. And now that they have a 6-3 court, and Republicans go, oh, we would never pack the court. You're going, well, that is true, Destiny, right? They're not packing the court, right? The guys with the 6-3 fucking conservative court with Alito and Thomas as the permanent one brain cell fuck buddies on that court. No shit, they're not packing it. Why would they? They already have a 6-3 court.
You are preaching to the choir. Like, you think that I'm happy about what happened with the court? If the next time there's a democratically controlled Senate and a Republican president and a Supreme Court justice dies, I would fully expect and want the Democratic Party in that spot to hold that seat open for fucking 4 years if need be.
Sure,
I'm totally on board with that. Right?
Okay, can I wait?
But that's a different thing altogether. You're saying you don't like my solution.
Can I ask you this question? Do you think that right now?
Don't cut me off again. Hang on. You just did a whole thing there. Okay, like you're saying that I just don't like your suggestions. That's not my issue. My issue is your suggestions are literally impossible. And I don't understand the value of exploring those. You're saying, well, conceptually or theoretically, it's possible.
Okay, just on the Supreme Court thing. Just a question on the Supreme Court
thing. Why are you cutting me off
because
again,
you're rambling
bro?
on a bunch of stuff that we're not talking about. I just want to ask on the Supreme Court thing.
If you can't follow what I'm saying, you need to up the Vyvanse, okay? Because I am speaking very clearly.
You are, but you're speaking past the point that we just made, and I'm going to go back to this. So everything you're saying is worthless. So why waste the time? On the Supreme Court thing, if right now it was a 4-5 conservative liberal court and Trump came in day one, do you think that Republicans would be principally opposed to expanding the court by 2 seats if Trump thought that it would significantly help him legislatively?
They wouldn't have the votes to do that is what you're missing, man.
Wait. So you think that when you say that, you think that Republicans in the Senate would oppose Trump on that? And you're confident of that 100% or 90%?
Give me, flesh out your hypothetical, okay? Are we talking about the current Congress?
Donald Trump says right now we have a broken Supreme Court. It's 4-5 disgusting liberals. When I come in,
he would not have the votes to do that.
You don't. So you're confident that Republicans would never try to add 2 Supreme Court justices?
In the next, what are we talking about? In the next 3 years? No, they would not have the. They would not have the votes to do that.
Asking. Let me ask one more time.
Would they try to do that?
It's
would you want to bet me money?
It's 2024. Wow, you're avoiding this so hard. 2024. It's a 4-5.
Right now, by the way.
Okay. Do I still sound like a robot?
A little bit, but it's holding steady.
2024. Okay. Donald Trump says, we have a 4-5 court. It's 4 conservatives, 5 liberals. I'm going to tell the Senate to add 2 more Supreme Court justices.
They would not do it.
You don't think they would do it? Okay. I don't have the same faith that they would. I think they would if they thought it would benefit them. I really do think they would.
Really?
Yes.
Destiny, we have an example. Do you understand that before you were to do something like that, do you know what you would have to do before you do that?
You would just need 51 votes in the Senate.
You would need to get rid of the filibuster. You would need to get rid of the filibuster to do that.
Didn't they already get rid of the filibuster for the McConnell, that was the whole point of the whole nuclear option to do their...
That is, no. That is for judicial appointments, not legislation. If you wanted to do what you're asking, the packing
judicial
Supreme Court...
appointments, we're talking about the Supreme Court. You don't need legislation to pack the court.
Yes, you do. What are you talking about? You absolutely need a bill from Congress if you want to pack the court.
I don't believe so. I don't think that's...
Yes.
Is the current 9-member thing called...
mechanism? What do you mean? Who would decide it then?
I don't think that 9 members of the Supreme Court is in legislation anywhere. Would you? Or is it?
I want you to just look this up right now. Just look it up.
Okay.
Do you need the Congress to pack the court?
Why are there 9 members of Supreme Court bench? Okay, we have the Judiciary Act of 1869. So that means that you would need a majority in the House and a majority in the Senate.
Yes.
Do you think Trump wouldn't get a majority in the House and the majority of the Senate to add 2 more justices to the Supreme Court?
No.
Okay.
1,000% no. Do you know how I know?
Why?
Because in order to do what you're saying, you would need to get rid of the filibuster. This is not the same as judicial appointments. The nuclear option was invoked to do confirming judges, not legislation. So you would have to get rid of the filibuster. Donald Trump has already asked this Republican Congress a month ago, 2 months ago, to get rid of the filibuster. You know what they did?
They said no, but he wasn't asking for anything big. There wasn't like a huge...
What do you mean? He's asking for them to get rid of the filibuster so he could like end the fight and take away Democrats' leverage and just like...
Yeah, but it's not like concrete legislative plans. I think if it was
Murkowski would be no. Collins would be no.
Okay.
Do you want me to keep going? Rand Paul would be no. Thune would be no. He does not have the votes right now to pack the court. No.
Okay. I completely disagree, but it's just, I guess, a different viewpoint on where we're at right now. Like...
You think that they would be willing to pack the court even though they have not been willing to get rid of the filibuster?
I don't think they had anything significantly in front of them in order to that would be worth getting rid of the filibuster for. That's a follow the incentives. The Republicans right now, they know they're fucked in the midterms. They might have even known day one of Trump that they're fucked in the midterms. And if they get rid of the filibuster, that's just good. First of all, Trump doesn't even give a fuck about Congress, number one. So I don't know what
does that mean?
As in, the whole point of getting rid of the filibuster is so that you can start to do a bunch of like adventurous congressional things. Democrats like to do that because they like to pass legislation. Republicans don't. What have they done? They've got their fucking tax bill in reconciliation, and that's it. So I don't know. Getting rid of the filibuster is.
They could pass the SAVE Act.
I guess, but Trump could go. Trump is going to run ICE to every fucking state anyway and do crazy shit.
Didn't you just tell me that the SAVE Act would like massively help
I think
Republicans
SAVE Act,
like have control?
I think the SAVE Act would be really. Yes, I think the SAVE Act would be really, really, really bad. Yes, but I don't know if that would be. I don't know if that would be a big enough thing for them to nuke the filibuster, knowing the...
No. Hang on. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth here. You just told me a moment ago that... You just told me a moment ago that the SAVE Act would be like a massive advantage for Republicans. This is what you clearly implied just like 5 minutes ago. And you're also telling me that, well, what does it matter? Donald Trump, he could just do anything he wanted to, theoretically, if he just asked the Congress to do it. Okay, well, why are they not getting rid of the filibuster to pass the SAVE Act?
Okay. The SAVE Act is something that would benefit Trump because Trump is a wild and wacky authoritarian. The Republicans would benefit as a byproduct of that, but absent Donald Trump, the Republicans would not try to carry the SAVE Act themselves. This is clearly a Trump-Miller-Vance project, and the Republicans are go along for the fucking ride on everything. But absent Donald Trump, I don't think a thing like this happens because I don't think that the SAVE Act is something that they would want or that would even necessarily long-term benefit them. However, if it were to come to adding 2 more conservative Supreme Court justices, I think that depending on the decisions before the court or depending on what they want to do, whether it's abortion, a thing they already won on, or whatever other fucking powers they're looking to expand for the president, that is a thing that has long-term benefits for them. I think that the Republican lawmakers are strategic, and right now the incentives align with following Trump, even on wacky and wild adventures, not that wacky and wild. Like if he wants to literally get rid of the fucking filibuster, they know that they're not going to benefit much from that, and they know it's going to fuck them hard in the future. But for packing a court for 2 more justices, if it was a 4-5 court, I think they would do that. I think the stuff under McConnell was crazy. I don't know why the same Republicans wouldn't do an even crazier thing with the Supreme Court under Trump if they had a minority in the Supreme Court.
Listen, with peace and love in my heart, I don't think that your analysis is correct here. I think you're missing the fact that there are plenty of senators, frankly, in both parties that are principally committed to the filibuster. There are plenty of Republican senators and Democratic senators that genuinely view the filibuster as a bulwark against volatile, wild swings that they think would be destabilizing. And the filibuster gives the Senate like a lot more power. It gives them just so much more influence and power. And so if you're a Senate, there's a lot of senators that just don't want to give up that power.
This Congress is going to rubber stamp on every single thing Trump does. What do you mean they're principally attached to something?
That's not true, though. That is not true.
I think it is.
No, that is not true.
Look at this
then why didn't he get rid of the filibuster, Destiny?
Because there was nothing huge for them to gain politically after that.
You just said that the Congress rubber stamps everything he wants. Why didn't they get rid of the filibuster? I don't think you can engage with this. I'm saying things, but you're running down talking points. The Republican Congress is going to act... No, they seem contradictory because you can't engage with the question past the level 1 analysis. But you said that Congress... I'm saying that Congress will do things that they feel like benefits them and the Republican movement in the long term, and then their political careers in the short term. Them not getting rid of the filibuster doesn't hurt any of their political careers in the short term. They all know this shit is fucked come midterms. They fucking know that. Number 1. And number 2, there's not a huge gain for them to be had by getting rid of the filibuster. Maybe it helps with maybe some aspect of the one big beautiful bill. Maybe. But they know that when Democrats come in, they're going to fucking clean shop. Pelosi passed more legislation when she was the House leader, whatever, in those 2 years than every other fucking Congress prior to her. They know that. So no, they wouldn't do that because they know that it wouldn't benefit them in the long term. So for you to say, but Dustin, you said they wouldn't get rid of the filibuster. Now you're saying they would get rid of the Supreme Court stuff because
because the Supreme Court stuff would benefit them in the medium and long term. Having a majority Supreme Court of conservatives benefits them so much, they were willing to nuke Obama's pick over it. There's a much greater argument for them following Trump along some crazy shit like that than a filibuster abolition. Like Donald Trump doesn't even know the two halves of Congress.
Listen. I think you've said a couple things here that are just blatantly contradictory. You can try to reason it any way you want here.
You're not able to engage because you know that I'm right.
The idea that the proposition that this Congress would literally just rubber stamp anything that Donald Trump wants is just simply not true.
What's in it? What is the thing that? What are things that the Republicans have pushed back on Trump on?
I'd have to look at the particulars of the one big beautiful bill, but I do know that they said no to him on a few of his, like,
the one big beautiful bill that passed, right? They got that. What was it? $90 billion of ICE.
Bro, do you understand that there are different provisions in a bill?
Yeah.
Right. So if you don't get every provision, like, Biden didn't get his $15 an hour minimum wage, right? Like there was a number of things, like didn't get a public option, right? So I would have to go back and look at the particulars, but he was pushing for some provisions that did not make it in there. He has, for example, been pressing the Republican Party to get rid of the filibuster, not only to end the shutdown fight, but also to pass things like the SAVE Act. Like he has been very publicly pressuring this Congress to do that. And they're not doing that.
Yeah, but he also doesn't. He doesn't give a fuck about the Congress. They literally asked him after the tariff ruling. After the tariff ruling, they literally asked him, "Would you try to pass a law?" Blah, blah, blah. Donald Trump laughed. He was like, "No. What would I use Congress for?" LOL.
He doesn't give a fuck about you say he doesn't give a fuck about the Congress. Then why is he asking them to get rid of the filibuster if he doesn't give a fuck about them?
Because it gives him a little bit more. But it's not a thing that he invests a lot of time in.
A little bit more?
Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to check for some amount of understanding of the world, because in your mind, every single thing is like a binary 100% or 0%. You agree that a person could ask for a thing, but not really give that much of a fuck about it, right? If you would ask me right now, Dustin, do you think Donald Trump... If you would ask me, Dustin, do you think that Donald Trump wants the filibuster gone? Of course I would say yes to that. But if you would ask me, does he give that much of a fuck about it? No, not really. No.
Well, he's tweeted dozens of times about it.
He's tweeted thousands of times about fucking everything.
He's putting public pressure on this Republican Party. This is not the first time he's done that. He did that throughout.
No, come on. Who is he threatened to run against? Who is he attacking or fighting with so hardcore unless I've missed it? Where is all the public pressure on the fucking filibuster? I've totally missed it if that's...
This is not the first time that he has called for them to get rid of the filibuster. He did it earlier in this term. He did it throughout his first term.
He's called for a million things, but you think
he did it his first term? He did it his first term as well.
Do you think
you keep making these you're doing? Remember what I told you about when I said the Green Lantern theory of politics?
Yeah, but I don't think. Did you explain it to me?
You're doing, wait, you don't remember? So fuck, man. It was in the context of when I argue with lefties and they're like, why didn't Biden just get a public option done? Or,
oh, sure.
I'm sure you heard the logic. I'm sure you heard the logic of Kyle Kulinski saying that you should threaten Joe Manchin's daughter with criminal prosecution or whatever. These are examples of lefties who say, well, he should have just whipped the votes. He should have just done this. He should have. What you're doing is reverse Green Lantern, where you think that Donald Trump is this all powerful guy. And there's no question. There is no question that he rules his party by fear. And he does get a lot from this Congress. He gets probably most of what he asked for. I think I would very comfortably say that. But they do say no from time to time. And he is bound by the Constitution in the sense that he can't just ignore the Congress to do everything that he wants to.
But he literally is. Can't. He ignores them for war.
He's literally not.
He ignores them for tariffs. He ignores them for all international negotiations.
You don't need the Congress to explore the kind of legal avenues that he's using to do these tariffs. He's not, for example, just if he didn't need
these are not legal avenues. He knows he's acting lawless.
If he doesn't need the Congress, then why are we even in a shutdown fight? Why are we doing negotiations for DHS funding? He can just do it, right?
With the tariffs. Also, hold on. Didn't he literally explicitly do that? Didn't he literally explicitly have some part of ICE privately fucking funded while the government was shut down? Did he actually explicitly do this?
I know not what you're talking about, but you told me a moment ago that he can just do whatever he wants. He doesn't even need the Congress, and you're kind of making the case that we're sort of on the way to being Why do you fucking do this, bro?
Because you're going on this binary. Because there are obviously there are a couple things. I'm saying
you told me that.
by
You told me he doesn't need the clearance.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Why
I'm sorry.
not just snap his finger?
I was wrong. I was
Why
wrong.
not
I was
just
wrong.
snap his
I was
finger?
wrong. No, I'm telling you I was wrong. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have said he doesn't need the Congress. I said that I should have said he largely acts without Congress in all the capacities that he should require Congress for, but there are still a couple things, like passing a budget, for instance, or maybe getting like confirmation picks that he does need the Congress for. Okay? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay.
Yes, that's better.
The amount of lawlessness that he's acting, though, absent the Congress, is historical, unacceptable, and they're not legal explorations. They're blatant lawlessness, like tariffing the entire world and collecting $200+ billion from American importers, or like going to war with everybody, or threatening war with everybody, and not even informing Congress of anything's going on beforehand. I think these are bad things.
agree.
And I think they're lawless things.
Oh, shit. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Oh, I agree. If you're making the case that this presidency is uniquely corrupt and lawless, I agree.
But then I don't know how we can pass reforms for a lawless administration.
You win elections.
But what I'm saying, I know. But why would they hold to future reforms if they're lawless?
At this point, I mean, I feel like you're kind of making the point that you're just like, again, this feels like a very, if what you're saying is reforms are pointless because you can just be lawless in the future, what argument are you actually making there? At that point, you're saying, well, the system itself is just, it was a mistake, and we gave it our best shot.
The system requires good faith actors, and right now the Republican Party is not a good faith actor, and you can't legislate them back to good faith acting. You might have to do a little bit of bad faith acting to get them there.
Well, what are we talking about with bad faith acting?
What my example before about using Congress to investigate every single fucking Republican.
I'm on board.
You're not on board with that. Your position is just business as usual.
Am.
No, you're not. Your position was
what are you
first you said
about destiny.
I can explain it.
Am.
I can explain it. You said I gave the suggestion earlier, and you said you're stealing my suggestion, and then I said, oh, then we agree, and you said, yeah, if there is an example of a crime happening or something illegal happening, then a congressional committee should have oversight over that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we turn every single Republican that's part of this administration into Hunter Biden. That's what I'm saying. They're not the same thing.
Yes.
And if you agree with my perspective there, which you eventually came around to, the thing that we didn't really resolve was that is not a good way to use Congress. But that is an illiberal, unconstitutional, not nice, not good way of. That's a system-breaking thing. The Congress can't function if they act like that.
One of the things that I've been telling my chat is like a reason to stay engaged and to take special elections seriously and to keep that energy up as we go into the midterms. I've been telling this every fucking day that we are going to take that gavel back and harass the ever-living fuck out of every Republican in that administration and anybody else that they feel like they have the right to do that. They can do that. The Congress can do that. There's nothing like violating by doing that. They can open investigations if they want to. Like Democrats did that, Republicans did that. That's what happens every single time. The gavel changes hands every single time in the last like 30 years.
It doesn't. Why are you saying? Hold on. Wait. What is the Democrat equivalent to the Hunter Biden investigations, to the Hillary Clinton Benghazi or email investigations?
The Congress, led by Democrats, have literally subpoenaed. You have no fucking idea.
I don't. Sorry. No, tell me. I don't have any idea. Tell me. Make me feel better about it. Go. Tell me. Make me feel better. Yes.
The Congress, led by Democrats, literally subpoenaed the Trump kids' fucking tax returns, bro. They did investigate them. Let me get water. I'll be right back.
Okay.
1 second.
I'm trying to think. Have I seen a single person with the last name Trump giving public testimony or having to give private testimony in front of Congress ever? Has that ever happened? Does anybody know? Maybe it hasn't. I just don't know. But has that ever happened?
What'd you say?
Has there ever been a Trump having to give testimony in front of Congress ever? Or at least over the past like 15 years or whatever? Has that ever happened? Any of his kids, they were hauled up in front of Congress to do...
Yes! The January 6th subcommittee, bro. Yes.
Did they testify on that, or did they plead the fifth on everything?
Did they not have to testify? Hang on.
Well, they could have. First of all, the J6 stuff committee is not what I'm talking about. That's like a good reason to subpoena somebody. That's not comparable to the Hunter Biden stuff, which was just a.
You are shifting the goalposts.
Oh my
here,
God,
bro.
I'm not. You're just. We're.
Yes, you are. Yes, you absolutely
no.
are.
Because I'm saying we need to use the Congress like they've been using it. And you're like, yeah, bro, I agree. We should investigate. And I'm like, what's the equivalent to the Hunter Biden stuff? The Hunter Biden series of investigations were an entire expedition of bullshit by the Republicans to fuck with Joe Biden. And you're like, well, what about the J6 subcommittee? When they tried to coup the government, those are not the same thing. What the J6 committee was actually investigating actual serious fucking wrongdoing. The Hunter Biden shit was just the weaponization of Congress to harass political.
What?
To go find the mortgage fraud, find the unpaid parking tickets, and see if you can upgrade them to felony convictions. That type of shit. The same type of shit they did to Hunter Biden. Which you could disagree with. That's fine, but don't pretend we have the same position because we don't. You just want to use Congress as you're supposed to, as it normally is supposed to be used. But that's not how the Republicans have used it, right?
But didn't I get you to concede? Didn't I get you to concede earlier in the conversation that there is a point where you go with your authority in the Congress that would backfire, and the public would view that as overreach?
Yes.
Didn't you agree with that?
Yeah.
There's a really good example of this is Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton during his second term, he was being investigated by Ken Starr, and they were doing the Whitewater, and they found the Monica Lewinsky thing. That backfired, and it led to a shitty midterm performance in 1998. They literally were punished electorally for that overreach. Now, 2 years later, George W. Bush went on to win the presidency. But
Bill
we
Clinton,
don't evaluate
the second
things
president in all of history to be impeached.
And it backfired, is my point. Destiny, it backfired. They suffered consequences for that in the 98 midterms.
And then they won the next presidency and got us into two historically crazy wars with a...
But they would have had bigger majorities when Bush won had they not paid a price in 1998. You can't just appeal to like, well, shit gets fucked in the future to, completely invalidate.
That's exactly what I'm appealing to, because you're
gains.
appealing to all of these short-term, minor, inconsequential wins while I'm saying the trend is very bad. And you're like, but what about when they had this small...
But you're appealing to some like nirvana state. You want to compare potential short-term gains, and the way that you undermine the value of these things is you appeal to something worse happening like 2 years after that. And that's just not how we evaluate political decisions. Like, nobody can give you a fucking 10-year or 50-year plan. You do have to stay present in the moment and just make the best decisions that are in front of you, okay?
They
did pay a price for overreach. But no, even the current administration.
I'm curious. Sure. Okay, wait. So I'm just curious. Do you feel?
No. Let me make my point. Hang on. The current administration, the current Republican Party, they are paying a price for their overreach, for their corruption. Yes, right now we are witnessing that right now. Just because you say, well, how do I know that Vance isn't going to get elected in 2032? You don't. But that doesn't change the fact that right now they're losing seats. They're gonna get blown out in November because of their corruption and overreach, bro.
On the Clinton thing, do you think that if you were to ask Republicans right now, if you could push a button and undo the whole Clinton stuff, do you think they would say yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We just totally fundamentally disagree, I think.
What did they get for it? What the fuck did they get for it?
They managed to historically disgrace a Democratic president in a way that follows the Democratic Party to some extent even to this day. It probably hurt Hillary Clinton a lot. It might have arguably helped them.
It hurt them
with relation to winning for Trump.
Any competent political party, if they could go back and reverse something that lost them seats in the Congress, they would go back and do that.
You already admitted that there might be times where you could lose seats and it would ultimately be beneficial.
Hold on, you say they disgraced the Clinton family or whatever. Do you understand that Hillary Clinton went on for up until 2015 during the primaries, and when all that got fucked, she was like one of the most popular politicians in the entire fucking country. Like, the Republican Party made her more sympathetic through that process. That's why she had like a fucking 70% approval rating when she was Secretary of State.
Are you sure that wasn't just because Obama was the president and Obama had like one of the largest electoral...
No, she was wildly popular. What? Hillary Clinton was wildly popular in this country.
I don't...
in the first, like...
I don't think
Look it up, bro. I'm not making this up. She had insane approval numbers, bro.
She lost to Obama in the primary to even be the president, and Republicans were able to drag her infinitely after...
What I'm saying. That doesn't negate what I'm saying. You're saying, well, like, I'm sure they wouldn't have gone back and reversed their decision to impeach Bill Clinton because it like disgraced the Clinton family or whatever. She was one of the most popular politicians in the entire fucking country until like 2015. And shit went south when like WikiLeaks and Bernie Sanders and, you know, all that, like everything got fucked and the Russian interference and all that. But she was insanely popular, insanely popular. She went on to win a Senate seat in New York, and she was widely regarded as the clear front runner to win in 2008. Barack Obama was a fucking freak of nature, just a generational talent when it came to politics. And, you know, and then by the time she came around, she was up against like undercurrents that had been fomenting in this country as a result of the bank bailout and all kinds of shit. But like, you know, she would have been insanely popular as president if she would have won in 2008. It wouldn't, and the fucking, all the impeachment stuff with Bill Clinton, it just literally helped her. It made her more sympathetic. They made her stronger in the short term.
Okay, I would have to go back and check on everything for a sanity check on that. It feels, I'm vibing that that's not right, but maybe it's because I was in a conservative family that fucking hated Hillary Clinton. But
no, well, your conservative family, I'm sure they did, but that didn't change the fact that she was insanely popular for like the 21st century up until like we got to 2015. And then it all went sideways. But even then, like, it didn't go sideways for her because of Bill Clinton's fucking impeachment. It had to do with like Benghazi and you know, email stuff and you know, Russian disinformation bots and all that shit. It wasn't Bill Clinton. That's not the reason.
Sure, I don't think that Bill Clinton would have been the sole reason, for sure. I just don't think that Republicans would ever give that they managed to get an impeachment on Bill Clinton after the fishing expedition with Ken Starr. I think that Republicans are probably largely happy with that result, but I don't know how we could ever resolve that. So.
I don't think they were happy with that result. You should go back and look. They did get punished in those midterms. It did,
I mean,
and it
what
was
did they
widely
lose
regarded
from 99 2000? What did they lose as a result of losing those midterms? What were some huge things that?
I'm reminded of the debate that you and I had, where we were having that debate with was it Cam Higbee and Actual Justice Warrior. If you're just going to appeal, well, like something bad happened, you know, like 6 years after that, that is just not how we evaluate.
I didn't say something bad.
Politics,
I'm saying that when they lost if you're saying if they paid some electoral price in Clinton's midterms or whatever as a result of the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, what did they lose anything from that? Like, was there like some big piece of legislation they wanted to fight against, or some big thing that they didn't want to confirm or something as a result of
all of that? Every midterm matters. Like if like you brought up 2022 before, then you brought up the fact that the Republican Party didn't have the best midterm cycle. They only won like a bare, what was it, like a 8-seat majority in the House or something like that. And Democrats picked up a Senate seat in that election. Because of that midterm election 4 years ago, we are now the Democrats. It's going to be a little bit more difficult now because it looks like Cornyn's got Trump's endorsement and he's going to be the nominee and he's just a tougher candidate to beat. But the fact that the fact that it's even possible in the first place that the Democrats could possibly take back the Senate this year is because we had a good cycle in 2022 when we ran the board against Donald Trump's hand-chosen extreme picks like Blake Masters and fucking Kari Lake. You know, these things ripple and have consequences that last for 2, 4, 6 years.
Sure, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I mean, McConnell came in saying that he was going to block almost every single thing Obama wanted to do, and it seemed like he was fairly successful at doing that, and that culminated in his blocking of the Supreme Court pick in the last term for Obama. So
what does that have to do? What does that have to do with Bill Clinton? Like it's almost like you're trying to find any rationale to dismiss the idea that the public. That is what you're doing,
it's not what I'm doing. I'm just like, you're saying that they paid a huge. The reality is that you might be right on this, and this is an idea that I think I have never in my entire life heard anybody make the argument that Republicans politically regretted going after Bill Clinton. I've never heard that. So I'm not even prepared to contend that idea. You might actually be correct, and this is just a novel idea that I've never in my life I ever heard somebody say, yeah, Republicans regret the whole Monica Lewinsky stuff. It was a mistake for them to go after Bill Clinton on that and get that impeachment. I've never heard that in my entire life. But maybe it's true. Maybe there are people that talk about it. I just haven't engaged with that media because back then I was a super Republican because I was, but so.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know what to tell you, but like it is widely known that the Republicans massively overreached with that impeachment trial and that it boosted Bill Clinton's approval ratings and it hurt Republicans in the short term. And they paid a price for that. It's lesser known about like the midterms, but they could have won more seats in those midterms. And my understanding is 1998 was actually a good midterm cycle for Democrats, which is not normal for a second term president to have a good midterm performance like that. That's just not really normal. Usually the incumbent party has like pretty bad midterms. to one degree or another.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I mean, it seems like you're pushing back against like the idea of overreach being punished by the voters, and like.
Well, I am pushing back against that because, largely speaking, I don't think it is punished by the voters. I think that.
But it's happening right now, Destiny. It's happening literally right now, man.
Yeah, I understand, but it's like a 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Like the Republicans are taking 1 step back after taking 2 steps forward, and then this happens over and over again. We keep saying, well, look, they're getting hurt on the midterms here. Look, Biden prevented the huge red wave. Look, we managed to win in 2020. It's like, sure, but like whole sections of the federal government have been axed. Irreparable harm has been done to our international reputation. We're on the verge of leaving NATO as Spain is about to, or France is about to position nukes everywhere. We've deposed 2 world leaders now without any input from Congress whatsoever. Like, and it's like, well, they're going to get crushed in the midterms. It's like, okay, I guess. But in 2032 now, looking at all the things Trump was able to achieve, let's say you get a Vance or a Miller or somebody more popular who's able to run, then you're going to do the exact same shit. And that's a loss, in my opinion.
I could just as soon turn to you and say, well, I'm pretty confident in your scenario that in 2036 we'll elect AOC and we'll have like a 65-seat majority because Vance, you know, like I could appeal to some utopian vision to follow up your dystopian vision.
Yeah, but the difference is we're trending in my direction, not yours. You have no evidence that we're trending in your direction.
But no.
Right? Wait, do you agree that the Republicans are trending more authoritarian regime-ish?
No, yes, but I'm talking about political power. I'm talking about like the progress of America. And I got you earlier in the conversation.
Do you agree that
we're trending in the right direction, right?
No, over 50, 100, 200 years, yes.
Yes.
But I asked you over the last 30 years and you said, well, that's a lot harder. I feel like Republicans are trending. I think they're trending
in a better direction.
I think Republicans are trending more authoritarian, more corrupt in terms of how they leverage all of their different levers of power, and I don't see any reversal of that, or why they would even reverse that.
Okay, well, listen. I mean, nobody can tell you like how to fix this. Like nobody can tell you like, oh, it's easy. All you got to do is this to like make sure that the Republican Party like stop going insane. And all these like perverse incentives in the media to like just blatantly lie and obfuscate deliberately for these like cynical reasons. Like
I agree with you.
Nobody has easy answers.
I agree with you. It's hard, but I just want to be clear. When you say go insane, I don't think I know that you're just using it for your speech, but I'll clarify. They're not going insane. They're acting rationally. They should do these things. The Republican Party in 2032 should try to lie as much as possible. They should try to rig as many media things as they can, work up and down vertically through the entire Republican establishment, selling lies, fear, to be corrupt as possible, steal money in whatever ways through whatever cryptocurrency. Because there's like, no, because why not? Like they win elections doing it. It's gotten more blatant and more corrupt and more rigged than it has in the past 30 years as they've trended in this direction. So why wouldn't they continue doing it? I don't think changing the electoral college is going to make them take a wildly different approach.
Listen, I'm a new proud Second Amendment celebrator. I have a Anaconda Colt 44 Magnum. I have a 9mm, M&P 2.0 compact. I'm working on my aim, and listen, like if the day ever comes where like shit pops off, like I'm not like I didn't buy these guns for no reason. It is what it is. But I'm just saying, in the meantime, until we get to the point where
wouldn't I want to try extra legal things before civil war? Why is your go-to civil war immediately?
Well,
why
extra
not
legal things?
Well, that's what the current admin is doing. You just call them testing the boundaries of law. So I would hope that you would also say the same thing. Okay, then
with me about that.
Okay,
so they're breaking the law. Yes, they're breaking the law. They're breaking the law. This is a lawless administration. Yes, they're breaking the law. Yes.
So I think bringing that back in line, I think would be a good thing. I think trying to do that, even using extra legal, illegal, whatever the fuck things, is better than immediately jumping to civil war.
So here's what I want you to do, okay? Like, I want to treat your proposition with an open mind, with a genuine open mind, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Play the tape out even more. So like, you do your thing. I mean, fine. We don't get into specifics. I think the specifics really fucking matter, but don't even touch the specifics. But we just generally kind of do extra legal things. We do Hunter Biden things, and et cetera, et cetera. What happens? Like, how are you at that point, like giving me assurances that Vance doesn't have a shot in 2032?
Well, in my mind, in my ideal scenario, you're making the arguments to the American public. The American public is finally revealed to or is seeing how corrupt and lawless the prior administration has been on so many different levels. They support the whatever ways you find to hold these people accountable. And then in the future, when even if JD Vance wants to run again, he's thinking, well, okay, I'm going to run again, but I'm not going to do any of that wild and wacky crazy shit that Trump did because I know that it's going to fuck me. And I'm not going to have any political support ever either. And nobody's going to want to be in my cabinet because they all know they're going to get fucked too.
I don't understand like why you have that kind of confidence in the American people after January 6th, and we did do an impeachment. We did have a select subcommittee. It wasn't enough to get
I have to because I want to believe that we're like a sustainable democratic system. In your world, America's fucked. And who the fuck cares?
But you would have to reverse a really long trend of there's going to be like a significant chunk of the population that are just not super engaged.
I agree, and I think that's a trend that we have to reverse.
Well.
And if we don't reverse that trend, then I want to go be in a Chinese point of my life because fuck this country. What a disgusting, terrible piece of shit fucking country that's bombing other people around the planet, that's setting up concentration camps in fucking El Salvador to ship off brown people to, that's forcing 15-year-old fucking girls to die on operating tables because they can't have fucking abortions. That's not in America that I want to debate about these fucking things every single day. That's crazy to me. I would rather dip with my money and piece the fuck out. And the fact that you think like, I think that's a worthy fight that we need to be fighting on, whether or not we should turn children into incubators or whether or not the president should have the unlimited power to murder people because he's criminally immune. That's not a fight that I give a fuck about. I'm so disinterested in that fight. But that's also just me speaking personally. Maybe other people think that that's a fight worth having for. I think we should fight before that point and try to prevent that America from coming around using more harsh means where we fight against that rather than waiting until everything is completely fucked to be like, okay, fuck, now we got to try to really turn this motherfucker around. That's where my mind is. The America that you're talking about fighting in is one that I've already lost interest in. That's for me. But I feel like for anybody that's like liberally interested, I feel like there's going to be a similar feeling there that if you realize like this shit is so fucked, why the fuck fighting for reforms or whatever shit at that point? That's just crazy to me.
Well, you will have that option if you want to peace out, and if it gets to that point. But in my mind, I'm not trying to set myself up for some kind of massive disappointment, and so the only way that I can keep my head on straight and stay sane and not like totally give into a black pill is just by focusing on what's in front of me. Right now, we have midterms coming up in 6 months. After that, we'll have the primaries. After that, we'll have a general.
I agree. Doesn't contradict anything I've said at all, but I agree with you. Yes.
Why are you getting saucy with me?
Because you're presenting this as a contradiction to my point. It's like, Dusty, I know you want to do these things. I want to win the elections. What, like I don't? It's not. I need to win the elections for my point to come into place. Right?
You seem to be operating with this this kind of strategy of like assuming the worst. Unless we adopt
I just have a different victory condition. In your mind, if we win 28, I don't know what the fuck year it is. If 2028, yes. In your mind, if we win 2028, and let's say JD Vance or Stephen Miller runs for president, okay? And let's say that 2028 rolls around, and let's say that we win 300 to 200 or whatever electoral college. In your mind, that's a huge victory. In my mind, it's over. Everything is fucked at that point. If that's where we're at. But in your mind, that's like, okay, good. We can fight from here, guys.
I think that's a really. I think that is a very unproductive, unhelpful way to look at things.
Yeah, but what is unproductive or unhelpful for you is destructive to not only your own population, but the rest of the fucking world. America anointed itself as the leader of the free world at the end of World War II, and to abdicate that because voters can't pay attention, then fuck them. Then we should have voter tests. If that's going to be your answer, then the only policies you should be pushing for on stream are IQ tests and voting tests to even show up at the fucking ballot box. Because if the average fucking American is going to be in charge of the most powerful fucking military on the planet and the largest economy on the planet, and they can't take 2 fucking seconds to understand our impact on the rest of the world, then they don't have the right to fucking vote. Throw them in a fucking cage and tell them to sit out on election day. That's crazy to me. There has to be a responsibility that goes along with the voting. That's insane to me that we could vote for a democratic regime or a fascist one by 300 to 200. That's wild that you think that's an acceptable state of affairs while the rest of the world looks on at us like, holy shit, I hope there's not inflation for 1 year again or else they might actually fucking nuke Greenland this time. That's crazy to me.
Why would you present my situation, my point of view, as though I think the current conditions are tenable in the long run or acceptable? I obviously don't. What you're failing to connect is that just because I reject your proposition for being fantastical and just completely unrealistic and not serious, you think that means I don't care about these things. And it's just worthless virtue signaling. Of course I care about these things. Of course I do. I care about them so much that I'm telling my audience, and like what I'm trying to stress to people is that you need to win every single fucking election for the rest of your fucking life. You need to stay engaged and vote in every fucking election for the rest of your life. You need to be prepared to do that for the rest of your life. You're telling people, well, we may have to like move to China in 4 years.
No. You're telling
I could just as soon turn around and tell you don't care about these people suffering,
and I could
because you would rather peace off to China.
Tell you the same thing, that you're okay ceding ground after ground of essential rights as long as we're still voting, and the ship might be sinking eventually, but if we keep scooping out buckets of water, it'll sink a little bit slower.
Ground. What do you mean? When have I ever said cede ground? What are you talking about?
So we've lost abortion in the United States. We've lost USA, the Department of Education, things we've talked about.
I didn't cede ground. I voted for Hillary Clinton, bro. That would have stopped.
Yeah, but these are
more people
things
voted
that
for Hillary Clinton. That wouldn't have happened.
We've lost these things to authoritarian rule. That shouldn't have happened. I don't think the president even has the authority to destroy these departments, and he did it.
How is my strategy contributing to ceding ground when I'm telling people vote? I've never voted for a Republican ever in my life.
Because your victory position is that we can barely beat the fascists in all of our elections, and even if we're losing these things every time they swing back into power, it's okay.
I will take a short-term victory. Even if it's marginal, if it means that it keeps us in the fight for like another couple of years. But of course the goal would be to have like sweeping mandates. Like I'm not content with just small majorities. I want to build a coalition that can replicate the kind of majorities that we saw during LBJ. That's been a big part of the discourse in lib spaces with like Ezra Klein talking about like unconventional coalitions. So it's not like I'm not thinking about like how to expand these majorities. Of course I'm thinking about that. I'm the guy who's like fucking getting shit from fucking Westside Tyler because I said that I would literally vote for a segregationist if it meant getting a Senate majority. If it's like, 49 normal Democrats and a segregationist.
I don't disagree with the strategy that you're talking about. I just think that the end goal is different in that there has to be an eradication of the incentives and the acceptance of those incentives for conservatives to act in the way that they do. But you're saying that
I don't think you can eradicate entirely an incentive to be corrupt. What you can do is to strengthen the system and strengthen the guardrails against that kind of corruption. That's what we've done for 250 years. That's been the whole project, man.
Yeah, but over the past 30-ish years, this has been failing. And I just don't see any course correction coming from winning the next election, and that's it. Like there needs
But your solution doesn't provide a guarantee that corruption's never going to come back. You think it does, but it doesn't.
I didn't say that. I never said it's a guarantee, but I'm saying that yours guarantees that it will remain forever because everybody's still incentivized to be corrupt in your system. That's what I'm saying. Mine might have a higher fail rate, but yours has an absolute fail rate that just takes a little bit longer to fully realize.
But you haven't coherently explained to me how your proposition eliminates an incentive to be corrupt. Because people get held accountable.
In the future,
wait, hang on a second. Destiny,
yes.
We have laws and we have prison sentences for serious felonies. That doesn't eliminate crime, right? Like people are still going to be motivated by self-interest. And if they sense an exploitation or sense a...
Do you think the criminal justice system doesn't disincentivize crime at all? Do you think people would do the exact same amount of crime if there was no criminal justice system?
No, of course, but it doesn't eliminate it altogether.
Oh my God.
So, like,
is that your position that I'm saying you have to have a 100% elimination? Why are you doing this binary thing? You do this, by the way, a lot in conversation. You're saying it has to be a binary. Here's what I'm saying. There will be zero criminal charges.
You told me that I have...
Go ahead. Wait, hello?
I find it funny that you think that, like, when I talk about reforms... There were a slew of reforms that were passed in the post-Nixon era that came with like criminal penalties for certain things if they were violated. So I am talking about in terms of these reforms. I'm not just talking about like term limits for the Supreme Court or getting rid of the Electoral College. I'm frankly not wonky enough to tell you, like, I don't think I'm qualified to tell you, like, what particular reforms we could codify at the federal level to disincentivize this kind of corruption. But, that is what I'm talking about. I am talking about increasing penalties, establishing criminality for certain actions that have taken place during this presidency. And to the extent that this, Supreme Court has ruled that presidents are immune, I am not opposed to extreme measures to rebalance the court, to revisit that question, and possibly, implement more reforms even down the line to, clarify these things and not totally shield the presidency from immunity. I do think that is a priority that we should focus on in the long term, is finding a way to revisit that opinion, because I think it's just until you address that, this is just going to be something that is just very easily exploited. But that is how you do it in our system. You do it through the system. You do go through Congress. You do go through the courts.
No, wait. We do. The Democrats do. The Republicans don't. The Democrats do, but not the Republicans, to be fair. There's two different rule books right now.
Well, I mean, I don't really know what that means. I mean, like, you're not really refuting my point, right? Like, you do need to do these reforms,
all the charges against Donald Trump federally were dismissed. I doubt they're going to be brought back. Nobody in Trump's current administration is going to be criminally charged with anything. I don't know what to do about that now. What are we supposed to do about that at this point?
I
understand you're saying that, but Republicans will remember that in the future. If they're currently acting in a way that is lawless or is pushing the boundaries, they know, well, they can't do anything right now about it. Maybe they'll do some reforms LOL in the future if they ever get elections again.
Okay, but I understand, but I don't know what what are we supposed to do about that now?
Well,
like,
if we can't think of anything
to do, if there's a reform that we can pass to retroactively, if there's a reform that we can pass to retroactively,
then it's over. Like, because then they're just going to keep
then move
doing
to China.
the same crazy shit over and over and over again.
I think you're setting up your audience by, like talking about these things, and when they don't happen, they're going to go along with your black pilled shit. And I think it would be better if your audience was like fucking engaged.
But they're not your version. You are the black pill version. I just don't think you realize it.
No, I'm not.
You are.
I'm
because you're saying having
I'm
slight
saying,
electoral victories over a lawless fascist authoritarian party is a massive victory.
I'm not. I didn't say that. Why do you keep mischaracterizing the things?
Because
that I'm
I feel
saying?
like
I will
that's,
take if we did get a small victory, and it's just like a 9-seat majority, I'm going to be really disappointed with that this year. Okay, I'm not going to be happy until it's like a 25, 30, 35 seat majority. But if it's an 8-seat, 10-seat majority, I will take that victory in the short run. But the long-term goal remains the same. Okay. I'm not over here expecting every single fucking problem and every single corrupt action to be perfectly disincentivized in the next 5 fucking years. Okay. I'm prepared for a long fight. That's where I'm at. I don't think we should ever give up that fight. That's what I'm saying. But I think we can get there. That's the difference between you and me. I'm not resigned to this idea.
No, that's not true. I think we can get there. I do think we can get there. But I think in order to get there requires some brave and maybe creative legal actions to do it. I don't think that we can I think that right now the system is set up and it heavily favors Republicans in a lot of different ways. And so they're going to continue I just don't see why in your world, Donald Trump 2 should run again in 2032 or whatever. Why wouldn't he? Doing all the same corrupt shit, all the same rigged media, all the same rigged Russian bots, all the same everything else, knowing that as long as they don't break any of the current laws, maybe, they won't be held accountable after their administration ends.
I don't know what you think the point of reforms are, but the point of reforms in this context is to criminalize certain things, is to address.
Okay, I don't think you understand what reforms. I don't think you. This is not a systemic problem that we're having right now. It is a bad faith actor problem. I don't think you believe that or you understand that, and that's why That's why you're trapped in this world of what law do I pass? This is another analogy to piss you off. No, a friend shows up and he stabs you at Monopoly, and you're like, well, we need to make it against the rules next time to bring a knife to a Monopoly game. No, what the fuck? He's just gonna break a gun. You can't reform your way out of a guy who is what?
It's not that I'm trapped in some machination or something like that. I exist in reality. Okay, your proposals that you're throwing out there, the win conditions that you're setting, are not workable. They're not going to happen. Governor Gavin Newsom is not going to have the freedom to add 13 justices. And when I say that, you deflect to, well, Donald Trump can just get whatever he wants. And then when I say, no, he didn't. He couldn't even get the fucking filibuster to be scrapped in the Senate. You say, well, that's because, they don't really need anything right now.
Because it's not a thing that he really wants.
You have these ways
Do you think Donald Trump not getting
leapfrogging over the points that I'm making.
Just to be clear, because you're saying leapfrogging, okay? I want you to seriously get this question. Do you think that anybody in MAGA or any Donald Trump person or any of the huge Donald Trump supporters are like, oh my God, we didn't get the filibuster destroyed? You really think that's a loss that they're feeling?
I mean, some of them, yeah.
We are reflecting.
If you go and look at all these, what are you talking about? Do you follow right wingers? They were for sure trying to be like, you got to listen to President Trump. We got to get rid of the filibuster.
Yeah, they said it was not. They barely talk about it. This is not a loss that they feel hardcore. They don't even care about Congress. Trump doesn't do anything with the fucking Congress. He doesn't give a fuck about them. He jokes about not doing anything with the Congress. Look at all the fucking Epstein shit that they are joking with Congress about.
Well, Epstein is another good example. I mean, he was pressuring Congress to not release the Epstein files, and there was so much pressure on them from the public that they had to.
But then he stopped. But then he literally stopped. He stopped giving a fuck about it. He literally said, "I don't care anymore."
Well, but it's hurt him. I mean, it's hurt him, and that was one thing he asked Congress to not do, and they said, "Well, no, we're not gonna. We have to release it." I mean, there was way too much pressure on them.
Eventually, but it was with heavy redactions. We still haven't gotten all the files yet. They haven't had to sit for any depositions. They're trying to use it right to attack the Clintons. Is the Epstein thing a big victory on the Democrat side for you?
I don't know if it's a big victory, but are you disagreeing that it's a vulnerability for this administration?
I think it is. I mean, I think it's largely self-created.
Okay,
I just don't think that.
Yes.
I just don't think that Trump, in the grand scheme of all the things that he's done, I don't think Trump's engagement with Congress is a thing that is like a make or break for the administration. I don't think they care that much about like the filibuster. Like if you could trade, like let's say Donald Trump, you get rid of the filibuster instead of being allowed to depose Maduro, would you? He's like, nah, fuck, I want to do the Maduro shit. Or what about the filibuster or your global fucking tariffs? Nah, I want the fucking tariff shit. Like I just don't think that he doesn't care about his Congress. Fucking when Marjorie Taylor Greene resigned, Republicans were literally bitching about this, where they were like, we are basically fucking completely and totally ignored in Congress because Donald Trump doesn't do anything with us ever.
Wait, what point were you making in response to what point I was making?
You're pointing to the fact that Trump doesn't get all the things he wants because he hasn't gotten rid of the filibuster. I think he kind of wants to get rid of the filibuster, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think a bigger deal to him is being able to control the Federal Reserve, which I don't know at this point if he's going to get that or not based on the nomination.
I mean, you just said he doesn't. You just said he doesn't need Congress because he can do whatever he wants anyway. So, like, why hasn't he successfully ousted Powell? Powell's going to serve out the rest of his term. He's wanted to get rid of Powell this whole time.
A few months. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, but why didn't he do it day one? He can do whatever he wants, right? He doesn't need Congress. He doesn't listen to the courts. Why didn't he do that day one? You don't think he wanted to lower those interest rates so he could fucking temporarily juice the economy up?
You're right. I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. When I said he can do whatever he wants, I don't mean that literally, if Donald Trump willed his ability to fly, he would be able to actually do every single thing that he wants to do. Or if he were to tell Congress he wants all the women to show up naked to work. I don't think that Trump could do literally every single thing he wants to do. I'm sorry. I was speaking hyperbolically. Okay. What I've said is that the lion's share of Trump's agenda, my bad. Almost all, or maybe all the major things that Trump has wanted to effect in his administration, I think he's largely been able to do these without having to involve Congress in any of it.
I don't even disagree that the bulk of his agenda he's able to do with just like executive authority, or in some cases be lawless, right? And like make his pitch to the courts and sometimes even ignore the courts. But this goes back to the thing that I was talking about before with the interview between Brian Tyler Cohen and Barack Obama. These are just like fundamentally different sets of goals, and what you need, the mechanisms by which you pursue those goals, are stacked against the Democrats. We need to build consensus in a way that the Republican Party don't. Like, he can just do a big chunk of Project 2025 on his own without Congress. They did some of the stuff through like One Big Beautiful Bill or whatever, but a lot of it he can just do himself. Whereas the Democrats, like, what are our voters, demanding? Like, the Democratic voter base are demanding significant healthcare reform, going well beyond what the ACA did. They're asking for significant like immigration reform, pathway to citizenship. Like, all of these things require either a 60 vote consensus in the Senate or enough people to get rid of the filibuster, and I hope that they do. But that's like one of the reforms that I'm talking about that will help level the playing field. I mean, do you disagree that getting rid of the filibuster would massively benefit Democrats and in a way that would not reach to those levels with Republicans?
Yes, for sure. I think Republicans know that as well, which is why Republicans went on board with getting rid of the filibuster.
All right, these are the kinds of things that I'm talking about. It's like you're not going to have like one slam dunk policy which just makes everything better, but you can pass things at each step of the way. Just figure out what you can get past and then do that, and then and then hopefully over time you can do big, bold enough policy to actually deliver something for American voters that makes it easy for 6 years down the line be like, well, the last time we gave them a trifecta, they gave us like everybody got guaranteed subsidized healthcare and these kinds of things. But in order to do that, it's like not easy. It's like not an easy path. It is stacked against Democrats. We do have a harder job than Republicans. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah. Okay. Are we? Is there anything else you want to go over? Or?
No, I'm good. I enjoyed that conversation.
Okay. I think our major disagreements are, I think one is going to be effect, that we disagree on effect. I think we would both agree with each other if we agreed on the outcomes of both of our proposed solutions. So if fighting for reforms would meaningfully constrain a future conservative party in a way that overall improves the health of our democracy, we can continue on that path, which is what you are asserting. I would agree that that would be the path that we would go, I think. Right? Or no, not I think, I would. And then I think if you thought that that would lead to some kind of like total democratic collapse by 2040, that we would just slowly be capitulating to Republicans and they would use that leverage to slowly erode our system, then I think you would agree that fine, we need more drastic action now. But I think that we just disagree on the outcomes of both of our proposed, I guess, like plans, kind of, or broad perspective things, right?
Yeah, I think that's correct, and I think we also fundamentally disagree about the current conditions. Like, I acknowledge that they're very, very bad, but I think you have a more pessimistic view of like the current conditions. You think that Donald Trump is much, much less constrained than what I think, and so that's causing a disconnect here as well.
Sure. Okay. I agree with those two things.
All right. Well, listen, I'll maybe we can revisit this in like a little time, and we'll see if anything's changed. I definitely would like to check in after the midterms, because my sense is that I think if we have like a really strong midterm, and I think we will, then I think that will go a long way to helping to combat some of this black pill. And, of course, if we get to the midterms and he fucking seizes voter machines, and, maybe then I come around to your point of view.
Sure. I agree that would help. But like my biggest fear, and I think a lot of the American opinion is indexed on this at the moment, is that like, and it sounds really shitty to say this, but like if the last 2 years of Trump, for whatever reason, maybe AI is just fucking booming or just some crazy resurgence in tech or some bullshit, and then the economy is like soaring, that the American public basically forgets all of the unbelievably undemocratic, liberal, horrible things that Trump has done, and they're just like, it all really wasn't that bad. And then it's just a normal ass election in 2028. That would be unbelievably horrible to me.
You should steel yourself for the possibility that the American voters will let you down at some point again in your life. I promise you it's going to happen again.
Okay. And you should accept the idea that other countries around the world will hate us and deserve to hate us, and that Hassan was right when he said America deserves 9/11, because if our average voter is so disengaged from the international climate that the United States took it upon itself to be in charge of, then we deserve whatever any other country decides for us, because it is such a moral abdication that it is unfathomable that anybody could defend the state of affairs on that. I just think it's one of the most evil fucking things in the world that there were people in Ukraine that relied on USA, that there were, all the USA shit, that's just acceptable, that the voter could quote unquote just let you down. That's just, it's so deeply immoral and unbelievable to me that that's just an acceptable state of affairs. At that point, I would push for voter tests, like very, very.
I don't mean to be cavalier. I don't mean to dismiss. Maybe I sound like that sometimes, but I'm not in my mind thinking that everything is for sure going to be fine and things aren't as bad as maybe people seem to see. I think that we're in a fucking nightmare right now. It's a conscious choice that I make to not. To just, I really do make a concerted effort to just be composed and to just try to think about things in the current moment and not spend too much time in what are the worst case scenario things that could happen. But I'm not disagreeing with anything you just said. I mean, it is shameful, like what's happening right now, and every country in the world has every right to look at America and regard us with nothing but contempt and skepticism for the short term, and that's not going to be an easy thing to fix. That is not going to be something that just we turn that around overnight. I mean, we got to build trust again, and that's probably going to take fucking decades. So,
okay. Regardless of what happens, I think winning the next set of elections is important, and I will never blackmail on that. So, I'll let you stay safe, be careful, and
all right, take it easy.
Have fun. Bye. Me making 20 accounts right now to shit talk Hutch on his YouTube. I'm just kidding. Can you tell Chad that Hutch was good faith? Chad is acting like Hutch is bad faith rather than just wrong. No, I don't think Hutch is bad faith. I think I identified the two areas, the big areas that we disagree with. I mean, I understand his perspective. I think he understands mine, maybe. But I don't know. The idea that, like I've said this before, I don't expect every American to be like an expert on foreign policy and an expert on domestic policy or on anything, I guess. I don't expect the average American. But like part of the underlying core of democracy is that you are, rather than entrusting a family that has been trained for generations to rule, right, like a monarchy, or rather than having a single party, single authoritarian leader, dictator, whatever, who has the best interest of the country at heart, otherwise they'll get couped and murdered, right? That's kind of how dictators or whatever operate. that we're entrusting the public to make decisions when it comes to voting, that if the public can't do anything is just totally clueless. I think that I just think it's a deeply unacceptable state of affairs. It just can't be that way, I think. It sounded like I was joking or being extreme, but at that point I think I would support voting tests, because like you got to consider that like America is kind of America is like our, you motherfucker. Yeah, what now, bitch? America is the way the rest of the world looks at us. It's our country. It's what we're a part of. It's who we are. And if my fellow countrymen can't be trusted to have any concept of what's going on with the world, to vote for any type of affair, anything that's going on. Oh, that guy's shooting me with a Jupiter. What the based. Bro, this guy's got a fucking Jupiter down here. What the fuck? He's coming up to you with a hook shot. Oh, did he kill him? Oh my god, did you...
I got them both.
Is that the Jupiter guy? You should probably make sure you kill whichever one.
GG's. Here, come kill him. GG's.
Wait, how could you even have that? Well, I guess if people have been hardcore grinding already, whatever. Was that the guy who had it, or was it the guy up here? Or was there even a guy up here? Oh shit, I'm sorry, I'm pushing the wrong button. Did you, is that the Jupiter dude? I think that guy had a Jupiter.
I think it was just this, Sentinel.
A Sentinel?
It's the same sound.
What is a Sentinel?
It's the sniper dude.
Oh yeah, no, but I think that guy was shooting a Jupiter at me. Wait, did you find...
I got both. I don't know where the other guys.
You got both what? Oh, you looted both bodies?
No, I killed both dudes. I don't know where the second guy is.
Find the second guy. I'm like, wait, where'd you kill the second guy at?
He died on the roof. I feel like he crawled somewhere. I don't know where he crawled, to be honest.
Well, you should find him, because that was a Jupiter shooting at me. It did the thing where like the 3 lines converge and then shoot at you. You think he's trying to... Maybe he's trying to extract?
Maybe. We can check the extract.
I'm going there now. We should... It's probably worth finding this guy's corpse. Was that other guy super loaded?
I'm not sure. Oh no, this guy he just had a bullet up for.
The guy that you looted, right?
Yeah. At least in the last 2 rounds, like people will just bring like one gun.
Sure.
I don't know where this guy went.
Oh no. Am I crazy? He was shooting a Jupiter at me, right, guys?
Oh, there's a guy here.
Oh.
2 guys on me. I killed one.
Oh my god, you're completely on your own. I'm down in the extract station, so good luck. Be careful.
This guy just ditched his teammate?
It's because he looted the Jupiter, bro.
That's a different guy.
No, he looted the Jupiter off the guy we killed, I bet.
Oh shit, you're right.
I'm slowly running to you.
This guy's a Bobcat 4. I'll give it to you if you come over here.
I'm coming, slowly but surely.
I think he just ditched his teammate. This guy I think this guy's a Jupiter. He's got energy clips. This guy has so many guns.
Oh, he did loot our guy then.
Can you help me kill these arc?
Oh shit, yeah, careful, it's the... There might be one incoming rocket.
Right, I'm just gonna take some of this guy's shit, just cover me.
Who's trying to extract below? Should we be killing them?
It's probably his teammate. I'm gonna take this guy's snap hook. He just left it behind.
Fuck! So we're not gonna get the teammate?
We could take his teammate.
I'm running down, I'm trying to run down, but I have no stamina!
You had a Jupiter here, right?
Train is arriving right now. I'm going!
I'm going. on my way.
I think this guy was shooting like a rattler at me. But I killed him?
Coming. Or you gotta heal before you loot.
Nah.
Loot goblin.
Okay, this got a rattler one. Did you loot all the big stuff from the other?
Holy fuck, these guys are... Look at this shit.
Oh, nice. You had it all decked out.
Yeah, this guy had the Jupiter. I mean, you can have it.
Oh, no, you can keep it. You're good. Loot away. I can grind all day.
Take it. It's gonna go away.
Jesus, why though?
I feel like I've killed like 12 people with this bobcat.
Okay, I love you. Be careful. Wait, can you hear me still?
Bye-bye.
Oh, be careful. Love you. Bye. Okay. Wow, hi, what's up?
Hello. I'm sorry, I'll take as little as time as possible.
Yeah, you're good.
I'd like to officially announce like 3 events.
Okay.
I'm here to announce the entirety of DGG, the upcoming community events that are about to take place. First of all, the opening of the official DGG Minecraft server. Having a DGG account is mandatory. You need to authenticate yourself within the game. Bing is about to pin a message with more details about it. The server IP is mc.destiny.gg. More details will also be released in a Reddit post in the upcoming hours. The second event is going to be DGG Ladies Night. That will be taking place this Sunday during International Women's Day from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. EST. It will be just a very chill event where DGG will get to celebrate the women of our community while playing either chess or geoguessr. So be sure to be there to show appreciation to the girls of our community that we all know and love. Erudite, Z, Ukraine and Anna, Arizan, Phoebe, Saki, and plenty of other girls. Shocky will be there from every corner of the DGG universe, be that the subreddit, DGG chat, or the DGG Political Action Discord server. The third event is it's already on the official schedule, by the way. It's called Code Monkey Cup. It will take place on the 28th of March from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. EST. It's going to be a single elimination tournament of community programmers solving programming tasks as quickly as possible. So yeah, there's that.
Did you say what stream are these going to be on? Are they on my stream or is somebody else streaming this?
Yes, every single one of the 2 events. 2 of these are strictly like events that are going to be taking place on one day. For example, the one on Sunday. The other one is not really an event. It's just the opening of the Minecraft server is already available. It's ready. Everything has already been set up.
Base. Okay.
So if you got any questions, just ask away or send me a DM or whatever.
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
Okay. Thank you for having me on, and have a good one.
I love you very much. Be careful.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good one.
I need to eat fresh. Hold on. You should do what middle guy did and get a black tattoo for Subway. True.
You still ordering your Subway?
Yep. What's up?
All right, I just wanted to chat about something real quick. One of the things that Hutch brought up that I would characterize you as conceding to, not by your own fault. I just don't think you know about this. I think is kind of wrong. Actually, sorry, dog. I know you're like pretty familiar with Eastern District of Virginia, like U.S. Attorney's Office stuff, like that like crazy Trump tweet directing Lindsey Halligan to prosecute Comey and James and stuff.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, like the Halligan was like, it was eventually ruled that she was appointed unlawfully.
Yeah, because they thought they had a Redditor workaround between is it 90 days or 120 days?
It's 120, I think, but like.
And they were like, if we get rid of our other person and put in a new person, then the countdown resets. It was stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Trump was arguing that he fired Eric Siebert rather than Siebert resigning.
Sure.
But that argument never made sense anyway, because Siebert was already over his 120-day threshold, and the district court elected to keep him in that position until the Trump admin could get someone actually confirmed.
Sure.
So his threshold was gone anyway, so that didn't make sense. Okay, but anyway, are you aware that like to this day, if you go on the EDVA, like U.S. Attorney's Office website, it's still like she's still listed as the U.S. Attorney for that district?
Wouldn't surprise me. But
like
what about
it? They refused to concede that she wasn't like that. She's not in that role anymore.
Okay. Maybe they just haven't upgraded it or updated the site or something. Or?
Nope, they have since that ruling came down. It says it'll tell you at the bottom of the page when it was last updated. It's way after.
I thought they conceded basically that she was gone because didn't they try to say that like actually Pam Bondi was the one personally filing or doing all this stuff? Didn't they try to use that as an escape?
That was them like trying to cure the indictments. Because obviously, like if she was appointed unlawfully and she was the one that had gotten those indictments against Comey and James, then the indictments have to go, right? What Bondi was trying to do there was cure the defects in the indictments so they didn't get tossed. But they never conceded that she actually isn't like in that position. She's still listed as the U.S. Attorney for that office. Like I'm looking at their website right now, and it has been updated. That actual page of the website has been updated since that ruling came down. That's not even the crazy thing I wanted to say.
Okay.
Obviously, like the court ruled that she was appointed unlawfully, so by legal standards, that position is vacant again. Like you're also aware, I assume that the provision in the law of governing these appointments that if nobody can get confirmed and the government uses their one temporary appointment, then it's the district court that appoints the person that stays in that spot until someone gets confirmed, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. The district court did that last week, I think, while you were traveling. The court appointed a new person, and the Trump admin instantly fired that person and said, "Nope, sorry, Halligan's still the U.S. Attorney."
Oh, well.
Yeah. It was February 20th. They issued an order appointing a replacement. Like, okay, this is going to be your new guy in this spot. And that same day, like an hour later, the Trump admin fired the person. And was like, "Nope, sorry, Halligan's still in."
DOJ moves to axe Eastern Virginia court-appointed prosecutor. Federal judges appointed a new top prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia on Friday, drawing an immediate rebuke from a top Justice Department official who announced the pick was fired. Judges for the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District announced the appointment this morning of James W. Hundley as interim U.S. Attorney, and then Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche posted on X within hours that Hundley was fired. Here we go again. EDVA judges do not pick our U.S. Attorney. POTUS does. James Hundley, you're fired, he posted. Then fucking pick one, you fucking loser. Besides Halligan, right? Yeah. And then you have to get that needs to get confirmed by the Senate.
Yeah, so this is the thing. So Hutch brought up the issue of, well, he still needs the Senate for confirmations, and you kind of like tacitly agreed to that, but clearly not, right? Because this is a position that needs a Senate confirmation, and Trump just refuses to get one. He's like, no, actually, I choose Halligan, and so like the Senate has already said, like, this bitch is nuts. We're not going to confirm her. No way, no shot. And so he's like, okay, fine, fuck it. I don't need you then. I'll just keep her there, and I'll fire everyone that gets thrown into this spot in the meantime.
She can't bring any cases though, right? It's not like she could do anything.
So what she's been doing is she's still doing the work behind the scenes, and then having her deputy sign all the documents.
Deputy, Todd Blanche, or?
No, not the deputy attorney general, the deputy of that office.
Oh, and that person is like legally confirmed by the Senate, or
you don't need to confirm the deputy, just the actual U.S. attorney.
If it's an unconfirmed position, how can they sign off on the documents?
So, right, legally speaking, currently there is no U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. There's no lawfully appointed person there, but the deputy in that position, the deputy U.S. attorney for that district, isn't a position that requires confirmation. It's just a job. So the person they put whoever they wanted in that spot, left the actual legitimate U.S. attorney position vacant. She's doing the work, and then just having the deputy sign.
Is that have they accepted any cases like this? Like, or done any indictments like this? There's no way, right?
Is that legal at all? Can you fire the person that they brought? In
well, theoretically, they can fire anybody, but the problem is that like they're not making a good faith effort to find a replacement. there.
No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. So when Hutch is like, oh, he still needs the Senate. Well, this whole the EDVA thing is kind of a test case that says like maybe they don't need the Senate for confirmations. At least not in this this case.
Okay.
It's kind of retarded.
Is there do they have to be compelled to bring someone in at some point to?
Well, no, they would just continually fire whoever the district court appoints.
Yep.
But I feel like the court won't hear cases from these people. There's no way. There's no way that a judge would be okay with them signing off on this without there's no way. I can't believe.
So when you say these people, it's just the line prosecutors in that U.S. Attorney's office that are doing all the actual work. But what's happening is Halligan is making the day-to-day decisions like a boss. She's not doing any in-court work. Also, she's not qualified to. She has no idea what she's fucking doing. I think the James and Comey cases prove that. She's just making the decisions, and the line prosecutors are doing all the work. And technically, the court has no reason to reject any of the work that the line prosecutors are doing.
Are all the line prosecutors confirmed by the Senate as well, or no?
No,
right?
These are just jobs. Like these are just normal.
Well, then
positions.
how could you have a prosecutor office that is essentially beyond Senate confirmation check?
Because it's only the boss of the office that needs to be confirmed.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what you're saying is that the boss doesn't need to be confirmed because it doesn't matter, right?
I'm agreeing with you. This is your whole thing. Is that they're just ignoring the laws here. They're just.
Or that's why I'm saying I feel like at some point the judges would just reject filings from these people, but I'm curious. Maybe they wouldn't. I don't know.
Bro, okay. Can I?
That's kind of what I'm confused about too.
Hold on. I want to send you something real quick.
Sure.
Where should I send this?
Discord.
Let me post a link. Yes. Well, I guess. Yeah. I'll just email you this link. Hold on. This was the court put out. This district court put out a response after they fired the guy that the court had nominated. I want you to just read this and tell me how retarded this is.
Is this the court statement or is this the prosecutor
No, this is the court. This is the actual district court for the Eastern District of Virginia saying like this is their response to the firing of the guy they appointed. This is how tepid and pussy this. Oh, bro, it pissed me off when I first read it. This is the pussiest shit you'll ever read.
On February 20th, 2026, the United States District Court appointed James W. Hunley as interim United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. Position that was vacant. The court exercises authority under 28 U.S.C. Section 546D, which empowers the district court to appoint a United States Attorney to serve until the vacancy is filled. The U.S. Constitution expressly provides for this grant of authority in Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, which states in part, the Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of officials such as the U.S. attorneys in the courts of laws. Hours later, Deputy Director of Presidential Personnel Morgan DeWitt Snow notified Mr. Hunley that he was removed as the judicially appointed United States Attorney. The court thanks Mr. Hunley for his willingness to return to public service, his readiness to serve the Eastern District of Virginia and its citizens in this important capacity, allowed this vacancy to be filled with a qualified and experienced attorney who knows the Eastern District of Virginia as well. What? Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So when you say, like, I feel like eventually the court would just stop. No, bro, this is the level of fucking vagina we're dealing with out here. Like,
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's so fucking tepid.
Okay.
So pussy.
Jesus.
And
what?
This is my number one cause right now. I live like 5 minutes away from this court, from the EDVA, and I drive past it every day, and I'm just fucking living.
Wait, Andrew, in a video game.
No,
okay.
I'm just saying. I'm not fed posting. I'm just every day I drive past this shit on my way to school, and I just fucking live it every day.
Okay. It's just making sure. All right.
They folded like a fucking lawn chair.
Burn our bases.
Under like this is what is essentially a coup. Like this is a fucking coup from the federal government.
Sure. Well,
and
damn.
They just folded.
Not cool.
Yeah, so like theoretically, could they just keep like accepting filings from these people, or like could the courts reject it at all, or like what would the?
I feel like the courts will reject the filings. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens.
Yep, they're not. You would feel that way, yeah.
Well, have they accepted any filings? Are there new cases that have been filed?
There's tons of cases.
Link me one, bitch.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking about going to some of these and sitting just for fun.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's disappointing. Jesus fucking Christ.
Rip. Okay. What's up? What do you want, Corbin?
Oh yeah. No, that's basically it. I was just gonna ask like about the legal stuff for Andrew.
Oh, you're joining Andrew's hype man.
All right. Well. Oh yeah. Basically, I always am. Always the wind under his sails or under his wings. Yeah. All right. Well, I love you both.
I love you too.
All right.
Be careful.
Bye, Steven. Bye, Andrew.
Bye.
You like what? Give me like the specifics on something you want to see. Like,
No, I'm just curious if they filed
like something
a new
new that was,
case,
like
a new indictment.
new like prosecution brought. Okay, yeah, I got you.
Stating her emotional truth, not some statement of decisive fact. Oh, gosh. Oof. So is she walking back the essay claims? She's like, oh no, that's my emotional truth. You know, that's not a statement of facts. It's my emotional truth. Bro, the damage is done, dog. Emotional truth, statement of fact. It's a game.
Jesus.
I'm over on Miskiff. Stating her.
I'm just looking through all the new cases in the ED. Okay, filed March 2nd. This is civil. Don't care.
Oh my god! Fuck!
Fuck! Holy shit! There are so many fucking civil cases being filed against the government in this district. Government. Oh my god! There was like 15 today suing Bondi. Holy shit!
Button, hold on. There's a bet. Make some noise for Anderson Paak. Nah, probably shouldn't have pressed that button. I'm gonna figure this out. Hold on. Make some noise for Anderson Paak.
Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
I gotta find the right. Y'all didn't give me the right button. Like, I got it. Anderson Paak. Nope, that ain't it. That ain't.
Can I filter by?
One of my all-time favorite subreddits is r/crazy ideas.
I don't know this one.
There really? Oh, it's so good. There was a post that I screenshotted the other day from user Cheesemaster66, and the title of the post is "A Blanket That Jerks You Off," and then in the body of the post it says, "Maybe with some kind of AI technology." I mean, it is a crazy idea.
We got 10K people watching this, and you know what? Even if I was not a streamer and being watched by another, I think everyone deserves respect.
They never did try to bring the Comey case back.
Is happening.
Yeah, that's good.
As
that's
such,
based.
I shall unpause.
I mean, obviously they knew it would fail.
Forthwith.
Like, of course.
I apologize.
Do you just while I'm like looking for this, like what's your like opinion here? Like, like
it's bad. I mean, what do you want me to say? It's obviously
like, well,
bad.
the reason I wanted to bring it up, like, is to specifically
against
counter that point of like, oh, like it's.
Oh no, I agree. I think that the idea. I don't understand where they're using like extra legal arguments if they're just testing the boundaries. But I think Hutch kind of agreed at the end that no, it's very lawless. They're trying to act lawlessly. So.
Yeah. Well, like, what is it? I'm trying to like get to like or like think of like the root of your question of like what in the court to start like throwing these cases out. Like, what is it exactly that you think the like the U.S. attorney, the head of the office, is like doing?
I don't know. Like, it represents the office or something. Like, if I was like I don't even fucking know any of this shit. But like, if I was a junior attorney and I tried to file some shit on a case, but the partner was not like a fucking real lawyer or some shit, I don't know if I'd be allowed to do that. Or if somebody took on a case and I was working with them, but if I didn't have I don't know. I'm sure there's got to be something. There has to be something there. There has to. It can't just be that like you could have no prosecutor in the office, and then all the frontline prosecutorial guys are just filing shit with no concern about the actual office itself. It just can't be. It can't be that way.
Unfortunately, that is exactly. Bro! So like the reason like your question kind of didn't make like a ton of sense to me is like when the courts start throwing stuff out is because the actual like line prosecutors that are bringing the indictments, like they are qualified and they are like lawfully in those positions and they are barred in this state and so like they're doing everything right. It's just the person that is their boss is there illegally.
Yeah, but a check on the office is supposed to be that it's a Senate confirmed position, and if they're able to act in a way with no Senate confirmation, that's kind of a way of basically dodging your checks and balances there.
Okay, don't hate me for this. It feels like what you're doing, what you're like the questions you're asking are you're like doing the thing that you criticize, where you're looking for like this can't be the way it is. Like the law there has to be something in the law that prevents this. And my response would be the law can't fix or the law can't like check an administration that deliberately does not want to be checked by the law.
Well, sure, I don't disagree with that. I just feel like there must be some office because like there's literally a thing built in for like how they handle like acting like prosecutors or whatever. But maybe it is the case that there just is no law. I mean, that's possible. But I'm sorry. When I'm saying there must be a thing, what I mean, I'm just a little incredulous that there'd be no requirement. Because then why nominate a prosecutor ever? Why not just say, oh, fuck it, we're not going to nominate anybody here, and we're going to hope that the legal offices just carry out our will anyways, or we're just going to communicate with like second or third in command or something.
Well, I mean, you want a person that's there. Like, ultimately, think about it. The head of the office is a political appointee, technically, right? If they have to be confirmed and everything, and they're nominated directly by the president, they're technically, a political appointee. So you want someone that's there in charge of the day-to-day that is amenable to your desires and goals as the.
Well, but you'd have that person because you're saying the administration gets to put in a deputy prosecutor.
Yeah, I mean.
But the deputy prosecutor has no Senate confirmation, then you could just put in, why not just always treat the deputy as your head?
Yeah, that is literally what they're doing. Then they have been. So the reason, there was one of the reasons I wanted to hop in is because this doesn't really get talked about because after the ruling that Halligan was unlawfully appointed, I think everyone just kind of fucked off this story. Like, oh well, we got the outcome we wanted. She was ruled to be there unlawfully, and everything will resolve itself. But it hasn't. The Trump administration literally just said, yeah, kick rocks, bitch, don't care. And they've just been, she's just been doing the job ever since.
Well, not good. That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, it's a coup, in a way.
Well.
So, yeah, not good.
Fuck them. Thank you for the update. I appreciate the added information.
Yeah, all right, that was it. Have a good one.
I love you. Careful. Bye.
See you. Love you too. Bye.
1 second. Hey, in case you want to fight against a corrupt administration, we have restocked the DGG merch, and we've added Vaxxed shirts under highly popular international demand. There are Vaxxed shirts now. Be there or be square.
Where are they at?
Shots from right side of me.
I'm upstairs. I don't hear shit.
I'm scanning them. They're in the lobby right now.
Tango located. First floor.
I hear stuff. I got two.
They're on staircase. Two more are on staircase. Two more on staircase.
They're up here on me. I pinged it.
Yep, two more on staircase. I am looking.
Wait, is he just in a really dumb position? Why did none of them look there? Am I missing something?
I got two.
Hello?
They're on staircase. Two more
His aura blinded them?
are on staircase.
Oh, it's a streamer
on
event.
staircase.
They're up here on me. I pinged it.
Yep, two more on staircase. I am looking.
We just play D.
I'm down.
Yep, there's one more on the left.
We don't even need to push. We don't need to push Savix. We can just play D.
Wait, but Savix is. He's got an angle on him.
Okay,
Yep.
I think Annie's confused.
Savix on your left. They're gonna be on your left in that doorway.
They're over here. On P.
They're laying down.
Down
They're
here
laying
to the
down. I'm pinging them.
To your right. To your right. To your right.
They're just laying down.
Yeah, he's still there.
You just killed all 5. Chance, you just killed all 5.
God.
You literally just aced.
Very nice. Woo! Disgusting.
Nice.
Defense is...
TSP playing Resident Evil. Hold on.
out of here!
Are you supposed to shoot it and run past? Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Hey, you want to talk today or tomorrow?
Let's talk tomorrow. My brain is too fizzled after that.
I figured as much, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I'll just hop in tomorrow.
I love you. Be careful.
Yeah. Have a good night.
You're supposed to open the elevator.
Do you see why this game is so stupid? I'm sorry, it's a criticism. I was supposed to know I have to use the Requiem. Why? So now do the whole sequence over. This is fucking stupid. Now I have to do all that over because the game is fucking stupid. Yeah, that's dumb. Sorry. This game is not perfect. That's dumb shit. You know what it is? No one played on this difficulty. So because of that, everyone just, it auto reloads and lets you redo it. But because I'm playing on classic, oh, start from where you saved with the ink ribbon. So now you don't get to retry.
Dude, if modern gamers had to play with save points like we did back in the day. Whoo! Whoo!
What a waste of my fucking time.
Better DSP2 game.
Pants yet? So there's the moon quartz, but if I pick that up, I have no... Have you defecated in your pants yet? So there's the moon quartz, but if I pick that up, I have no inventory space. Game is handing you non-stop items with zero inventory. Who thought this was a good idea? No? I finally got a real handgun. I have no ammo. What the fuck? I'm dead. We can't kill him. We can't kill him. We shot him in the head with the magnum and all the bullets and he's still alive. That is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Well, let's fix that. Have you defecated in your pants yet? So there's the moon quartz, but if I pick that up...
In E-Rob's defense, every single jump, platforming, anything in all the Dark Souls is dog shit, and they literally only throw it into the game to troll people.
I get mad at a coworker. Who gives a shit? In 30 fucking years, we're never gonna talk. I'm not gonna talk to 99% of the people I interact with. Like, what am I mad about?
I have an actual question, right? If, let's say, I don't fucking know, you're at work and some guy at work, right? He always forgets to do one part of the work, right? And he submits it and he cuts corners and he's a fucking asshat. And then the boss asks him, yo, have you seen him do that? He's like, yeah, he does that. This guy's fucking stupid for doing his shit, right? And you see him at a party, right? Do you go, yo, Matthew, you fucking bitch. Yo, you corner cutting fucking rat. Fuck you. Matthew the sucker. And if you don't do that, Dude, you're folding. Chat, you're folding. You're a folder. You're not gonna press that bitch ass Matthew? You're not gonna press that motherfucker? So you're gonna fold then, is what you're saying. I find that to be very short-sighted. It's like, chat, I think it's why I have an easy time, like, not holding grudges against people that I don't have a problem with. Like, I can say, oh yeah, Ludwig is a bitch ass, he cheated in Among Us, and that's all it is. Like, that part of him stays stagnant in that little spot, and that's just what it.
I mean, are there people that like fucking hate each other at work and they're pieces of shit to each other at work, and then after work they're like super chill? Maybe I only worked in like ratchet places, but I feel like people would fight off the clock sometimes in McDonald's. I don't know, maybe in different environments, maybe.
That's it. I don't need to press him at LAN and tell him I'm jacked to fight me IRL because he cheated in fucking Among Us.
It's funny cause Ludwig says this, then when he sees you in real life he won't mention none of this. What a bum.
Okay. Whoa.
To streamer relationships to
I also feel like it's a little different because like work relationships are a lot different than stream relationships. Like at work, you're like doing something that's totally different than what you would ordinarily be doing in your life. But I don't know, maybe for these streamers, maybe it's totally different. I don't know.
We got closer with Rakai, bruh. No cap. And yeah.
As a bartender, there are people I hate working with, but I like them as people. What? That's so autistic. How you're a bartender and you have autism? I didn't say people that you don't like working with. That's understandable. There are some people that just for whatever reason you could be friends with them, but working with them is just not. They're not the type of people you want to work with. I'm talking to people that you actively fucking hate at the workplace. Do you take those people that you fight with at the workplace, but then outside of that you're like perfectly chill? Those are two totally different things. There are friends I had at the casino that, God, fuck me, I would never want to fucking work this shift with these motherfuckers. There are also people at the casino that I'm not really friends with outside of the casino, but when they showed up to work, it's like, thank God, fucking cavalry has arrived. We got some real ass motherfuckers showing up. But I would never hang out with them outside of work. But in terms of like people you actively like hate, like there's some people like I fucking hated. Like this guy always has a fucking attitude, or some girl's always asking to go home early, and she's like a passive aggressive bitch if I don't cut her. But I can't imagine like we're like super friendly outside of work. But again, maybe in different environments, maybe this does happen. But there's a difference between like, oh, I don't like working with this person versus like, I hate this motherfucker at my work. But outside of work, we're chill. But I've only worked in like servicey type environments, so maybe in other environments, maybe that is more normal. Oh, also maybe it's true with older people as well, because most of the people that I'm thinking of are like younger people, but maybe for older people that doesn't apply as much. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Yes! When I called James and congratulated him on becoming the Senate nominee, Texas Prime to turn blue and West Marine United, blah, blah, blah. Nice job, cute. By the way, we'll do this vote blue no matter who thing, but if Crockett had won, all the fucking populist lefty dudes would be super mega ass pained. Just saying.
Destiny.
Oh, God. We'll watch the debate tomorrow. We don't have time yet today.
It's so funny because, like, I suspect that at this point he has probably purged his community of all, like, the fucking normal-brained, like, liberals and stuff.
Yo, Hassan. Actually go to the logs and go see who's banned. We banned nobody. It's timeouts for spam shit and bans for things that would actually fly in your chat. The people will get banned for words, for things that is generally offensive, right? That flies in your chat. My chat is better moderated.
Senator Sheehy joined Capitol Police in lifting up and ejecting anti-war protester Brian McGinnis from a SASC subcommittee hearing. McGinnis is a Green Party candidate running for Senate in North Carolina. Anti-war activist to film the video below.
Out! No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand! His hand! Oh! His hand!
Sir. Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door. Can you
The senator broke his hand.
He's got to go to the pit. The U.S. has been bombing drawings of F-14s this entire time. LOL, the Iranians put their jets underground before the war began. Really? Give us your media take on the Pit Season 1. It's fucking Kino Cinema. I'm 2 episodes into Season 2, okay? Should they have reported Dr. Langdon to the police? Dr. Langdon is a hard case because while stealing drugs or being an addict is definitely bad, he's hot as fuck. So, like, what are you going to do? You're going to put that guy in prison? Really? Really? Think about the patient satisfaction scores if you get rid of that dude. What?
The AIs are much more powerful. They are running the robots. They are running the factories. They don't actually need.
What do you think about the mass casualty episode? I thought all the episodes were sick as fuck. I don't know. It was multiple episodes, wasn't it, for it? What? This is going to sound so cringe, okay? I don't mean to compare kitchen stuff with, like, working in an ER or whatever. But one thing that I thought was super cool, that's just, like, a very relatable thing, is I feel like in every kitchen, you have your, like, your actual literal fucking hero units. Like, you have your people that, like, if you're getting buried on like a day going into a swing shift, or if you're getting buried on a swing shift, like as soon as these people step in, they are so competent, and everybody's like, oh, thank fucking God that like this person is here who is like ultra competent, who can run these things. And then when you get like multiple of these like types of people working together, it's just like you just destroy shifts. It's not even close. Like 3 or 4 of these people in a kitchen can outwork like 7 random whatever the fuck employees, and like the communication is good, and like the tickets are flying, everything's being played, everything's perfect. Like it's just like when you have like competent people that are working together in high stress, high speed environments that are just it's just an awesome, amazing thing. I thought it was cool to see the other doctors come in, because you're used to seeing like Dr. Robbie is like the king shit, and then I don't even remember the two. Who was the one guy who's like missing his leg? Is it Dr. Abbott? That guy was sick as fuck. I also like the way that they relate to each other. I think is like, there's like a very careful way that like men can like emotionally relate to each other without pushing too hard and without being weak, while being firm but not cringe. And then the whole drama of him trying to save his was that his son or his son's girlfriend or whatever. And Dr. Abbott in the background, like, well, what's the plan? What are we going to do now? What do you think? Like, just everything about the interaction between all these people. When Dr. Robbie, I don't remember the name of the Asian doctor guy, but when he was outside and he was like, we got to do this for the red thing, we got to do this, and the Asian guy's like not paying attention, and he's like, hey man, are you listening? But the guy is like super competent, like he knows what he's doing. He doesn't need the walkthrough from Dr. Robbie. Yeah, I don't know. It was nice seeing other people show up that were like mega competent and all. Dr. Wong, okay. Did you think Dr. Robbie falsifying that teenage girl's due date so she would be eligible for an abortion was weird, or was that just me? I mean, probably not the best thing in the world, but god damn, dude. Being 17 and being pregnant and having a parent that can force you to carry that to term, I don't know if I can think of a single more horrifying thing in the fucking, maybe being like an ISIS gang rape long-term victim or something. That's just got to be the most horrifying fucking thing in the universe. Jesus Christ. I just can't even, I don't know. I can't even imagine. I can't fathom that.
The humans, and once they don't need the humans are discarded.
Bernie, what are you doing there? True or false, Mel is the best. The autistic one. I feel like I like all of them. Even the the white Hispanic girl. Santos is growing on me a little, or has grown on me a little. The Huckabee guy, obviously. My Nebraska king, who's secretly British, not cool. I think it's interesting that they chose to show like a high functioning addict with the Langdon guy, because it's generally not the state you see people. There really are a lot of people that have drug addiction issues that are high functioning, and most people don't think of it that way. I think it probably hurts because people that have addiction issues can lie to themselves if they are high functioning, and then people that have addiction issues that aren't high functioning, their lives are fucked. They feel like they're mega losers. But I mean, you can have people that wrestle with drug addiction that are very successful and can do that dual life for some period of time, although eventually it takes its toll or it'll go too far. And what about Ogilv? Is that the young Indian girl? Fuck, wait. Season 2? Oh, I haven't seen this person yet. I don't remember the name of the Indian girl, the one with her and then her mom is there. Oh, tall guy from season 2. Oh, I have seen that guy. Oh, I mean, he's annoying so far, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. Ogilvy? Santos is Filipina, not Hispanic. Okay. The head nurse is really cool too. The woman, yeah. Is Dr. Robbie really going to leave for 3 months or whatever? Or I guess some amount of months has passed since between season 1 and season 2, right? I don't know how many months have passed, but or was it a year? Or 6 months? 10 months. Spoiler, season 2 ends with Iran bombing the hospital. Okay, Jesus. On that note, can you imagine the pit, but it's based inside Iran? Imagine the pit, but it's like Al-Shira or whatever the fuck hospital in the Gaza Strip. The black doctor lady is out of the show because the actress is crazy and didn't like the miscarriage/adoption plot. Damn. Christopher Hitchens, what would he say about today's political climate and his buddy on C-SPAN? Listen, any heroes that you had in the past, just be grateful that they're dead now. Because for whatever reason, all of them would have been fucking Trump mega dick sucks. I don't know why. So just be glad that they're not here now. Because holy fuck. Thank God George Carlin is dead. But God rest his soul. Bless him. I love him. But I don't know if I would have been able to survive his political takes right now. It would have been both. He would have both sides it like fucking crazy. He would have both sides the current political climate like fucking crazy. Carlin would hate Trump, but he would hate the others just as much. Guaranteed. What do you think happened in 2016 that so many people switched to Trump like that? Maybe because he was seen as anti-establishment or some shit. I think this sounds mean. I don't mean to be out of touch sounding or mean sounding or whatever, but like people just don't realize how good things are going, or people don't realize how good we have it. And it just felt like people wanted to change or they wanted to see something shake up. Like there are issues that we have. If you're graduating with student loan debt, that can seem like a very oppressive thing. Housing stuff is getting more expensive. That is true. There are like problems to face, but the problems are the only thing that people can see, and they think that everything else is whatever. So it's like, well, fuck it, let's just shake up and change literally fucking everything, because apparently everything is fucked and broken, and I think that's where stuff like Trump comes from. But Americans, I just don't think Americans realize just like the insane amount of shit that we have for everything. Not even necessarily comparing us to like fucking Africa or whatever, but even, have you ever seen a European portion size? Okay, it's a very sad thing. Just kidding. Or the space, like the square footage on like fucking average European apartment. And I do mean European. I mean all of them. Fuck them. Okay. In a video game.
These Kurdish groups is all no. What are you, crazy? No, of course not. Of course not. But be on the lookout for all of the coverage about how woke the Kurdish militias are. That are trying to liberate Iran in the upcoming weeks. Once they start writing about the brave female-only brigades of the Kurds, that's when you know. How many times do the Kurds have to get over by the American state after being used and abused as a destabilizing force in the region for them to come to terms with the reality that it's not happening? Okay, you will not have an Israel-style Kurdistan. Okay, it's just not going to happen. Like you gotta use the arms in training.
Why do you think that is, by the way? Who is the biggest opponent to a Kurdish state in the Middle East? When people say we abandoned the Kurds, do you know who we abandoned the Kurds to? Do you know what they mean by that when they're talking about that in Syria? It was Turkey. They went down and bought. It wasn't a fucking ISIS, okay? It wasn't Assad. It was they were like, oh, I see you left some little Kurds rolling around over here.
That you got from the Americans against the Americans at some point, against the Israelis at some point. It's just insane. How many Fell for It Again awards do you need? It's crazy, especially after Rojava. Like it's like I thought at least Rojava could have the same like autonomous structure that you have in Iraq. Turns out America did not want that at all. They just did not even remotely consider that at all. And I genuinely thought, perhaps foolishly, that could have been a thing for the Kurds. They could have been like, they could have had like another autonomous region, and that they could have had, they could have been like a force of stability in the area as well. Nope. America had a totally separate design for the Kurds there.
Wait, is that not? I might be super retarded. What is the status of the KRG in Iraq right now? Don't these guys function as like a semi-autonomous regime right now in Iraq? I don't know what I haven't followed any recent Iraqi history. Or of us, the Kurds in northern Syria. Yeah, those guys are always going to be fucked because Turkey's always going to fuck with them. But aren't the KRG like the most stable region of like Kurdish people in terms of like, there's like 7 or 8 million of them that live here and they're pretty like chill and they have like good agreements, I think, with the Iraqi government, relatively speaking.
So I'm sorry, it's a little ridiculous for me to also lean into the destabilization force that they will represent in.
He's talking about the Syria one, which got conquered by the new Syrian government. Yeah, I don't know in Syria what the place would be for any Kurdish people, because it would draw the ire of Turkey, and I don't know how Syrians in general feel about Kurdish people. I don't know. There's a lot of different factions that were fighting in Syria, so I have no idea. Uh-oh, what?
Baby.
Stop.
I said, you can't be carpet bombing these communities. And he said to me, well, you did it. You carpet bomb, not his exact words, but you carpet bomb Berlin. You dropped a nuclear weapon. You killed thousands of innocent people.
That's the Israeli specialty. When they declassified a bunch of cables between Israel and the United States, I think this was the same thing that fuck, I forgot all the fucking names. Who was the prime minister with the cool glasses? Begin. I think that was what he was saying to Carter when he was like, listen, I see how this shit works. I see how the territory that motherfuckers took, why the Soviet Union has what they have, and you're going to tell us that we can't hold on to shit that we conquer now? Excuse me, the motherfucker? It's funny to hear the same for Netanyahu to roll out the same thing. Now, Begin, I mean, this is like 20, 30 years in the wake of the World War II. I feel like it's a little bit more close in time than Netanyahu pulling this one out, but...
Because you had to in order to win a war. But that's why we came up with the UN.
Yeah.
New deals by which what we would do relative to civilians and military.
So he was comparing 21st century war tactics, battle tactics, with World War II.
Well, what he was really doing is he was going after me for saying you can't indiscriminately bomb civilian areas. Even if the bad guys are there. Even if the bad guys are there, you can't take out 2, 10, 12, 1,500 people, innocent people, in order to get the one bad guy.
Genocide Joe.
I think the hardest part of the political climate right now is realizing how many people around me are actually evil. Not stupid, not misinformed, just blatantly enjoying and relishing in the suffering of other human beings.
Jesus.
I'm watching it sink by its own doing, and so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I fucking need this, man. Like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. I still hope we can turn it around, but I just... Sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I get it. And listen, like I said, I don't think that everybody that supported Trump was being dismissive about these concerns. I get it. You know, we all wanted to believe. I was 18 years old when Trump ran in 2016. And I remember getting in fights with people. This is my whole life too. At 18 years old, I wore the MAGA hat at Boston University, one of the most liberal campuses in the country, and became a pariah on my college campus.
Something you sacrificed. It's sad to see something you fought and bled for die.
Yeah, and that's my whole adult life. I know that's a huge part of your life also, and now we're witnessing it's totally unraveling. It's an utter and complete betrayal. It's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal, which is when these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
Yeah, well, what's called for is for us to be sober-minded about the entire thing. You know, because there's a lot
No,
of
you're
Trump
right.
haters.
I've been a realist the whole time, but was hoping, and now I'm just not even hoping. I'm just going to be a realist.
Yesterday, Aaron went on Hutch's stream advocating for communism. It was an extremely funny comment if you're interested. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's okay to have hope. I mean, we hope for a better future, but we got to be brutally honest about what this administration has become.
Oh, no.
On the internet comes from the Vanguard.
Yeah, 100%.
So I don't watch a ton of the Dave Smith podcast.
Excited to share this with our audience.
You know, I made a mistake. I kind of thought, you know, like, given the calculation of everything, I think Trump's preferable to Kamala Harris. But I do want to be clear about this.
The calculations, so many calculations. So the calculations. Donald Trump tore up the JCPOA, justifies going to war with fucking everybody, talks about wanting to blow up the families of terrorists or whatever in the first election, versus Kamala Harris. Like, what are all the calculations that we're making here? Walk me through the calculations, you fucking retard. Oh my God.
I did always say this was the biggest concern, was that Donald Trump would take us to war in Iran. And just to be very clear about this, because I've already said it before and I'm not planning on saying it much more, I was wrong to support Donald Trump. That
was the biggest concern. What are Trump's other victories? What are the other major victories we've had here? David Smith, a libertarian Dave Smith who didn't know what the non-aggression principle was when he debated Andrew fucking Wilson a year or two ago? What were the big concerns here? Like, is he winning on our domestic, like, tariff policy? Manufacturing's not back. Inflation is still up. Nothing got cheaper. Although he's walked back on that and said, oh, well, I never said things got cheaper, guys. We're going to bring the rate down. Like,
I was wrong to support Donald Trump. That was a big mistake.
Does this not include the screen before?
It doesn't, but we can play that afterwards.
Okay.
He's not planning on saying it much more. I was wrong to support Donald Trump. That was a big mistake. He's worse. We'd be better off with Kamala Harris. We'd be better off with Joe Biden. He's worse than the Democrats. And I say that as someone who prosecuted the case against the Democrats better than most. Who actually, despite, you know, like they could, someone like...
and that's not cool. Bro, you went out of your way over and over and over again to call Donald Trump anti-war. And I'll pass the baton to Gavin because he does a really good job of recounting how badly Dave Smith debased himself as a libertarian figure to get in front of the Donald Trump movement and say, yeah, I'm gonna try and cheerlead for this for as long as I can and make as much money as I can. But what's your reaction to hearing him finally admit this?
Vindicated, honestly. I mean, it's what we've been screaming. It's part of the reason why we were so pissed at Dave Smith, who occasionally does offer decent analysis in the realm of foreign policy, but totally discredits himself with this sort of bullshit. At least, you know, in the lead up to Trump's election by talking about how, Trump's...
Like, keep in mind, Dave Smith is the 450 IQ intellectual that's brought on to argue foreign policy with everybody. It's almost like, remember that crazy shit I was saying a long time ago where I was like, hey guys, red flag, whenever somebody talks foreign policy and they keep saying things like, the head of the CIA said this, and we know because the CIA leaked this, and we also know this because this guy from the CIA said this, and we also know this because the ex-CIA guy said this, and we also know... They probably don't fucking have any idea what the fuck they're talking about, and it's some random fucking dude that retired from intelligence who wants to release some random fucking shit, or it's a guy that released some real shit that they're extrapolating to an insane measure. Every single statement that Dave Smith has to make about anything historically in the Middle East always starts with, well, read this, ex-CIA official...
the pro-peace option. And not only did he debase himself as a libertarian, Zach, he quite literally debased the entire libertarian movement, the entire libertarian party, which, by the way, does a perfectly decent job of debasing itself without Dave Smith's help. But he...
Donald Trump's first term at all, notes that he was a giant...
from right before that we can quickly react to, and then hell, for the hell of it, we might as well hear him admit he was wrong again too. But this is super funny, and again, it's very clear that after hosting an embarrassing softball interview with Nick Fuentes, that he's been listening to some Nick Fuentes, because this reminds me a lot of a sentiment recently expressed by Nick.
That to John McCain. And
anyway, sorry, I was just saying, like, this guy, he was like the foreign policy expert. This was like the big thing. Keep in mind that this fucking retard thought that he could go out and debate Douglas Murray on foreign policy shit. He's just delusional. Ugh.
Of a sentiment recently expressed by Nick.
For that through John McCain, and therefore you're responsible for this. So, like, all you guys giving me shit for that, fuck you very much. I don't care. Voting is stupid and gay. It doesn't matter. It's goddamn. It's all a fake fucking thing.
Stupid and gay.
Yeah, that's after you have to admit to making a mistake with your vote. Oops. Now it's dumb and gay because I'm having to come out and admit that not only did I vote wrong, but I told all my stupid fucking followers to vote wrong. I directed the entire Libertarian Party to vote for Donald Trump. But who cares? It's stupid and gay. Like, what the fuck, bro? Again, echoing Nick Fuentes, who recently basically said the same thing about, like, how, it's fucking gay to vote for...
Which, by the way, now I'll break with the Vanguard here. I think it's actually really based that Dave Smith says that, because I don't want anybody that listens to this motherfucker to ever walk into a voting booth in the United States. So, actually, I support Dave Smith saying that.
And don't even vote in the midterms, whatever he was talking about,
He said
right?
vote for Democrats if you vote at all, I believe, too, recently.
Yeah, either way. Pretty crazy shit from Dave Smith. And then do you want to hear him make that admission one more time, Zach?
Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of thought, like, given the calculation of everything, I think Trump's preferable to Kamala Harris. But I do want to be clear about this. I did always say this was the biggest concern, was that Donald Trump would take us to war in Iran. And just to be
totally cucking himself to him for his audience now, but he's also teaming up or collabing with an actual non.
God. Destiny is Abraham Lincoln, by the way. I am. Thank you. True. We might watch this one tomorrow, maybe. We have to watch that Kristi Noem hearing. I don't understand. This woman is like a retarded fucking porn clown. I literally, like, Kristi Noem, I think, is a person. I don't even know if I can hate her because she's like so fucking retarded, like a dog that keeps running into walls while shitting itself. Like, can you hate them? It's just like, she's like retarded. She's actually like, Bondi at least comes out with the burn book. I don't know if Kristi Noem can fucking read. Like, you look at Pam Bondi going to these congressional hearings and she shows up to fight and Noem is just getting abused. She's like an actual fucking retard. Holy shit. The moment you realize history will remember your war as the simple one compared to the 40 chess disaster Trump just launched this past week. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Did you see when Hillary found out that Lauren Dipshit Boebert was taking pictures during the closed door deposition? What a fucking stupid... Not only is Lauren Boebert an idiot, well, maybe. She was kind of stupid. How stupid of Benny Johnson to publish the fucking picture during the deposition? Why didn't Benny wait? Why didn't that fucking retard wait? Wait like 2 hours, Lil Gup. Why the fuck are you posting it during the deposition, you fucking moron?
Basically took a picture, which they weren't supposed to do.
Lowy, I have no information. Okay. I went to the fundraiser to support my friend Nita Lowy.
All right.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
I have
there
another.
Are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that I'm can done occur? with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake. So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was.
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well. I would like to take a break at this moment. Yeah, I'd like to have I'm done for now.
Go off the record.
Queen based. What an absolute fucking queen. Hell
We'll
yeah.
get back on the record.
I wonder what that conversation was like when the camera was off. Oh shit.
Freeze time had approximately 5 minutes left in it. I believe that the witness or her counsel would like to make a
One of the watching my depositions transpire. Sometimes when that camera goes off, there are some real passive aggressive ass comments that come out between between both sides. I'm curious what the conversation was like off camera.
Statement.
Because anything said when the camera goes off, the transcript stops as well, so nobody's like recording testimony. And now, obviously, in here these are political people, so anybody could be recording or recounting what's happening later on. But
Thank you so much. We've just used the break because we learned during the process of these hearings that the committee was violating its own rules and members tweeting and sharing pictures of what is going on inside this closed hearing, a hearing that we have asked repeatedly to be open to the public. Chairman Comer was gracious enough to engage with me on this matter. We asked specifically to invite the press in since the committee had already made decisions on its own unilaterally to release pictures and other things that are going on in this room. He indicated that he wanted to speak to that.
I understand anticipating my age was a Republican back then, but the historical revisionism regarding Hillary Clinton has clearly been one of the most successful operations post-2015. Hutch was right. She was broadly popular after Bill impeachment. Well, you say broadly popular after Bill's impeachment, so it does seem like she picked up some popularity here for whatever reason. But then it's here. I just, when we're talking about her being popular here, I don't know if this was like her being popular or her being associated with Barack Obama being popular. Wasn't she only, am I making this up? Wasn't she only the Secretary of State during the first term? Would have been 28 to 2012, 21, 2012. So then it seems like right after 2010, 11, 12, and then it would have been, what, 13? Right after she left Secretary of State, her popularity started to decline. My guess is she was probably because she was part of the Obama administration. But I don't know, maybe. Also, I do know there were people that felt sympathetic towards her after the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, but... God, Benny Johnson's so stupid. And he even... he burned his source so hard, too. Why? I am linking nuclear levels of rage bait. Asmongold response to Hillary.
With this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now
Oh, the Benghazi shit? Yeah, that wasn't good either.
until the cows come home.
Jesus Christ.
This is just typical behavior. Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how
She's
that's
so,
permissible.
dude.
It doesn't matter. We all are
The reason why she's mad, by the way, that Asman Cuck will never actually fucking understand or grapple with is because the Clintons have both said, if you want to do these hearings, why not do them openly? It's not like we're talking about ultra classified, top secret, behind closed door shit. Why are we having these behind closed doors? Now, as a Roachman Lord, he should be approving that, right? Because he wants all the transparency. He wants insight into everything going on. But that's the thing that Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were pushing for, that the Republicans didn't want to do. But here we are now where Hillary's understandably upset because, well, hold on. Now you were crying that you want to do these closed doors, and now we're doing them closed doors, and now you're leaking pictures to the public about it? What the fuck?
abiding by the same rules.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I'd like to have a
done.
Oh, my God. She's so mad.
The record.
Trying to get at is some context.
Wait, somebody said they cut this?
Testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm
can
done
occur?
with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home.
Oh, what a fucking bitch. Jesus Christ.
This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how
She's
that's
so
permissible.
dude.
The hearing was. It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
Oh, no. Total Karen crash out.
I will.
Like, what is the crash out? She's upset that people are posting illegally pictures from a closed-door deposition that are posting them publicly on Twitter while the deposition is happening?
Take that down. Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Oh, my God. She's so mad. Can you believe this hag almost became the president? Jesus Christ.
He's such a fucking loser. Holy shit, bro. Oh my fucking God. He's so fucking retarded and evil. Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
The record. On this a little bit, but just to make sure the record is totally clear here, you have said that you have never been to Mr. Epstein's island. Is that correct?
I am so tired of answering that question. If you have one scintilla of evidence to the contrary, put it forward. I have never been on his island, period. I've never been in his home.
Also, just listen, because you can see how weak men, okay, that have no spine and no character, no integrity, right? Hillary is answering a question here more directly than Donald Pussy Bitch expanded asshole Trump will ever answer his entire fucking life. But the cum slurpers like Asmongold will always be okay with that. The fact that Donald Trump will never stand or sit before any kind of committee in Congress, will never answer questions in front of any prosecutor ever. But Asmongold is fine with that. He thinks it's base. He thinks it's cool, right? And he has the audacity, I can't believe Hillary could have been president, blah, blah, blah. Like, this woman is smarter in one hand than Donald Trump is in his entire fucking history of everything he's ever known. Like, Hillary Clinton has forgotten more things about foreign policy than Trump's entire cabinet has, well, say for maybe Marco Rubio, has ever known in their entire lives. And that, like, when people say things like, oh, like, not qualified to be president, like who? Like Donald Trump? Like, you're such a fucking retard that you unironically will stand this guy who's demonstrably fucking retarded in almost every single fucking thing he says.
His offices, his...
Look at her face. Like, so, look at this is like...
Oh, it also might be that Asmongold just doesn't know what a real woman looks like either, too, because he spends all of his day looking at the Mar-a-Lago prostitution whores, and he has no concept of what an ordinary... What did he say? This woman's 78 years old? Like, she sounds sharp. She's healthy. Like, what is your issue? Do you want her to look like fucking Bondi or Caroline Levitt or Laura fucking Jigsaw Loomer or...
Look, like right here, it's like two different types of skin. You see what I'm saying? You guys see this?
Thing, because I never met the guy to my best.
She's a chimera?
It's okay. Where's a picture of that Donald Trump rash? Jesus. Oh my God. Top political streamer on twitch.tv, by the way. Gossip, hound, new toy, sporting, working, book, fair, shadow, gone, bike, track, square, video game, tail, and honest. Shadow, hound, track, tail, to follow. Boom! Or pursue. The town gossip, the town square, the town fair, and the town toy? Video game? Gone? The town gone? Or the town bike? Town book? Fuck. Things you can give a kid for a present? Classic kid gifts. Okay, okay. Wait, did I get rid of my one thing? Town square, town fair, town... gossip, town... Fuck, no. It can't be that. Coats or jackets? Like a sporting coat, a working coat, a square coat, and a... Gone Girl, like the movie? New Girl? Is that like a movie? Gossip Girl? Working Girl. Girl movies. What? I had no idea what Working Girl is, or New Girl, or Gossip Girl, actually. That was just an epic, that was just the craziest mind pick From the ether? What is this? Square, sporting, fair, and honest. Oh, he's like a good chap, a good lad. Sportsmanlike. Is this real? For real? For real? Bruh. He needed 900 to save America. He shook too many necks. Fuck, why is this never saved? Rhythm, what's the name of the game? Look at the Grok comment. Turns up 0 articles using Biden cognitive decline or... Wait. They mad. Got rhythm. Okay, let's throw up an easy 925 right now, okay? No, my... Fuck. Goodbye, America. Okay, good luck. I love you guys. Don't be mean to Hutch. Stay safe. Be careful.